Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 1, Slime Symbiote, Maximum Compatibility. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Students, please be prepared and enter the hall in an orderly manner. When choosing an appropriate symbiotic body in the symbiotic pool, please bear in mind the following points. 1. You only have 1 hour after entering the symbiotic pool. Please bear this in mind. 2. During the symbiotic process, if the symbiote entity resists, please remember not to try violent symbiosis. 3. In the symbiotic pool, you are not allowed to do anything that interferes with someone's symbiosis. If you are found out, you will be severely punished. Finally, I wish all of you can obtain your own symbiotic entity. Wuzhou City's No. 2 High School, in a corner of the symbiotic pool hall. Yefeng's eyes were dull as he looked ahead. The crowd was bustling, and the crowd was excited. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, F***ck. I've transmigrated. Looking at the familiar scene around him, a piercing pain struck him, and countless memories suddenly emerged. Not only had he transmigrated, but he had also returned to his high school days. As for the teachers and classmates, they were all exactly the same in his memories. The only difference was that the worldview here completely overturned Yefeng's understanding. This was a parallel world of global awakening. All kinds of living creatures and non-living creatures would undergo varying degrees of mutation at a certain stage. Strangely, only humans were not affected by the awakening. Darwin's theory of evolution, which had always been advocated, was also overturned along with the great Manchuan's theory of human symbiosis. All 18-year-olds could enter the symbiosis pool and get a chance to choose a soul-compatible symbiote. Through symbiosis with other species, humans could obtain the corresponding special ability of the species. Although the symbiote body could be chosen by yourself, it was not the case that the stronger the body, the better. Ultimately, it still depended on one's adaptability. The specific species of the symbiote depended on each person's adaptability. The higher the adaptability, the greater the room for growth in the future. Some of the chosen ones, after fusing with a giant dragon, would possess a terrifying power that could move mountains and fill seas. They could even contend against nuclear weapons. Some people, however, could only coexist with cats and dogs. Their abilities were not eye-catching, and they declined from then on. There were also some who defied the heavens and changed their fate. Through the opportunity of late-stage cultivation, they leaped up and reached the peak of their abilities. In this world, only powerful symbiotes were truly superior to others. In addition, with the recovery of Earth's spiritual energy, danger lurked everywhere. Only symbiotes had the ability to fight against it. And with the degree of mutation, there were also different grades, from high to low, and in turn, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Each grade also had a detailed division, such as within the F grade, there were F+, F, and F. Therefore, symbiotes had already exceeded normal legal restrictions. Even if they had committed a heinous crime, ordinary courts were not qualified to judge them. They had to conduct a special trial through the symbiote organization. For ordinary people, the only chance of symbiosis this time was exceptionally precious. After understanding all of this, Yefeng also began to look forward to it. Because today, the reason why he appeared here was because he had just turned 18 and entered the symbiotic pool to choose a symbiotic body. Yefeng, are you afraid? His gay friend, Zhang Yun's face was deathly pale as he forced a smile at Yefeng. It will definitely go smoothly, right? Yes. Yefeng nodded. Hearing Yefeng's affirmative answer, Zhang Yun's expression recovered a little. Actually, both of them knew that it was really too difficult to find a suitable symbiotic body. Although the teachers had taught them too many things to pay attention to and some techniques during the class. But those were just words. When they really reached the symbiotic pool, it was difficult for them to remain calm as they had never experienced symbiosis before. Unknowingly, the symbiotic pool had been opened. The people who were waiting in the hall, under the guidance of the teachers, began to enter the symbiotic pool according to class. The symbiotic pool in Wazhu No. 2 High School could support 50 people to coexist at the same time, and each wave of symbiosis time was fixed at 1 hour. In other words, a class could enter at the same time. Yefeng's class was the fourth wave. According to the time, it would be their turn after 4 hours. As wave after wave of students entered the symbiotic pool, most of them were shaken and walked out shortly after. They either did not have a suitable symbiote entity, or they had a very weak symbiote entity. As the number of students increased, everyone finally realized the extent of the tragedy of the symbiotic pool. The first 2 waves were completely annihilated. This time, Yefeng was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The students' faces were ashen, forming a stark contrast with the excitement and anticipation from before. Finally, in the third wave, some people came out happily. Time passed bit by bit, and it was finally Yefeng's turn. Yefeng and the others followed the guidance and came to the side of the symbiotic pool. The instructor briefly said a few things to take note of. Following a burst of light, everyone's consciousness suddenly became drowsy. Their consciousness entered an indescribable world. This was a chaotic space. The surrounding elements were constantly flowing, and Yefeng could clearly feel it. Suddenly, in an instant, the origin of all things on earth was like a slide, all appearing and flashing. Countless types and countless creatures all came into view at once. Yefeng's consciousness concentrated, and his consciousness concentrated among the extraordinary creatures without explanation. Angels, titans, dragons, and even demons and other mythical creatures. All of them became Yefeng's first choice. Then, with the thought, a pair of blazing red eyes of a titan giant ape appeared before his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming power suddenly attacked. Yefeng was shocked and immediately withdrew his thoughts. He understood that such an extraordinary creature could not become his symbiote partner. Fortunately, he retracted his thoughts in time, or else he would be reduced to ashes on the spot. As expected, it's better to accept my own normalcy, Yefeng sighed and kept lowering his requirements. But without exception, there were no suitable symbiotes for him. Just as Yefeng was frowning, in his mind, a voice that he had not heard for a long time appeared. Ding! God-level deduction system activated. The host is currently selecting a symbiote in the symbiotic pool. Do you wish to proceed with the deduction of the most suitable symbiote? After hearing the voice, Yefeng was immediately energized. Begin deduction. Yefeng was extremely happy and shouted repeatedly. Ding! Deduction begins. Starting deduction of beast-type symbiotes. End deducting. There is no suitable symbiote. Starting deduction of bird-type symbiotes. End deducing. There is no suitable symbiote. Starting deduction of fish-type symbiotes. Starting deduction of insect. Starting deduction of plant. 12% adaptability to symbiotic partner. Starting deduction of elements. 0.1% adaptability. Starting deduction of alien type. 20% adaptability. Deduction completed. 350,070 million deductions completed. A total of 1.9 million symbiotes are available for the host to choose from. After a few minutes, the system's deduction finally came to an end. Seeing this result, Yefeng was dumbfounded. One had to know that when they judged whether symbiosis was suitable or not, they needed to carry out a preliminary trial of symbiosis. In other words, each symbiote had to be tried before they knew which was the most suitable. If there was no system's deduction, just 1.9 million results were enough to tire him out. The results deduced were enough. But even after deducing all the non-living symbiotes, there was no symbiote with adaptability higher than 50%. Casually flipping through the results and seeing the creatures that appeared on it, Ye Feng immediately frowned. Most of the creatures on it were weak symbiotes, or some unhelpful symbiotes. Most importantly, even the weakest symbiote only had a mere 40% adaptability. With this adaptability of less than half, if I forcefully start symbiosis, wouldn't I become cold on the spot? Just as Ye Feng was feeling disheartened, he suddenly saw a very dreamy number at the bottom of the very small magical sticky spiritual body list. Compatibility, 100%. Compatible symbiotic body object slime. Chapter 2, Strengthening and Stabilizing Mixture, the Divine Medicine for Rejection. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Seeing this result, Ye Feng was instantly overjoyed. Putting everything else aside, with this 100% compatibility, this slime was simply a perfect match for him. He still did not know what this species was like, nor did he know what it looked like. Ye Feng was filled with intense curiosity. With a thought, he checked the information of the slime. In the next moment, a semi-fluid, semi-transparent species appeared in front of him. It was in the shape of a ball of jelly, and its lines were extremely perfect. Its entire body was crystal clear, and even the weeds that it was eating in its abdomen could be seen clearly. Ye Feng could not help but reach out to touch it. A cold feeling slowly spread from his fingertips to all parts of his body. So magical, Ye Feng's heart was filled with great shock. He did not know what was the use of being cute and adorable at the same time. Although the slime's level is relatively low, its plasticity is extremely strong. Through acquired cultivation, its potential is extremely huge. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Ye Feng nodded. With the system's support, he thought that there would definitely be a different evolution space in the future. Congratulations, you have successfully completed symbiosis. I wish you an endless path of evolution. Under the cycle of consciousness, Ye Feng opened his eyes once again and realized that he had already left the symbiotic pool. Ye Feng returned to his teacher's side and discovered that most of his classmates had already completed symbiosis. At this moment, they were discussing their respective species of symbiosis. There was a voice that was especially obvious, and his words were filled with pride. Ye Feng looked over. It was the second generation of the rich, Zhang Hao. He was used to being arrogant and domineering, and many of his classmates hated him. Haha, I've gotten a spirit-sucking monster. Are you envious? Big brother, you're good. The name of spirit-sucking monster sounds awesome. I wonder what abilities it has. When Zhang Hao's little brothers heard that it was a spirit-sucking monster, they immediately swarmed over. You guys don't know this. Spirit-sucking monsters are super awesome. Not only can they absorb other people's souls, but the souls can also be used for their own purposes. Just this ability alone is enough to instantly kill most of today's symbiotes. When I truly master this ability, won't I be able to toy with women in the future? I can toy with whoever I want. Zhang Hao's face was full of arrogance and he did not put anyone in his eyes. When he saw Ye Feng walk over with a frown, he asked disdainfully, Hey, Ye Feng. What's with your expression? Do you think your symbiote is very awesome? Say it out and see what trash it is. Let our brothers have fun. Slime. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, everyone immediately burst into laughter. What's that? Slime? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. What trash? When Zhang Hao heard this result, he became even more arrogant. Alright, when you're done, go to the hall and register your symbiotes. At this moment, a sweet voice came from behind Ye Feng. When everyone heard this, they tactfully left the place. Ye Feng turned around and saw a very graceful figure standing beside him. Don't be discouraged. After entering the symbiosis pool, it doesn't matter what level of symbiote you have. What's important is the degree of adaptability. Li Ruyan rubbed Ye Feng's hair and comforted him. As a form teacher, Li Ruyan had always been very concerned about the growth of her students, especially Ye Feng. His academic results had always been at the top and had always been the focus of the teacher's attention. "Teacher, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't be discouraged because of this." Ye Feng knew that the teacher was worried about him, so he answered with a serious face. Ye Feng naturally wouldn't be discouraged. After all, he had a system and could deduce everything. In addition, his slime was extremely malleable. In addition to that, he guided his cultivation in the later stages. It was actually not completely impossible to become a powerful existence. Li Ruyan looked at Ye Feng and was still a little worried. She continued, "One of the 5 great human sealings, Andi Puti Kum. You should still remember him, right?" Ye Feng nodded. Of course, he knew that the existence of the 5 great humans had become the dream of countless people, the hero in their hearts. The great meditation teacher, Andi Puti Kum, had symbiosis with air. Logically speaking, as the most basic human need, air should become an extraordinary existence if it was his symbiote. The concept of air was too huge. For humans, symbiotic substances that were too huge were generally unable to display their abilities. In other words, it was basically a useless symbiote because ordinary people could not control it. Li Ruyan paused. But he took the opportunity to create a wind-type spell and became one of the top combat strengths of the current era. Moreover, 3 days after the symbiosis state, it is the period of rejection. Many students will have different degrees of rejection reactions and will be devoured by the symbiosis state. It is very dangerous. Before she finished her sentence, a heart-wrenching voice sounded not far away. "Ah, save me!" Ye Feng turned his head and looked over. Zhang Hao, who was feeling proud just a moment ago, suddenly had his body burned and was rolling on the ground in pain. Rays of light shot out from his body as if he was being torn apart. "This is backlash." Ye Feng was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. This was the first time he had seen a backlash. To be honest, this scene was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The person who was hit by the backlash wailed incessantly. He also knew the pain in his body the best. It was a shocking sight. Almost at the same time, Ye Feng realized that Li Ruyan had disappeared. He turned around and found that she had already appeared beside Zhang Hao. The other teachers present also rushed over to help when they saw this. They used special methods to forcefully suppress the backlash. Then, Zhang Hao was sent to the school's treatment room for further observation. If he was lucky and the symbiote body was successfully removed, then Zhang Hao could become an ordinary person again. At the very least, he could still survive. If he was slightly unlucky, then he would basically be cold. After settling it, Li Ruyan returned to Ye Feng's side. Almost every year, there will be people who think that they are the chosen one. There are also many people who seek death and forcefully fuse with a powerful symbiote body. But reality is often very cruel. As she spoke, Li Ruyan paused for a moment and said, "There is a medicine that is suitable for the first 3 days of the rejection period. It is called the Strengthening and Stabilizing Mixture. Taking it can greatly reduce the side effects of the rejection period. However, the price can be very expensive. The market price of this medicine was not cheap. Even the cheapest one was more than 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Li Ruyan naturally knew Ye Feng's family situation. A bottle of medicine that was more than 100,000 yuan was not something an ordinary family could afford. Looking at Ye Feng, who was hesitating, she thought for a moment and said, "If you are not feeling well these few days, remember to contact me immediately." He did not expect that after transmigrating, his beautiful teacher would still treat him so well. Looking at the back of Li Ruyan in the distance, Ye Feng was also very touched. Chapter 3, Evolution, Sequence Awakening. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. According to teacher, the rejection reaction on the first day is the most difficult to endure. I don't know if I'll be able to endure it tonight. Back at home, Ye Feng felt the changes in his body. Other than bringing a hint of coolness, he did not feel anything special. In the courtyard, there was a hall and 2 side rooms. Other than that, there was no furniture. It was a compliment to say that the house was bare. This kind of standard of living was already considered very backward in this era. Ye Feng's parents had retired and were originally at the age of enjoying life. But during this period of time, they had found another job as a servant. It was to prepare expensive nutrients for his weak body after symbiosis. Among the people, the one that was most widely recommended was the strengthening and stabilizing mixture that his teacher spoke of. It could greatly reduce the rejection reaction and increase the strength of symbiosis. But the price was very expensive. In the lobby. Feng here. His father took out a small bottle wrapped in layers of linen from the box in his hand and handed it to Ye Feng. This is. Ye Feng slowly removed the linen and a small bottle of crystal clear medicine emitting a faint blue light entered his sight. It was actually a strengthening and stabilizing mixture. What surprised Ye Feng was that his parents actually bought a bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture for him. This medicine took us a lot of effort to get it from your uncle. His father looked at Ye Feng and was very gratified. His parents took out their life savings and pulled a lot of strings to buy a bottle. After learning that his son's symbiotic body was a slime, he was not too disappointed. Instead, he comforted him. It's okay. Although the symbiotic body is not very good, there are so many opportunities now. I believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely achieve something. What the symbiotic body was no longer important. At least, becoming a symbiote was already the greatest pride of the family. Looking at his father's loving gaze, Ye Feng felt extremely guilty. His father and mother were both ordinary people. The entire family had groomed Ye Feng as a symbiote. In their view, Ye Feng was the pride of the entire family. In the symbiosis era, the symbiote represented the future. Ordinary people would forever be ordinary people and could only serve as logistics. Only the symbiotes were truly superior. As the only hope of his family, Ye Feng knew that only when he became strong would he be worthy of his hard-working parents. One day, I will definitely let you live a good life, Ye Feng vowed in his heart to work hard. Returning to his room, Ye Feng began to familiarize himself with his abilities. According to the world view here, there was almost no cultivation method in this world. And naturally, there weren't any secret manuals or cultivation methods. Because everyone's symbiotic bodies were different. In thousands of worlds and countless species, the probability of people living together with the same creature was even harder than winning the lottery. Therefore, there was usually only one common cultivation method. That was to absorb spiritual energy. This was the most common and most fundamental cultivation method. To find his own method, he could only rely on himself to adjust and try bit by bit. Opening the internet, logging into the browser, and looking at the information from Google, the eager Ye Feng suddenly thought of the system. With a thought, he asked, "System, can you help me deduce the most suitable cultivation method for me?" Ding, the cultivation method has begun to be deduced. According to the host's situation, the symbiotic constitution will be adjusted. The deduction is complete. This deduction totals 45 million times. The cultivation method that is most suitable for the host has been successfully deduced. Following a series of notifications from the system, a cultivation method that was exclusive to him surged into Ye Feng's mind. Looking at the cultivation content on it, Ye Feng began to try to cultivate. In just 30 seconds, he successfully absorbed the spiritual energy into his body. In just 5 minutes, he skillfully refined the spiritual energy. *CK, this cultivation method is really awesome. Other people might not be able to find the most suitable cultivation method in their entire life. For extraordinary experts, the fastest would take a few hours. But I only used 10 minutes. This speed is simply too fast. From the deduction until now, only 10 minutes had passed. Feeling the churning power in his body, this unprecedented feeling made Ye Feng extremely excited. One had to say, it was still better to use cheats. Ye Feng continued to cultivate. Feeling the slime's weak and energetic power. System, help me deduce what other benefits this strengthening and stabilizing mixture can bring to me besides stabilizing the symbiotic body. Ye Feng tried to ask the system. After all, this bottle of potion was expensive, and he could not just drink it. If he drank something bad, the consequences would not be worth it. Now that he had a system that no one else had, of course he had to maximize its effects. Ding! Deduction complete. Currently, the host's symbiotic body awakening direction is divided into 6 sequences. According to the symbiotic body's situation, the host can only choose one sequence to awaken. But after taking the mixture, the host can choose 2 sequences to awaken. After the spiritual energy in his body reached a certain level, a light blue panel suddenly opened. Sequence. Ye Feng looked at the information displayed on the panel in surprise. Perception, Devour, Split, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution. Perception, your ability to sense danger and opportunities has greatly increased. Devour, you can devour existences smaller than your own body size, expand your own body size, and obtain the ability of the devoured. Split, you can split the main body into several sub-bodies, each sub-body retaining part of the ability of the main body. Regeneration, your recovery ability of all attributes is greatly increased, and at the same time, your adaptability is rapidly increased. Mimicry, you can imitate the shape, characteristics, and even strength of other species. Evolution, your symbiotic body evolves faster, and every time it evolves, it is possible to awaken new abilities, and to a certain extent, feed back to the main body. Looking at the long list of explanations displayed above, Ye Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. Although the ability of a slime in the early stages was indeed not strong, when it developed in the later stages, all kinds of sequences were extremely powerful existences. The reason why the people thought that a slime was a useless species was very likely that they could not deduce the sequence of a slime awakening at all. If they were to see these 6 sequences, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the various sequences, Ye Feng did not know how to choose for a while. He felt that they were all quite powerful and wanted them all, but he could only choose 2 of them. Ye Feng was rather hesitant when it came to the first awakening sequence. System, help me deduce which 2 sequences are suitable for me. Ding! Begin deduction. In the current situation, the host is most suitable to choose perception and split. Since there are no advantages in the early stages of slimes, perception and split can increase one's defensive ability more effectively. Ye Feng nodded. Indeed, the current him could not blindly seek strength. He had to ensure his own safety first so that he would have more opportunities to develop. Unlike other symbiotes, slimes in the early stages did not have much offensive ability and did not have much advantage. Therefore, Ye Feng needed more time now. There was a total of 6 awakening sequences. In the future, he would have more time to develop. If he walked through all of the sequences, he would be a strong existence. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not say anything and took the mixture and gulped it down. In the next moment, a burning sensation that came from within instantly covered his entire body. WTF! Ye Feng panicked and stood up. Recalling the backlash that happened at school this morning, there was also a burning effect. However, this effect did not last long. Then, a very comfortable feeling spread out. It was like bathing in a spring, a cool feeling blowing through his entire body. Is this the advantage of having high compatibility? I didn't even have to do anything. The mixture was naturally absorbed. Ye Feng sighed. This was also the first time that he could feel the slime's strength in his body being so docile. Ding! Congratulations, host, the perception sequence has been successfully awakened. Your danger perception has been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, the split sequence has been successfully awakened. You have obtained the split ability. Ding! your split sequence has awoken an additional talent skill, Goddess Scattering Flowers. Chapter 4, Training officially began. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Holy **T, awesome. He actually awakened an additional talent skill. Goddess Scattering Flowers, this name sounded pretty good. Perhaps it was because of the max compatibility, so he could awaken an additional talent skill. Therefore, choosing a slime was an extremely correct decision. Let's see how the skill works. Ye Feng willed and stretched out his right hand, activating the skill split. In the next moment, a sticky, translucent solid liquid immediately appeared in his hand. These were the sub-bodies of the slime's main body. As the number of splits increased, the ability would also gradually disperse along with the number of splits. In other words, the more splits there were, the weaker the ability of each sub-body would be, because they divided the main body's ability equally. Ye Feng was also surprised to find that he could only split 10 sub-bodies at most now, and each sub-body divided exactly 10% of the power of the main body equally. It seems that if I want to split more slimes, I can only improve the split sequence through cultivation, Ye Feng muttered as he casually threw the slimes in his hand onto the ground. As a creature that did not have an independent consciousness and only had survival instincts, after Ye Feng's symbiosis, he was surprised to find that he was actually able to form a faint connection with these 10 slime sub-bodies. The simplest and most basic ability. Shared vision. Although using the current weak connection, he could only see a mosaic-like image. But for Ye Feng at this stage, it was enough. At least it was better than nothing. This ability alone was enough to instantly max out Ye Feng's reconnaissance ability. Moreover, the slime had excellent physical resistance. Normal physical attacks would be cancelled out by the slime's slimy physique. And physical attacks that exceeded a certain limit would directly split the slime. Most importantly, the slime's slimy physique was invincible to creatures smaller than him. In other words, as long as the slime was enlarged, it would be invincible. Just by getting close to the slime, it would be stuck to the slime. Then, it would slowly wrap itself around using the jelly-like body, digesting and absorbing it. It would be completely unable to cause any damage to the slime. Furthermore, there were 6 other sequences in the slime, and one of them was the devour sequence. It could devour an existence smaller than itself, expand its body size, and obtain the ability of the devoured. However, it was clear that Ye Feng had yet to awaken this sequence. Early the next morning, Ye Feng, who had been cultivating the entire night, opened his eyes in excitement. He had not slept the entire night, but he did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he was full of energy. What the f***ck? Ye Feng suddenly realized that his entire body was sticky. He was too engrossed in the cultivation process last night, so he only realized it now. Could it be that the cultivation process caused excessive secretion of body fluid? Was it because of the slime? Ye Feng did not understand, but he did not take it seriously. This also meant that he had already fused with the symbiotic body to a rather satisfactory level. It could bring about huge changes to the body. After casually washing up, taking a hot bath, and washing up all the mucus, he got up and went to school. Was Who No. 2 High School, Central Playground. There were already many people who had come in advance to wait. But compared to the number of people who had passed through the symbiotic pool yesterday, there were still pitifully few people who had come to school at this time. The reason why many people couldn't come was also very simple. It could be because they were badly affected by the backlash and were forced to apply for leave to rest at home. It could also be because of the effects of the rejection period, torturing them until they couldn't come to the school at all. But Ye Feng's condition was very good. He had never even felt so refreshed before. Those who were able to come to the school were generally not affected. There were also quite a number of people who gathered together to discuss their cultivation experiences. Although they were classmates, Ye Feng did not have much interaction with them. He was also too lazy to join in the fun. Taking advantage of the teacher's absence, Ye Feng found a corner and sat down to rest. Ye Feng, how did you feel last night? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the front. Ye Feng raised his head to look. A woman in professional attire with long black silk leggings was standing in front of him, staring at him with concern. Teacher, I felt very good. Ye Feng chuckled, looking very relaxed. Li Ruyan looked at Ye Feng and smiled too. It's good that you're fine. You're already very outstanding. In the next practical combat test, you just need to perform well. Do everything within your ability. There's no need to work too hard. Ye Feng nodded. Generally speaking, on the second day after the symbiosis, the school would arrange for students to undergo practical combat training. The initial practical combat training was usually just a small-scale terrestrial biological training hall. The training hall would simulate various practical combat environments. And Ye Feng and the others also needed to enter the training hall to undergo the symbiosis adaptability training. This is equivalent to a test. If you obtain a good score and enter the top 3 of the training competition, you will receive a very good reward, Li Ruyan continued to explain. The reward for first place was a top-grade soul-gathering pill. This pill was simply an excellent tonic for early-stage symbiotic cultivators. After taking it, for a long period of time, it would greatly increase one's various attributes. One had to know that the manufacturing process of the soul-gathering pill was very strict. Even an ordinary soul-gathering pill was not something that an ordinary person could possess, not to mention a top-grade soul-gathering pill. The second prize was the Xian turtle shell, a very expensive medicinal ingredient. The third prize was to an upgrade fruit, permanently improving the acuity. Listening to Li Ruyan's explanation, Ye Feng became more and more excited. The prizes for the top 3 in the training competition were very tempting to him, especially the soul-gathering pill. It was a dreamlike effect, with all the attributes added over a long period of time. Not to mention Ye Feng, even the teachers of Wuzhou No. 2 High School were drooling over the soul-gathering pill. Li Ruyan seemed to have seen Ye Feng's excited expression and said worriedly, "Your symbiosis body doesn't have any offensive attributes. Don't force it." "Teacher, I understand." Ye Feng nodded very seriously. Ye Feng naturally knew his own ability. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't have the chance. But he was someone with a system. No matter what, he had to give it a try. "Good, go for it. Teacher is waiting for your good news." After cheering Ye Feng up, Li Ruyan turned around and left. This training match gave Ye Feng a chance to fight in actual combat. He had awakened 2 sequence abilities, but up until now, he had yet to truly use them. Not long after, the school broadcast sounded. "Attention, students! 10 minutes to opening." The environment of the training ground is very complicated. Entering the training ground is like entering a real battle environment. The death rate and injury rate are extremely high. If some students are not ready, they can apply to leave. Please leave the training ground within the countdown. I repeat, 10 minutes to opening. Although many students on the field had been affected by the backlash, there were still quite a number of students in the entire 3rd grade. As more and more students left the field, the countdown ended. All the teachers retreated to the observation room. In the sky above the field, a dazzling beam of light appeared out of nowhere. After a flash, all the students on the playground disappeared. Training officially began. Chapter 5, Full Perception. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Symbiote 123123, welcome to Hall 88. There's still half an hour before the protective barrier closes. You have half an hour to make adjustments. Of course, you can also leave early. But before that, please put on this bracelet. Hall 88. A light yellow energy halo enveloped Ye Feng, occasionally emitting the sizzling sound of electricity. A breeze blew past, bringing with it a trace of coolness. As the strong light disappeared, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him really entered his sight. Vines surrounded this place, and countless towering trees rose from the ground. The moist air was mixed with the fishy smell of the soil. It could be seen that this was a very large primitive forest. Since we can leave early, let's go. Ye Feng was in a good condition and did not need to rest at all. He chose to enter the training hall early. Ye Feng put on the bracelet and took a look. A lot of parameters immediately appeared on the bracelet. They were all about his physical condition and the ranking list and other parameters. Just as he stepped out of the protective barrier, the sound of a broadcast rang in his ears again. Please note that your next training will be broadcasted live. Please begin your training. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment. He did not think that this training competition would need to be broadcasted live the entire time. But thinking about it, it was obvious that this was everyone's first time entering the training competition in the training hall. The simulated environment here was all real. In other words, this was the real battle environment. The slightest carelessness could easily lead to accidents. Every year, many students would be seriously injured, and some would even die as a result. Therefore, through the wristband, it could provide real-time feedback on the students' physical conditions. The live broadcast could also allow the teachers to rescue them at the first opportunity. Moreover, this was, after all, a training competition. And it was not only the teachers who were paying attention. There were also quite a number of higher education institutions that had come over and used points as one of the ways to select the best candidates for admission. Normally, the top 3 in the training competition would be fought over by the various universities and would be directly exempted from the entrance examination. After Ye Feng stepped out of the protective barrier, everything became very noisy. The sound of birds chirping, the sound of water flowing. The air was also mixed with the smell of corruption and dirt. Now, it could be considered as the official start. Ye Feng was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he found a relatively hidden place, closed his eyes, and willed. Perception fully activated. This training hall was not small and could accommodate up to 10,000 students. Everyone's starting point was different. The distance was very far, and there was no situation where they would pair up at the beginning. Therefore, from the start, many people left before the protective barrier disappeared. That was because they all wanted to get more points. Although the training competition this time was 1 month long, the conditions for getting points were very harsh. They could use medicinal herbs to reach a certain value, and they could add points. Another could increase one's score by cultivating. And the most direct and violent method was to kill xenogenic creatures. But this was also the most dangerous method. Most people would choose to find lower-level creatures to kill. That was why Li Ruan had always stressed to Ye Feng that he had to be careful. For creatures like slime that were born without vision, perception was like a pair of clairvoyant eyes. Although they could not see anything, they could sense objects with extreme sensitivity. As long as it was a living thing, Ye Feng could sense it. It was like a bat's sonar. Although it did not have a vision, it could be distinguished by its color. A living being was yellow. The more obvious the yellow, the stronger the living being's ability was, and the greater the danger. As for non-living beings, they were all white. As Ye Feng continued to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, his perception was also turned to its maximum. In a short while, Ye Feng understood a little of the situation around him. After confirming the safety of his surroundings, Ye Feng could not help but smile. The environment of the primitive forest was complicated. Many creatures had their own camouflage colors, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to their prey. This was also something that the other students had to pay close attention to. But to Ye Feng, what bulsh *T camouflage colors? In front of perception, they were completely exposed. A gentle breeze blew past. Several kilometers away, on a towering ancient tree that was dozens of meters tall, Ye Feng discovered his first creature in the training hall. A mutated giant saber mantis was crouching on the tree, accumulating energy and waiting to be released. It seemed to be waiting for its prey to take the bait. One could tell from the spiritual energy it was emitting. This was a giant saber mantis of a rather high level. It had the strength of an E+. Its shape was just as its name suggested. The pair of incomparably large mantis blades on its chest was exceptionally sharp. A light breeze blew past. Under the support of releasing his perception to the maximum, Ye Feng could clearly sense that the light breeze had actually been split into two. Good heavens, if I were to be sliced by this pair of mantis blades, it would be the end, Ye Feng muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Seeing the giant saber mantis that was located tens of meters above the ground made Ye Feng ignore the fact that there were actually a few students who were actually confronting it. The auras of these students were simply insignificant compared to the giant saber mantis. There was no chance of winning. But Ye Feng did not act rashly. After sensing the surrounding environment for a few miles, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Through his perception ability, he could confirm that his ability could only cover an area of about 10 kilometers. Beyond that was the misty area, which was an area he could not explore. The most powerful creature here seems to be the mutated giant saber mantis. There are also many other low-level creatures. Moreover, there are no resources here. I can only go deeper into the misty area and explore more. Unfortunately, my slime doesn't have any offensive ability. I can only stay here slowly, depending on the situation. Ye Feng analyzed. After all, his perception could only achieve a blurry vision. For a creature's aura to be powerful, it was only a very vague concept. However, he still had the split skill. He could use the split slime sub-body to first enter the misty area to scout the way. With a thought, Ye Feng split the slime into 10. This was also his current limit. With a wave of his right hand, 10 little slimes jumped up and set off in 10 different directions. Now, I only need to wait until the little slime has explored the misty area before I set off. Ye Feng muttered and began the first step of his plan. In a short while, he arrived at a cave. Just now, through his perception, he knew that there was a very hidden dark cave here. Not only was there a large amount of moss and fungi, but there were also many unknown fruits. Moreover, Ye Feng also knew he could use all these things. Through the eating of the slime, there would be different effects. Just as he walked in, he saw that the cave was covered with moss everywhere. The small red fruits that grew on top of it looked particularly tempting. Although some of it contained trace amounts of poison, it would not kill him. However, if he ate it, it would definitely bring him unexpected gains. He had to weigh the pros and cons. Ye Feng made up his mind and directly grabbed a handful of the fruit and crazily swallowed it. Chapter 6, Awakening Once Again. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Black. After eating the fruit, a sour and astringent feeling immediately filled his mouth. His tongue went numb from the inside to the outside. He did not feel good at all. However, the effect that followed made Ye Feng secretly happy. Eating. Agility +1. Eating. Vitality +1. Just eating a bunch of berries could increase so many points. An attribute panel was immediately summoned. Ye Feng. Symbiosis body, slime. Body size, 2%. Subsidiary bodies, 10. Attributes, Strength 0.5, Agility 5, Vitality 7, Spirit 2.5. Sequence, Perception, Split. Skill, Goddess Scattering Flowers. Looking at his own attributes, Ye Feng was quite satisfied. One had to know that just by eating, he could increase all aspects of his attributes. Moreover, Ye Feng could feel that the slime's body size had also become slightly bigger after eating. The slime that was originally only the size of a palm had now grown by a whole circle. And this was only the gain from eating a bunch of berries. The speed of the increase was too fast. Ye Feng was overjoyed. This cave was not small. The deeper he went in, the more plants there were. If he swallowed all of them, the speed of the increase would definitely be another surprise. After tasting the sweetness, Ye Feng no longer had the previous worries. He grabbed another bunch of berries and stuffed them into his mouth. Eating. Agility +1. Eating. Strength +0.5. Eating. Vitality +2. Under the constant notifications, Ye Feng's eating speed became faster and faster. After eating the fruits, he realized that the surrounding fruits had been swept clean. He immediately turned around to look for the mushrooms on the ground. After the mushrooms were eaten, he started to look for the moss on the ground. After a few minutes, Ye Feng swept away all the plants at the cave entrance. Then, through his perception, Ye Feng continued to walk deeper into the cave. Every place he went to, all the edible things in that place were stuffed into his mouth. Verb. Ye Feng, who was still not satisfied, looked at the squirming mutated earthworm under the moss and immediately grinned happily. I haven't tasted what an earthworm tastes like yet. Ye Feng picked up an earthworm and directly put it into his mouth. Master Bei didn't lie to me. It really is chicken flavored. Ye Feng swallowed one and still tasted it with relish. Eating. Body size +0.001%. Hearing the system's reminder, Ye Feng was happy. It seems that only by eating meat can the body size increase faster. Maybe it was because of the similarity. The effect was more obvious than devouring other monsters. Because the cave was always dark and the inside was very humid, there were abnormally many mutated earthworms. If one opened a piece of land, there would be several earthworms underneath. He found this. Ye Feng then dug out more mutated earthworms from the ground and put them all into his mouth. Eating. Body size +0.001%. Eating. Body size +0.0034%. Finally, half an hour later, the last mutated earthworm was put into Ye Feng's mouth. As long as it was edible, the whole cave was eaten up by Ye Feng. It was so bare that it was hard to imagine what happened here. At this moment, Ye Feng's face was getting paler. Cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. Oh no, the poison is coming. Ye Feng could feel that the food he ate just now had some poison in it. Now that the poison had accumulated, it was starting to take effect. Although it was painful, it was all worth it. Looking at his attribute panel, Ye Feng was also filled with joy. Ye Feng. Symbiosis body, slime. Body size, 5%. Subsidiary bodies, 10. Attributes, Strength 1.5, Agility 10, Vitality 17, Spirit 15. Sequence, Perception, Split. Skill, Goddess Scattering Flowers. After eating these things, Ye Feng received quite a lot of benefits. All his attributes had been greatly strengthened. At the same time, Ye Feng could also clearly feel that his body was constantly changing. After enduring for a few minutes, all kinds of poisons came up, and Ye Feng's head felt heavy. He couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. Forcing himself to come to the corner, Ye Feng used his perception to check his surroundings one last time. After confirming that there was no danger, only then did Ye Feng fall into a deep sleep. When Ye Feng woke up from his slumber, he discovered that his body had undergone a huge change. Whether it was his physique or his agility, compared to before he swallowed the food, it had already improved by too much. He felt the new changes in his body. Ye Feng was extremely satisfied. Most importantly, the slime's body had also become stronger. And now, when Ye Feng summoned the slime again, it had already become as big as 5 basketballs. At this moment, the crisp system notification sounded again. Ding! You have devoured enough monsters. A new sequence has been awakened for you. Ding! The regeneration sequence has been successfully awakened. The host's recovery of all attributes has been greatly increased. The host has obtained a rapid increase in adaptive constitution. A series of system notifications. Ye Feng was shocked, but he was also pleasantly surprised. He realized that he did not need to increase his combat ability at all. Just by eating, he could improve himself. Ye Feng realized that the reason why he accidentally awakened regeneration was because he swallowed the monsters in the cave. Especially the mutated earthworm, which directly activated the slime's regeneration skill. I finally understand why there are so many sequences in the slime. Although it's beginning to be weak, its potential is truly enormous. Just by eating, I can improve the corresponding abilities. If I keep eating, one day in the future, won't I be able to easily break through the S rank and become a legendary symbiote that attracts the world's attention? Ye Feng began to fantasize about his slime reaching the top of the symbiote ranking. Finally, he would become a legendary symbiote and lead all the symbiotes on Earth to fight against the crisis together. Of course, these were all just fantasies. From the looks of it, everything had just begun. The most important thing now was to improve himself as soon as possible. As long as he could get through the early stages, he would be able to better search for opportunities. However, the current him was still not suitable for battle. After all, the slime did not feel aggressive. Thinking of this, Ye Feng fell into deep thought. Staying in the early stages and slowly developing was fine, but if he wanted to find resources, he had to fight for them himself. Regardless of his past life or present life, Ye Feng's family was extremely poor. It was impossible for them to provide resources. For Ye Feng, the resources that he could obtain the most were looking at the place where he was sitting. This training hall is the best resource for me. So, for the month-long training competition, I have to eat as much as possible. The ability in his body surged. After the slime's body expanded, Ye Feng discovered that he could split more sub-bodies. Originally, he could split 10 sub-bodies, but now he could split 15. He never thought that the ability of this sequence would give him so much improvement. What a surprise! Chapter 7, King Cobra. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. I've collected one round. With so many grass roots, it should be enough for me to eat. In the cave, Ye Feng put the grass roots he had collected together. With the regeneration sequence, Ye Feng was no longer afraid of being paralyzed by the poison until he fell asleep. The grass growing in the cave absorbed all kinds of elements in the cave all year round, so the poison was the easiest to accumulate. And this grass root was also the main culprit that made Ye Feng numb. Moreover, there was another benefit of regeneration. Every time Ye Feng was poisoned, whether it was numbness, poison, blindness, or slowness, it would improve his poison resistance. The increase in his poison resistance was also a further improvement. After all, this was a primitive forest, so miasma toxins could be seen everywhere. Plants that were slightly more colorful were 100% poisonous. But the deeper one went, the stronger the toxins became. Just a slight touch would cause the entire body to go numb. At best, one would faint, and at worst, one would feel death beckoning on the spot. But the slime's poison resistance was enhanced, so Ye Feng was not afraid of any toxins here. This was also the most amazing thing about the slime. It was the most direct way to eat what was good for him. With this ability, Ye Feng became even more unbridled, directly sweeping away almost all the edible food in the cave. After swallowing a grass root, Ye Feng's entire body instantly warmed up, and his movements suddenly slowed down. This was the first time he felt that his body was undergoing a drastic change. Not long after, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special attribute Poison Immunity. Congratulations, host, your physique has received a substantial increase. Seeing the system notification, Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. This was simply timely help. This special attribute came at the right time. No matter what he ate in the future, he was not afraid of being poisoned to the point of fainting. In the next moment, a very obvious energy fluctuation surged out from within, and the body of the slime's main body grew once again. Yefeng. Symbiosis body, slime. Body size, 9%. Subsidiary bodies, 18. Attributes, Strength 1.5, Agility 10, Vitality 25, Spirit 15. Special attributes, Poison immunity. Sequence, Perception, Split, Regeneration. Skill, Goddess scattering flowers. Looking at the attribute panel, Yefeng was pleasantly surprised to find that his slime main body had actually grown to 9% of its original size. What kind of concept was this? A slime that was the size of a small duck suddenly grew and matured. Its body size flipped and soared. In other words, Yefeng could easily devour small creatures in the future. As he grew in size, Yefeng immediately used his split sequence. As expected, the number of sub-bodies increased again as a result of the increase in size. From 15 to 18. Except for the 10 slime sub-bodies he sent out to explore in the first place, he now has 8 that he can deploy at will. And because of the regeneration sequence, the current slime bodies were now equipped with a certain degree of defense. Even if they encountered danger, there was still a certain probability that they would be able to escape. Looking at the little slimes jumping on the ground, Yefeng was extremely happy. He began to seriously plan his next move. It had been quite some time since the slime sub-bodies had been distributed to explore. Through his perception, Yefeng knew that roughly 1/5 of the forest's field of vision was currently under his surveillance. Although it was a mosaic-like image, it did not affect his reconnaissance at all. As long as he wanted to, finding small creatures and then devouring them was a very easy matter. Yefeng also had a rough understanding of his current state. First of all, he could not avoid a battle no matter what. However, his current combat ability was really not strong, so he had to devour more creatures as soon as possible to further strengthen himself. Moreover, splitting the slime sub-bodies wouldn't consume Yefeng's spiritual energy. Only when the slime sub-body was destroyed and in the process of recovering would he consume a portion of his spiritual energy. Of course, with the support of the slime sub-body's regeneration sequence, its defensive ability also greatly increased. Therefore, generally speaking, it wouldn't be so easy for something to happen. My field of vision has already covered 1/5 of the area, and the chances of finding resources are much greater than other students. So, I have a better chance of evolving. But as my sub-bodies spread out more widely, I will definitely be discovered, and it is very likely that my whereabouts will be exposed. As a very cautious person, Yefeng did not want to expose himself too early. Yefeng touched his chin and suddenly thought of a better way. Since his strength was not enough to cover the entire map, then why didn't he focus his vision on a certain area? From the full coverage strategy, he changed it to focus on a certain area. This way, not only could he survey his vision more effectively, but he could also ensure that the area was 100% under his control. After clearing out all the creatures that could be devoured in one area, he would move to the next area. From there, he could slowly become stronger. After that, even if an even bigger mutant creature appeared, he would be fearless. System, how's my plan? Yefeng naturally felt that his plan was perfect. But since he had such an awesome deduction system, he naturally had to let the system judge him. Optimal plan. Almost at the same time, the system gave an answer. Hearing the optimal plan, Yefeng jumped with joy. This kind of plan might be very despicable to other students because it would be unfair for them if he directly cleaned up an entire area without changing the total amount of resources. But this was a training competition, and the winner was king. There were naturally not that many restrictions. Even if the teachers saw this scene, they would not interfere. Then with me as the center, spread to 1/10 of the entire map. Yefeng's thoughts moved, and he gave new orders to the 10 little slimes that were exploring outside. After the little slimes received the order, they relied on Yefeng's powerful perception ability to quickly mark out the area. But in the next moment, it made Yefeng break out in cold sweat. His perception was very strong at this time, and a great danger was approaching. Yefeng immediately gathered the 8 little slimes and surrounded himself, getting into a defensive position. Not long after they gathered, Yefeng heard a hissing sound. In the next moment, a huge figure appeared, and in almost an instant, it surrounded Yefeng. The bewitching vertical pupils revealed an extremely cold and sinister power. At this moment, Yefeng felt as if someone was strangling his neck, and his breathing became extremely rapid. What the h*ll, why is there such a huge snake here? Yefeng released his perception. Only then did he realize that this cave was actually its nest. There was actually poison surrounding this place, and Yefeng had always felt that it was strange. However, this was his first time entering the training hall, after all, so he did not know anything about the outside environment. He Veli thought that this was the unique aura of this place. In fact, this was all the spiritual energy that the king cobra was emitting. Looking at the king cobra's belly, it looked like it was half full. It had set off to look for food before, and now it had just returned. Looking at the king cobra's bewitching vertical pupils, its tongue kept spitting, and its saliva was on the ground. It was obvious that it had eaten something outside, but it was not full yet and was about to search for food again. Although Yefeng did not have much attack power, his defense was not a joke. Looking at the king cobra, Yefeng was very calm at the moment. He thought, if I swallow this king cobra, wouldn't I be taking a fast train to level up? Just as he was thinking, the king cobra suddenly showed 2 huge fangs, so fast that it was about to pounce on him. Regeneration fully opened. Chapter 8, The Opportunity Has Come. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Shiu. Under the rapid circulation of regeneration, Yefeng's agility and speed had greatly increased. The instant it pounced over, Yefeng easily dodged it. That pair of incomparably large venomous fangs slashed across a distance of fewer than 10 centimeters from Yefeng's body. In that instant, Yefeng felt the king cobra's terrifying spiritual energy. This guy's level is actually E. Yefeng thought to himself as his body continuously circulated his spiritual energy. One had to know that when they first started exploring the map, there were already 3 to 4 students confronting an FN giant saber mantis. Moreover, their odds of winning were not high because the 2 were not even on the same level. Even if there were more people, under that incomparably large and sharp giant saber mantis, it was only a one-on-one effort. That was only an FN creature, yet it had such powerful strength. The king cobra in front of him was even higher in level than the giant saber mantis. Facing such a powerful mutated creature, Yefeng did not seem to panic at all. But in his heart, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Hiss! The king cobra let out a low roar, and its 7 to 8 meter long body surged again, charging toward Yefeng at an unimaginable speed. A huge wave of hostility came towards Yefeng. The moist soil in the cave was forcefully crushed by the king cobra's huge twisting force, forming an extremely deep ravine. This stance, if any student participating in the training competition were to experience it personally, there would be many people who would be scared to death. The huge body continued to crawl. Yefeng felt the constantly shaking ground. The king cobra was a cold-blooded animal. Its bones were filled with a bloodthirsty aura. The cold killing intent would make even the giant saber mantis tremble in fear. Boom! The huge impact caused the entire cave to tremble. The king cobra was able to cause so much damage just by pouncing over. Seeing this, Yefeng did not dare to continue to confront it. After all, he did not have any offensive means at the moment. He could only rely on dodging to slowly exhaust the king cobra's strength before he had the chance to take the next step. The king cobra's speed increased, but due to its large size, it was unable to fully display its abilities in the narrow cave. For Ye Feng, this was also an excellent place. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The king cobra was furious when it missed another attack. In the next moment, it kept shaking its body and immediately released waves of poisonous fog. This was the king cobra's ability. It could release poisonous fog through its body and paralyze its prey. The lower-level creatures were like prey trapped in a bottomless swamp once they came into contact with this poisonous fog, unable to break free. Ye Feng was fearless. When he smelled the poisonous fog, he did not panic. In such a narrow space, even if he knew it was poisonous gas, there was no way to dodge it. If the king cobra were to pounce, due to the terrain's restrictions and Ye Feng's heightened sensitivity, it would still be relatively easy to dodge. But after a while, he felt that something was not right. His body began to slow down. He was paralyzed. His regeneration was fully activated. Even if the poisonous gas were to invade, he would be able to reduce it by 70 to 80%. But the remaining 10 to 20% still made things difficult for him. Compared to the king cobra, its level was not low. It only had the strength of an E. If it was outside the cave and there was no terrain to restrict its figure, Ye Feng would not be able to deal with it like this. The king cobra's speed increased. Boom! After a loud explosion, dust was raised and the surrounding cave walls were directly pierced through. Under the rock walls, there was a pool of fresh blood. Ye Feng's shoulder was directly pierced through by the venomous fangs. Just by a hair's breadth, Ye Feng's heart was almost gone. Facing such a ferocious beast's bite, Ye Feng's expression did not change. He was forcefully carried down. At such a close distance, he seemed to have smelled blood other than his own. Perhaps not long ago, this fellow had eaten some kind of creature outside. In the next second, the huge snake head lifted up. The bewitching vertical pupils flickered with threads of red light. The huge long tongue continued to swallow and spit, emitting low hissing sounds as if it was mocking Ye Feng's weakness. Ye Feng dodged to the side. At the same time, he activated Split, gathering all 8 little slimes once again. Although the little slimes were only the size of a palm, they could quickly gather and even block as a shield. Because of regeneration, the overall defensive ability of the slimes had been greatly enhanced. The king cobra itself was extremely poisonous. The greatest poison was not the poisonous fog that had nowhere to hide, but its pile of extremely sharp venomous fangs. After Ye Feng was bitten, the pain and burning sensation all came at once. A creature like the king cobra was also common in Ye Feng's high school curriculum. The teacher once said that the king cobra's poison would kill within 5 steps after being touched. However, this was not unsolvable. Within 100 steps of a venomous snake's existence, there would definitely be an antidote. As for Ye Feng, he had already swallowed all the edible things in the cave. In other words, Ye Feng had already taken the antidote. Coupled with regeneration's own ability, no matter how strong the king cobra's poison was, it was unable to penetrate Ye Feng's body in the slightest. The burning sensation only lasted for a short while. Then, it immediately disappeared. Ye Feng used his spiritual energy and felt that his body was fine, so he was confident. As the regeneration was further released, every time the king cobra pounced on him, Ye Feng did not dodge anymore. He sat down directly and began to cultivate. He only mobilized a few small slimes to protect his important organs. The other parts of his body were attacked by the king cobra. The pain and burning sensation covered his entire body for a moment. The poison could not reach Ye Feng. At most, it would hurt a little. But at the same time, the more Ye Feng was bitten, the higher the improvement he received. Every time he was bitten, with the recovery ability of regeneration, the wound healed almost instantly. And as the degree of damage he received increased, the healing speed also increased exponentially. The speed of the venomous fang's invasion was never as fast as Ye Feng's healing speed. This was also why Ye Feng did not need to dodge. Being attacked. Defensive ability is slowly increasing. Being attacked. Vitality +1. Being attacked. Vitality +2. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng looked at his attribute panel and could not help but smile. The king cobra continued to bite down, but Ye Feng was still safe and sound. It was already surprised, but when it saw that Ye Feng was still smiling foolishly, it could not help but be angry. Hiss! With an angry roar, the king cobra collapsed to the ground. Its aura was no longer as fierce as before. Instead, it was in a very bad state. Ye Feng calculated the time. It had already been 5 to 6 hours. During this time, Ye Feng continued to cultivate. His various attributes had increased quite a bit. Under the continuous circulation of regeneration, his condition was getting better and better. He saw the king cobra crouching on the ground. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth rose. He had been waiting for this moment. Now, it was his turn to counterattack. 8 little slimes were instantly released. Although they did not have much attack power, the king cobra saw a few little things flying towards it, so it still swallowed them in its mouth. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng smiled. Chapter 9, Kill the King Cobra, the list appears. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng let the slimes into the snake's belly on purpose. Snakes don't usually chew, so the 8 slimes remained intact and entered the belly of the king cobra. Inside the belly of the king cobra, the 8 slimes immediately shared their vision to expand Ye Feng's field of vision. Although the level was low and he could only see mosaic-like images, it was enough because each slime sub-body could obtain an equal main body's ability. Therefore, Ye Feng could activate his perception ability in these little slime bodies. In other words, in the king cobra's belly. Ye Feng could accurately find the place he wanted to go. And his target was the abdomen. His perception told him that the slimes had already entered the king cobra's stomach. At this time, the king cobra was not different. It was only panting heavily in its mouth. It seemed to be exhausted. Because it had been biting for a long time, its mouth could no longer open. Its very thick body collapsed on the ground. It looked very comical. It was hard to imagine that an creature was now lying on the ground obediently like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But it was still an creature after all. Ye Feng could clearly sense that a large amount of spiritual energy was continuously gathering on the king cobra's body, and its physical strength was also rapidly recovering. He believed that in a short while, the venomous snake would leap up again. It would launch a second round of attack on him. Ye Feng did not waste any time and immediately began to test his idea. After the little slimes entered the stomach, it was mixed with a large amount of stomach acid. If it was an ordinary creature, it would have long been corroded into a pile of bones by such a high-intensity stomach acid. At the very least, it would become a half-dead corpse. But the little slimes were different. Under the effect of regeneration, the little slimes already had a very strong defensive ability. In addition, it already had a good physique. This bit of gastric acid was not enough to corrode its surface. It was as if the king cobra could control its own stomach. After the little slimes entered its stomach obviously accelerated. An endless stream of acidic substances was being expelled. Your subsidiary body is being corroded. Your poison resistance is increasing. Your subsidiary body is being corroded. Your poison resistance is increasing. Your subsidiary body is being corroded. Your poison resistance is increasing. As the king cobra continued to wriggle, Ye Feng's various resistances once again flooded the screen. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, slime. Body size, 9%. Subsidiary bodies, 18. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 30, Vitality 40, Spirit 25. Special attributes, Poison immunity. Sequence, Perception, Split, Regeneration. Skill, Goddess scattering flowers. Not bad. Ye Feng smiled. He waited for the right moment and immediately thought of something. Reverse split. The little slimes in the king cobra's stomach continued to condense at an extremely agile speed. Although a large number of acidic substances hindered the rate of the condensation, with the increase of the main body's agility, the little slime's polymerization speed was still very fast. A big slime made up of 8 little slimes. It was continuously filling the king cobra's stomach. As the little slimes gathered, the king cobra's stomach also became bigger and bigger. After a while, the king cobra realized that something was wrong and immediately started to squirm crazily. Ye Feng wanted to use the reverse split to fuse the 8 small slimes into a large slime to explode the king cobra's stomach. It seemed to be very effective now. By the time the king cobra reacted, it was already too late. Boom! Finally, there was a loud sound. A huge slime appeared and directly opened the king cobra's entire stomach. It exploded. At the instant the king cobra exploded, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed an E-grade creature. Awakened the Devour sequence. You have obtained 2 special abilities, Enhanced Absorption and Ability Possession. This ability is really awesome. Sensing his newly awakened sequence, Ye Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Enhanced Absorption could allow him to devour more quickly and obtain a large number of ability upgrades. This was an extremely good ability for expanding the size of the main body. An ability possession, this was even more awesome. It could directly allow him to obtain the ability of the creature being devoured. He could even do nothing. As long as he devoured the other party, he could obtain a large amount of spiritual energy and the other party's ability. On top of that, the king cobra had just been out foraging for food. There were still dead poisonous toads, venomous spiders, and so on in the stomach of the venomous snake. There were all sorts of different types of poison, ranging from lethal poison to crippling poison to paralyzing poison. On top of that, there was also the king cobra's own poison. With this, Ye Feng had gathered almost all of the common poisons in the area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special attribute of venom. That's great! Ye Feng was so happy that he could not close his mouth. The body of the large slime that was formed from the small slimes earlier had undergone a huge change. Different from the normal transparent magic slime, the originally transparent white color had turned dark green. In other words, after Ye Feng split out the small slime again, it would gain this new special attribute. From a slime that was impervious to all poisons, it had become a poisonous slime. After killing the king cobra, he had absorbed a large amount of spirit energy. At this moment, Ye Feng was also surprised to find that his level had also jumped from F to F+. It was just that he had evolved too many times in the past few hours. All sorts of impacts had brought him too many changes. As for the feeling that his level had brought about, it had all been diluted. How did this guy suddenly get so many points? Was who number 2 high school, in the school office. The school's higher UPS were sitting around with a group of teachers. Everyone was staring at the countless screens around them. They were watching the live broadcast of the rookies. In the middle, a large screen was showing the scores of the students in real time. It had only been a day since the start of the training competition. There were only a few students on the scoreboard who received points. Most of them only received a dozen or so points. And the appearance of the first place directly refreshed their understanding. Ye Feng, 102 points. What kind of concept was this? Then look at the second place. Li He, 12 points. The score of the first place far exceeded that of the second place by 10 times. After all, those who entered the training hall were all people who had just come out of the symbiosis pool on the second day. How could they achieve such a huge difference in strength? The school leader directly opened Ye Feng's personal information. What? The symbiote is actually a trash slime. Everyone originally thought that such an outstanding student should be recognized as a relatively powerful symbiote. However, this fellow was actually able to obtain such a high score just by relying on a slime. Following that, the school leader who did not believe it clicked on Yefeng's live broadcast. His worldview was refreshed once again. Chapter 10, Start a New Plan. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. On the big screen, in front of Yefeng, there was a corpse that had been torn to pieces. This is... Li Ruyan looked at Yefeng on the screen. Her face was full of disbelief. The corpse had been torn to pieces. Based on the situation shown on the screen, it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. But just killing such a creature was able to increase his points by so much. That could only mean that this wasn't some low-level creature. In her memories, Yefeng had always been a very cautious person. It was absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to attack. Unless he encountered something dangerous, it was impossible for him to fight the King Cobra with his bare hands. But fortunately, the winner was Yefeng. The bald leader raised his glasses and said, "This is an E-grade King Cobra." Hearing the leader's words, everyone was stunned. One had to know that this batch of students who entered the training hall were all newcomers. If they could face such a creature, keep calm, and work together to kill an E-grade creature, that would be considered a talent. Obviously, Yefeng was more than that. He killed it with his own strength. Genius. Freak. Yefeng, very impressive. Who brought this student? A look of surprise flashed across the school leader's face. Principal, this is my student. Hearing the school leader's question, Li Ruyan stood up and a smile was written on her face. Not bad. Pay attention to him. I want to know what other surprises he can bring us next. The bald leader looked at Li Ruyan and spoke with great interest. While Li Ruyan was secretly surprised, she was also happy for Yefeng getting the attention of the school leader. That also meant that he had a better chance of entering the higher education institution than the other students. In the cave, Yefeng stood among the pieces of meat and picked up a palm-sized purple thing. Good lord, this snake gall is so big. Yefeng weighed and found that it was not small. In Yefeng's knowledge, the King Cobra's snake gall was not only very effective in medicine, it was also a rare good medicine for recuperating the body. At the same time, it was also a very rare medicinal herb. If one were to buy it in a pharmacy, it wouldn't be cheap either. Moreover, under the nourishment of the E-grade spirit energy, it made this snake gall look even more full. Putting away the snake gall, Yefeng walked to the snake's head, opened its mouth, and pulled forcefully. Two poisonous fangs the size of an arm were broken off by Yefeng. This was also a pretty good medicinal herb. As long as it could be taken away, Yefeng would not let it go. Even the snake meat was devoured by the little slimes that Yefeng released. A moment later, as his body moved, the slime's size increased again. With a thought, the attribute panel opened. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, slime. Body size, 15%. Subsidiary bodies, 30. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 30, Vitality 40, Spirit 25. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Poison. Sequence, Perception, Split, Regeneration. Skill, Goddess Scattering Flowers. Not bad, my body size has grown a lot. Yefeng smiled. Now, he could split more little slimes. Through perception and the 10 little slimes that were doing exploration outside, a small-scale intelligence network was formed in Yefeng's mind. With him as the center, 1/10 of the entire map was under his surveillance. He was sure. He had already finished exploring this area. In this area, the most powerful creature, apart from the King Cobra that I killed just now, is the giant saber mantis. There are also many other creatures of lower levels. Although my ability has broken through to F+, my symbiotic body's combat ability is almost non-existent. So, if I were to face a giant saber mantis of the same level, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it. But I have completely grasped the vision of this area. As long as I find a weaker creature, I can directly attack. Ye Feng looked at the view shared by the little slimes and slowly analyzed. Now, he already had a certain degree of defensive ability and offensive power. Although he could kill an E-type creature, it was only by outwitting it. Moreover, because the terrain had successfully restricted the king cobra, he had a chance to counterattack. In the wild, in such a vast area, if he were to face a giant saber mantis of the same level, his chances of winning were extremely low. However, he did not have to face it head-on. He only needed to increase his speed to ensure his advantage. So, now I only need to devour fast creatures to increase my speed. This way, if I meet a relatively low-level creature, I can chase after it. Even if I meet a creature with a higher level, I'm not afraid. I can use my speed to escape. At least I won't fall into a sorry state. Ye Feng continued to analyze. The little slimes could not only provide him with vision, but also give him a rough understanding of the creature's aura. In addition to Ye Feng's excellent results in school, he could easily identify what kind of creature it was. As for what level it was also clear at a glance through his perception. This area. There are actually more than 30 students. Ye Feng sensed that although the area he focused on exploring only accounted for 1/10 of the entire map, but there were as many as 30 people moving in this area. Including myself, there were more than 100 people participating in this training competition at the beginning. But most of them are still relatively conservative and only act in the vicinity. Ye Feng did not know how many people were injured and how many died after so much time had passed in the training competition of 100 people. At least, from the looks of it, the area he explored did not have any casualties. However, the entire map was so vast. Many people had gone out to explore. Ye Feng did not know what had happened there. But Ye Feng believed that he would soon be able to upgrade to the ability to see the entire map. In short, it's always good to be careful. Otherwise, if I run around, I won't even know how I died. Ye Feng could vaguely feel that in this forest, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at them. But Ye Feng's level was not enough to know. Just as Ye Feng was considering which direction to head in, he suddenly thought of the large grassland near his starting place. The resources there were relatively rich. Through the little slime's vision, he could also see that the giant saber mantis was still confronting his classmates. This large grassland was also one of the places that many students had chosen to explore first. Many creatures were strolling here. Besides the giant saber mantis, there was no fatal threat here. Then let's go and take a look. In order to grow and improve, the necessary battles are inevitable. Ye Feng got up and walked in the direction of the little slime's vision. Chapter 11, Came with Ill Intentions. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In a forest. A few fist-sized mutated grasshoppers were resting on a branch. On the other side of the forest, under the cover of the grass, a figure slowly approached. When Ye Feng was still dozens of centimeters away from one of the mutated grasshoppers, a wave of spiritual power was instantly released. A huge slime was instantly released. Crack! That soft body was now like chewing gum, firmly sticking to the grasshopper's body. Gee! Before the grasshopper could struggle, it was instantly swallowed by the slime that stuck to it. Eating. Agility +1. After swallowing this mutated grasshopper, Ye Feng obtained some improvements. He looked around and saw that there were still many grasshoppers and crickets. In the next moment, Ye Feng's figure disappeared again and moved towards the second grasshopper. Gee! 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 Before the grasshoppers could regain their senses, another 7 or 8 small slimes jumped out from all directions and accurately hit their bodies. One by one, the mutated grasshoppers fused into the slimes' bodies. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled. Not bad. According to this, it won't be long before I can sweep this area clean. Seeing the effective sneak attack method, Ye Feng was very satisfied. He devoured these few mutated grasshoppers. Ye Feng spread out more small slimes and took down the few mutated crickets that passed by nearby. Eating. Agility +1. Eating. Agility +1. Eating. Agility +3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special attribute Swift Walk. After devouring, Ye Feng immediately felt a warm current rush up to his four limbs, and his body became extremely light. While his body was undergoing changes, Ye Feng also noticed that every time he obtained a special attribute, he could synchronize it with the little slimes. Ye Feng was surprised to find that the little slimes that had just spread out to eat had grown a small transparent wing on their back. The increase in the main body's speed made Ye Feng clearly feel that the little slimes were becoming faster and faster. Ye Feng. Symbiosis body, slime. Body size, 9%. Subsidiary bodies, 30. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 40, Vitality 40, Spirit 25. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk. Sequence, Perception, Split, Regeneration. Skill, Goddess scattering flowers. My agility has indeed increased by quite a bit. Ye Feng was secretly delighted when he saw the huge gain this time. Not only had his attributes increased, but he had also obtained a new special attribute. At this moment, a strong smell of blood drifted over with the wind. Ye Feng's expression changed as he looked in that direction. There was a strong smell of blood, which meant that there were corpses over there. Having corpses meant that there was a chance to devour all of them. And there were enough of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smell such a strong smell. While Ye Feng was puzzled, with the thought, he shared the vision over there. Although it was very blurry, it was enough for Ye Feng now. It turned out that the students had killed too much and too heavily on the grassland here. This led to the extermination of many creatures here. There were a lot of low-level creatures in this area. This place naturally became a slaughterhouse for them to try out. The scene kept getting closer and closer, and a large number of rotting corpses and the smell of blood seeped into the soil. A large area was dyed red with blood. This place not only attracted the attention of the other students, but also attracted the attention of many creatures. Ye Feng used Swift Walk, and his speed greatly increased. He originally needed to walk for half an hour, but he arrived in 5 minutes. After arriving here, Ye Feng confirmed that there was no one nearby. Being more cautious, he only released 15 of the remaining 20 small slimes in his body to devour them. The remaining 5 small slimes were used for his own defense. After all, he was not very strong now. He wanted to leave himself an escape route. Looking at the boiling blood energy nearby, Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer, because other creatures could appear in the vicinity at any time. Surrounded by a jungle, if some monsters are good at hiding, he would not be able to notice. Soon, 15 tiny slimes frantically devoured a large number of corpses nearby. Not good, someone is close. Not waiting to finish digesting, Ye Feng then sensed someone was close. I have to hide, but there's only a small slope. Ye Feng saw not far from the slope, and will all the small slimes back. The best strategy was to leave. Ye Feng was just about to hide. A sharp voice sounded. A man in a shirt pointed in Ye Feng's direction and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Ye Feng turned around, and a group of 5 appeared in front of him. I'm just passing by, Ye Feng said softly. Passing by? What a coincidence! A bulky man with a fat head and big ears stood out and deliberately exposed his spiritual energy to put pressure on Ye Feng. Obviously, this man was their big brother. Compared to his followers, who were all crooked and as thin as monkeys, the moment the man's spiritual energy was released, it was immediately caught by Ye Feng's sharp senses. This guy's symbiotic body is brain-hunting demon, Ye Feng muttered in his heart. This symbiotic body had a kind of ability that relied on absorbing the brain of a creature to control its mind. It was extremely terrifying. As for these 4 underlings, Ye Feng did not discover how strong their spirit energy was. It was very obvious that it was because their symbiotes were very weak, so they sought refuge with this big brother. Kid, I did not feel any strong spirit energy fluctuations from your body. I presume that your symbiote is not strong. Brother Dachui sneered. Ye Feng didn't respond because he knew that the slime on the ground had already exposed his symbiosis. Trash slime, ha ha ha. When the underlings heard Ye Feng's symbiote, they all laughed loudly. After all, the slime had always been regarded as the food of all kinds of symbiotes. It was also at the lowest end of the food chain. To say that it was the endorsement of trash was still considered a compliment. Such a trash symbiote, in this forest, you don't even have the ability to protect yourself. Since we're fated, I'll give you a chance. Join my team, and I'll protect you. Brother Dachui rubbed his belly and spoke arrogantly. Brother Dachui thought for a moment and said, "But, you have to help me collect the insect brains on the grass. Consider it as my protection fee." Ye Feng was speechless when he heard that. When did he say he wanted to join them? Looking at the corpses on the ground, it would be a ridiculous amount of work if all the heads were opened and collected. And I'm not interested. Ye Feng interrupted Brother Dachui's words and spoke coldly before leaving. He did not have time to talk nonsense with them here. Since his whereabouts had been exposed, then he would just do his own thing. Moreover, Ye Feng liked to act alone. There were many things that he could not tell others. He could not say it either. If his strength was exposed too early, it might cause some trouble. Seeing Ye Feng turn around and leave, Brother Dachui immediately became angry and shouted, "F***ck your grandpa, you don't want to take the easy way out. Come on, beat him up." Chapter 12, The Ants Cross the Border and Reap the Consequences. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The few underlings heard their big brother's order. They immediately rushed up. They had symbiotes to begin with. In their subconscious, they thought that Ye Feng's was just a trash slime. And even if their symbiotes were trash as well, they had the advantage of numbers. In addition, they had their big brother backing them up. He should be afraid of Brother Dachui. You dare to provoke my brother Dachui? You're courting death. He gave you a chance, but it's useless. You're so arrogant. Let's see how many lives you have. Hehe, meeting us today can only be considered your bad luck. With just a few words, 4 people bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to rush up and grab Ye Feng. Through his extremely sharp senses, Ye Feng had long known their background like the back of his hand. It was still relatively easy to deal with these people except for Brother Dachui, whose level was F+. The other 4 people were all F-ranked weaklings. The King Cobra's level was as high as E, and he could also kill it. Although he also made use of the terrain and environment's various factors, if his own strength wasn't high, so what if he had the right conditions? He would still fall. Although these underlings were not high level, Ye Feng did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Brother Dachui's level was high, and he was at the same level as him. If he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to withstand it. 4 people swarmed forward. 8 fists, grabbing and hitting, were about to land on Ye Feng. Ye Feng's sensitivity was extremely high. With just a side turn, he dodged all the attacks. Ye Feng, who was as light as a swallow, did not need to use much strength. With just a casual kick, he had retreated 10 meters away. The few of them were stunned when they saw this. The sharp-tongued person from before cursed, "F***ck, don't run if you have the guts. The jumping ability of my symbiotic body's flea is not something that an ordinary person can achieve. Let's see if it's you who runs faster or if it's me who jumps faster." With a deep squat and a hard jump, he jumped to a height of 5 to 6 meters. Using such astonishing jumping ability, he soon arrived in front of Ye Feng. "Flee!" Ye Feng smiled. The ability of this symbiotic body was just to keep jumping. In addition, this person's talent was extremely poor, so there wouldn't be any obvious evolution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reduced to working with people like Brother Dachui. You can jump so high. I think it's a waste if you don't clean the windows. Ye Feng smiled mercilessly. Looking at Ye Feng that was still smug 1 meter away, his expression suddenly changed, and he said fiercely, "You mother f***er, look at your own strength. If you dare to laugh at me, you'll definitely die today." The sharp-tongued person once again activated his jumping ability. He jumped up and rushed towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng was not a pushover either. With the thought, all the spirit energy in his body began to boil. Under the activation of Swift Walk, it allowed Ye Feng's speed to increase again and again. Just by taking a step forward, he was already more than 10 meters away. This was also the first time Ye Feng had fully activated Swift Walk. Such an awesome increase in speed also gave him a great shock. The sharp-tongued person jumped up. Just as he arrived in front of him, Ye Feng turned around and disappeared again. No matter how strong and fast the sharp-tongued person's jumping ability was, it was not even 1/10 of Ye Feng's speed. Every time he was about to arrive in front of him, Ye Feng would immediately be able to open up a distance of dozens of meters. Ye Feng's speed was so fast it made the sharp-tongued person unable to catch up. Just like a rabbit racing against a tortoise, Ye Feng had already disappeared, but the sharp-tongued person was still on the spot. This was the difference. "Come on, is this your ability?" Ye Feng stood on the slope 100 meters away and spoke with a chuckle. The sharp-tongued person was also very tired, and his jumping ability decreased. This round after round, his spirit energy was also almost exhausted. Seeing being played like this, sharp-tongued person cursed and greeted Ye Feng's ancestors for 18 generations. Just as the sharp-tongued person wanted to move again, Ye Feng directly disappeared. "You mother f***er. Don't run if you have the guts." The sharp-tongued person was exasperated. If it was someone else, it would be fine. After all, his symbiotic body was a weak chicken. But now, the opponent was different. They all had such weak symbiotic bodies. Why was he better than them? Seeing this, Brother Dachui said coldly, "Forget it, I'll deal with him later. Let's get down to business first." The sharp-tongued person cursed loudly and returned to Brother Dachui's side. The few of them returned to the grass and began to fiddle with something. Ye Feng sensed that something was wrong, so he used the scouting small slime's vision to take a look. He saw them on the pile of corpses on the grass. They began to dig out a large number of the brains of the insect corpses. Is this fatty trying to increase his ability by absorbing these brains? Ye Feng frowned and thought to himself. There were so many corpses in this place. If he absorbed all of them, then this person's power would definitely increase by a lot. At that time, he would be hard to deal with. It seemed that this place would not be too peaceful. Ye Feng left the slope. He found a very hidden tree and leaned on it to observe the situation below. Not long after, his perception told Ye Feng that due to the strong smell of blood, many other creatures were approaching this grassland. Seeing such a hateful group of people, Ye Feng decided to kill them all. Otherwise, if he let them out, they might harm ordinary people. I have to release more of this blood chi. This way, more creatures will come. Thinking of this, Ye Feng split the remaining small slimes, a total of 20. Then, he used his mind. He stabbed the small slimes into a pool of blood. The smell of rotting flesh spread everywhere. Because the slimes were sticky, whether it was the smell or other things, they were very easy to adhere to. In a short while, the fist-sized slimes bounced with the smell of blood. They spread in all directions. Because it was still a long way from Brother Dachui and the others, even if 20 little slimes were working together, they wouldn't notice. The slimes attracted various creatures. Ye Feng willed the slimes to return to Brother Dachui and the rest. It worked. Soon, there was a very clear fluctuation of spiritual energy all around. And in the direction of Brother Dachawi, there was a mighty wave of spirit energy attacking. The next moment, the smell of blood spread. An ant the size of a fist appeared first. Oh ho, this is going to be a good show. Ye Feng summoned all the little slimes and crouched on a tree trunk that was more than 10 meters high to watch the show. This was a sawtooth ant. Its level was usually F. Although its level was so low, its bite force was very shocking. It was no less than an adult lion or tiger. Brother, look. This ant is as big as a fist. It wants to come over and snatch the brains. One of them discovered it first and told Brother Dachawi. Brother Dachawi looked over and waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it just an ant? Stop making a fuss and go over and kill it. Hearing that, the man picked up a stick and tried to smash it to death. Unexpectedly, a scream was heard. Ah! What happened? Everyone looked back in panic and saw the man lying on the ground, writhing in pain. And his left arm was bleeding on the ground. F***ck. It was bitten off by the sawtooth ant. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly retreated. Brother Dachawi stood out and released his ability. A skull-like thing flew out and directly shot toward the sawtooth ant like a bullet. Pu. A stream of blood spurted out. The sawtooth ant's head was directly bitten off by the skull. Look at all of you cowards. Brother Dachawi was extremely proud when he saw the sawtooth ant being killed. However, in the next moment, it was as if there was an earthquake right in front of them. Rumble! Rumble! Let the show begin! Ye Feng's field of vision saw a black mass. Sawtooth ants lived in groups. The appearance of one meant that there must be a large number of other sawtooth ants nearby. The sawtooth ant they killed just now was only their scout. The main force was still behind them. Brother Dachawi could still defend against one sawtooth ant. But this was a group of ants. The ants crossed the border. In the next second, a black mass of ants appeared in front of them. There were all kinds of ants, such as the fast army ants, the strong overlord ants, and the metal-eating ants that secreted acid that could melt metal. However, how could they be faster than these army ants? Run! Ah! It hurts! Brother, save me! In an instant, these little brothers were covered by the ants. The only thing they would end up with was death. Chapter 13, A Good Knife, Brother Dachawi's Wail. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. He watched as his underlings were all crushed and covered by a dense mass of ants. Under countless concentrated bites, blood gushed out. The blood of the creatures that were originally hunted had already solidified. Now, this area was once again dyed red by the blood of these people. Countless ants rumbled over. This formation made Brother Dachawi's scalp go numb. He might as well be faster. Before the ants could get close, he had already retreated 10 meters away. But because of his large size, just this distance made him pant for breath. The ants crossed the border. Originally, they were only here to gnaw on the corpses, but Brother Dachawi's ability had disturbed them, so they now regarded him as an enemy. The ant colony was very united, locking onto Brother Dachawi's body. At the front of the ant colony was the army ant. The army ant was extremely fast. Moreover, it was much bigger than the sawtooth ant, and its level was higher as well. It was an F-grade ant. Although Brother Dachawi was F-end grade, he was not a match for thousands of ants at the same time. A battle of attrition would exhaust him to death. Not to mention a fight, a single ant could stomp him to death. Furthermore, each of them was bigger than a fist. If these were ordinary ants, it would be fine. However, these were mutated ants. In addition, all kinds of ants were gathered together. A venomous bite would be able to kill him. Originally, he wanted to devour the brains of the corpses here. This was enough for him to smoothly break through F-end and reach a higher level. However, this plan was broken by reality. He could not understand why such a large group of ants would suddenly come. They would not come sooner or later, but had to come at this time. At this time, Ye Feng was observing everything from the tree. His goal had been achieved and he was very satisfied. Coming here to train meant that he was simulating a 100% battle environment. These people had provoked him and deserved to die. Moreover, these people did not look like students at first glance. It was very likely that they had sneaked into the training hall and carried out some low-class operations. They stole, fought for resources, searched for treasures, picked herbs, and even came here to forcefully take in underlings. These smugglers were common in the training competitions every year. In addition, the training hall was fully open. The school had only cleared the open area once to confirm that there were no problems. With some safety measures, it would be open to the students. But outside the safe zone, the school couldn't do anything about it. And the easiest way to get points in the training matches was outside the safe zone because there were more resources and more creatures. Facing these thugs, if he didn't do anything and the other students that didn't know encountered them, it would be a disaster. Looking at the bracelet in his hand, his score had already risen to 110 points. This was a pretty good score. After dealing with Brother Dachui, he could go down and devour these corpses. In this way, his score would rise again. His ability would also increase as a result. Ye Feng recollected his thoughts and focused his gaze in the direction of Brother Dachui again. He saw Brother Dachui take out a crystal-smooth sharp blue blade. He waved it non-stop, trying to scare away the army ants. That sharp blade was a short blade. There were some inscriptions that Ye Feng could not understand engraved on it. The cold blade made people feel numb at first glance. This was a good thing. Ye Feng was moved. This blade was held in Brother Dachui's hand, felt like a mountain cannon entering the city. Don't come over. Be careful, I'll chop and swallow all of you. Brother Dachui roared. It could be seen that he was a little afraid now. So many ants had easily killed his 4 underlings. If he was not careful, he might die here. With a roar, a few army ants flew over. Brother Dachui separated to block. The army ants were extremely fast, and Brother Dachui's body was bloated. First of all, not to mention that his reaction speed was not fast, the most important thing was that he had already given up. The enemy's numbers were too large. In an instant, he was bitten until his face was bruised and swollen. A few bites of his fat had also been bitten off, and for a moment, he wailed incessantly. He managed to kill 1 or 2 army ants with great difficulty. He could no longer care about anything else. He fled the scene in a flustered manner. After running for a distance, he turned around and saw that there were still dozens of army ants chasing after him relentlessly. Their bodies were even bigger than fists. Just a glance was enough to make one shudder, let alone confront them. Brother Dachui panted heavily. He had no choice but to continue running forward. Hey? Why is he coming this way? Ye Feng looked at the fat man running toward him and immediately hid his aura. He did not want to get involved in this battle. Wouldn't it be better to just sit back and reap the benefits? Soon, Brother Dachui, who was already exhausted, arrived under the tree where Ye Feng was hiding with great difficulty. Running for such a long distance already made it impossible for him to breathe normally. In addition, the injuries on his body were very serious, so he could not run anymore. He found a nearby bush and plunged into it fiercely. Because the wounds on his body kept bleeding, Brother Dachui's position was soon exposed. He was discovered by the fast-moving army ants. Brother Dachui was forced to come out and fight back, fighting endlessly. In the end, he fell into a disadvantageous position amidst a series of howls. He was severely injured, so he couldn't use his ability. He could only pick up the short knife and wave it in the air. The army ants jumped up. The huge impact made Brother Dachui lose. Ah! With a pft, another hole was opened in his big belly, and fat slowly poured out. The army ants were stimulated by the smell. They were about to pounce forward. In the panic, Brother Dachui suddenly looked up and saw Ye Feng hiding on the tree trunk. He immediately begged, "Save me! Please, as long as you save me, I will promise you anything. I don't want to die. Save me!" Seeing this, Ye Feng did not pay attention to it. Instead, he had a headache and his position was exposed. He had to move quickly. Otherwise, those ants would climb up and kill him sooner or later. Thinking of this, Ye Feng prepared to move. Seeing that Ye Feng was going to leave, Brother Dachui immediately panicked. "Please, don't go. Save me. I can give you this knife in my hand. As long as you pull me up the tree and drive away these ants, I'll give it to you immediately." Seeing that Ye Feng was unmoved, Brother Dachui hurriedly said, "This knife is passed down from my ancestors. It's a rare divine artifact. Do you know how many people want to get it and are willing to fight to the death for it? I'm giving you a chance because I think highly of you. So what if you are?" Ye Feng mercilessly interrupted him. "I'm not interested." Ye Feng coldly threw down these words, got up, and was about to leave. "Good. You mother-f***ing don't want to save me. You're dead." Brother Dachui screamed hysterically and went into a state of madness. He fought off the few army ants with all his might. Then, he tore his old wounds apart and let more blood splatter out. The purpose of his actions was to release more blood and attract the ants behind him. He wanted to expose Ye Feng's hiding place. "If you don't save me, we'll all die together. Ants swarm. If you're attracted, there'll be tens of millions of them. Let's see how you escape. If you don't want to save me, I'll drag you down with me. It's up to you." Chapter 14, Devour Brain Hunting Demon, Learn Mimicry. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Facing Brother Dachui's threat, Ye Feng sneered. "I see that you don't seem to understand your own situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng's thoughts moved. Goddess scattering flowers. Suddenly, a burst of spirit energy surged. Ye Feng suddenly waved his right hand, and like a flood, dozens of little slimes appeared densely. "Eat him!" Ye Feng gave the order, and all the little slimes fell on Brother Dachui like they had been injected with stimulants. The toxic characteristics of the slimes were displayed. In an instant, Brother Dachui's eyes widened, and his head was covered in cold sweat, but he could not speak. He was paralyzed. It seems that having poison characteristics is not bad. Ye Feng looked at the effect of Brother Dachui's poisoning and was very satisfied. It seems that as long as I steadily improve in the future, I can also have decent attack power. When that time comes, I will also have the capital to fight against large creatures. Below, Brother Dachui was still struggling. Not long after, he was wrapped within the giant slime formed by the little slimes. Once the slimes finished assembling, even if it was a cow, it would still struggle for a long time before it could escape. Moreover, this fatty did not have the strength of a cow. Under normal circumstances, there was no chance for him to escape. The few army ants saw that the person inside was wrapped up by a slime. They were confused, so they did not dare to go over. They just watched quietly. After seeing Brother Dachui being wrapped up by the slime, Ye Feng activated the Devour ability. After a while, a flash of light appeared. A ray of light was drawn out from Brother Dachui's body and finally attached to the slime. This ray of light was Brother Dachui's symbiote, Brain Hunting Demon. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Ye Feng's mind. "Ding! Devour successful. Acquired ability possession." Ye Feng also felt as if he was hit in an instant. He suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the color of the entire world had changed. It became even more vivid. And looking at the few army ants below, it seemed that there was a kind of power that could control their minds. Ye Feng immediately activated his ability. One of the army ants seemed to have its soul sucked out instantly, and it lost all of its reactions. In the next second, the army ant was following Ye Feng's will. It walked forward step by step. Then it rolled, somersaulted, stood at attention, at ease. Under the shocked gazes of the other army ants, the army ant continued to perform a series of very strange actions. After a few minutes, it suddenly regained its consciousness. Looking at its companions who were far away, the army ant seemed to know nothing about what had just happened. It's actually so magical. Ye Feng retracted his thoughts and exclaimed in surprise. This ability could actually control the spirit of a creature. But Ye Feng also felt that when he was controlling this army ant just now, it was still somewhat strenuous. Perhaps it was because of the level. The spirit energy that Ye Feng could use was limited. In addition, the army ant's level was also F, so it could be considered a relatively powerful existence among small mutated creatures. In other words, as long as he increased his ability to a sufficiently powerful level, he would be able to control even more powerful creatures. This ability is so abnormal. I've picked up a treasure today. Ye Feng was secretly happy. This instantly formed a sharp contrast with his slime's ability. No wonder it was said that the slime was just a useless symbiote. It was weak to the point of exploding. Before this, Ye Feng had never been clear about it. Now that he had obtained someone else's ability through devouring, he realized that the gap was so big. It was just like how others would drop equipment at the start of the game, but you only had a knife at the start, and the rest depended on picking up loot. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Spiritual energy fluctuation of the same nature detected. You have awakened a new sequence. Ding! Successfully awakened the mimicry sequence. You have obtained 2 special attributes, quick camouflage and quick simulation. Listening to the system's notification, Ye Feng could feel the intense changes happening in his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's only been a few days, and I've already awakened 4 out of 6 sequences. Looks like the abilities of a slime really can't be underestimated." According to the system's prompt, the mimicry sequence was too abnormal. Not only could it mimic the forms and characteristics of other species, it could even mimic the strength of others. What kind of concept was this? If he met an E-class powerhouse and directly simulated the other party's aura, it meant that Ye Feng could also emit the same aura. Of course, other than posturing, this had no real use. But it was best used to prop up the situation and intimidate the other party. And the form simulation was needless to say. It was equivalent to pretending to be the other party's form. These characteristics added up, allowing Ye Feng to have another trump card in this forest. And it was an ace. The primeval forest was very complicated. The creatures in it had all kinds of camouflage colors and all kinds of hidden ambushes. If one was careless, they would die in the netherworld. Ye Feng had mimicry, so he basically did not panic. Looking at his wristband, his points had now reached 140 points. It seemed that the improvements brought by devouring the brain-hunting demon could also increase his points at the same time. Looking at the points rankings, he was currently ranked first. This was also the result that Ye Feng had always wanted. In this training match, he did not want to do anything to hide his strength. After all, he was born in a humble family and did not have much of a background. Everything was earned by getting close to him. Other than wanting to get the rich rewards from the training competition, Ye Feng was also very concerned about the winners of the training competition. He was also very concerned about the spots for the winners of the training competition to enter the higher education institutions without any examinations. Only by entering the higher education institutions would he be able to obtain more resources. This was also his only way out. Therefore, in this competition, he had to fight for a top spot, and he also had to be first. For this, he had to use all of his strength, regardless of the cost. Moreover, Ye Feng knew that his actions were being broadcasted live. Therefore, he would deliberately keep some sensitive actions secret. Just like when he swallowed Brother Dachui, he was also very careful. He disguised it as an army ant that killed Brother Dachui. Ye Feng thought about it and prepared to leave. Looking at Brother Dachui's corpse, Ye Feng recalled all the slimes. After all, the method of swallowing a human corpse. He couldn't do it. After all, they were of the same species. He felt bad and simply let the corpse fall to the ground. Ye Feng had just left when a number of ants suddenly appeared not far away. He focused his eyes and saw that the army ant scout team was rushing over in a mighty manner. That guy's goal of destroying everything has been achieved. Ye Feng thought to himself and began to think about how he could escape. The method of Brother Dachui tearing open the wound and letting the blood splatter out to reveal the location had obviously worked. Following that, there were hundreds of army ants. With this number, Ye Feng was naturally not their match. This was equivalent to having hundreds of F-grade opponents. And Ye Feng was only F-end grade. He might be able to parry a few against one, but good heavens, this was a one against a few hundred. Who could withstand this? Got it. Ye Feng smiled knowingly and boldly jumped down from the tree. 1 second before he landed. Instantly, mimicry activated. The moment he landed, Ye Feng successfully turned into a serious army ant. He extended 2 pairs of antennae and touched himself tentatively. After confirming that he had completed the mimicry, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he walked out openly and faced the ant colony. Chapter 15, Mingjin Retreat, Send the Great Contributor Back to His Nest. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Was Who Number 2 High School, in the office. More than 10 teachers were nervously staring at dozens of screens. Each screen showed each new student participating in the training competition. And on the top scoreboard, the first place had always been Ye Feng. The only difference was that the gap between Ye Feng and the second place was gradually closing. First place, Ye Feng, 140 points. Second place, Chen Hao, 139 points. Third place, Ye Baiyu, 120 points. As the training competition progressed, each person's points also slowly caught up. The strange thing was that other people's points were all gradually increasing slowly. But Ye Feng's points were all increasing by a large chunk. Looking at the live broadcast screen, there was nothing strange about it. Li Ruyan's small hands supported her gentle little face as she looked at the screen in front of her in a daze. On the screen, it showed that Ye Feng had now encountered a relatively large ant colony. This was a very rare ant colony crossing. But in the primeval forest, it was still relatively normal to find out about this. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that under non-essential circumstances, the ants would normally avoid crossing the border. Unless they had lived long enough, only then would someone think of going to watch the show. They definitely could not clash head-on. Some students in the distance, seeing the dust billowing over here, did not dare to act rashly. Many students began to move away from this place. However, Ye Feng had always been firmly in first place. Seeing this scene, Li Ruyan did not worry too much about Ye Feng. However, at the same time, she also hoped that Ye Feng would be able to remain firmly in first place. Li Ruyan knew how important this ranking was to Ye Feng. It could even change a person's life from then on. D*MN, are all the rookies this year so fierce? I haven't looked at it for a few minutes, and this number has been refreshed yet again. Look at that guy in first place. He has 140 points now. As expected of my alma mater. It's only the second day, and someone has already broken through 100 points. Back then, in our rookie training competition, first place only had 80 points at this time. The popular points rankings were now extremely lively. However, in order to control public opinion, the public couldn't see the live broadcast. They could only see the updated rankings. However, the details of some contestants would also be announced. Through this information, they could talk about the ranks. Ha, you guys don't know that the first place Yefeng is said to have a slime symbiote. What's a slime? If he can secure the first place, that would be heaven-defying. In the past 100 years of our Huaxia, there has never been such an awesome existence. It's not just awesome, that's a slime. In the wild, that's the lowest level of the food chain, something that can be seen everywhere. Is it possible that the first place actually doesn't rely on the symbiotic slime to obtain points, but on the strength of one's own body? Don't be silly, upstairs. That's a primitive forest. What are you thinking? Creatures are everywhere. Without the symbiotic body, it means that you can only stay in the safe zone. The score can't be that high. On the internet, countless netizens were engaged in an intense discussion. On the other side, in the training hall, Yefeng looked at the dense mass of army ants in front of him. He was so calm that he didn't seem like a high school student. Come, I'm disguised like this now. If you can still recognize me as a human, then I'm really unlucky. Yefeng muttered in his heart. At this moment, a red army ant walked out. It was obvious that this was the leader. Just by looking at its size, it was already bigger than the other army ants. If this group of army ants was the vanguard unit, then this fiery red army ant was the vanguard general who brought this unit. The leader looked at Yefeng and felt that something was strange, but he couldn't find any clues. He walked over and touched Yefeng's antennas. The moment he touched them, Yefeng actually received a message in his mind. Hey, kid, which unit are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I'm new here. Yefeng immediately reacted. So this was the way ants communicate. Using their tentacles to transmit what they wanted to express, this was the most basic form of communication. In Yefeng's opinion, this was quite sci-fi. New here. The leader looked at Yefeng again, deep in thought. As the ants also competed with each other, they would often send scouts from other camps to follow them. Once they found the location of the food, they would go back and report it. That was why the leader was so cautious. He was leading the vanguard of the army ants. They went out to search for food every day and often trekked across mountains and rivers. They encountered countless dangers and suffered losses from time to time. In order to protect the forces at the front line, the headquarters would constantly replenish their forces. It was not impossible to say that they were new. Moreover, the ants actually had their own dialects. Yefeng directly mimicked their forms at the same time. His own language was naturally copied along with them. After confirming that they were on the same side, the leader let down his guard. You came here to scout just now. Is there any danger in this area? Hearing the leader's question, Yefeng also immediately replied, that human who escaped has already been killed by me. The bloody smell was emitted by him. There is no danger in this area anymore. We can go back. Saying this, Yefeng wanted to laugh. He did not expect that one day, he would be able to communicate with other species. He had a different feeling. Yefeng planned that as long as he could get rid of these ants, he would be able to escape. When the leader heard Yefeng's report, he nodded. There was an additional recognition in his eyes. Not bad, kid. Taking the lead to chase after the escaping enemies and annihilate them all. It's very impressive of our vanguard unit. You are the great contributor to this battle. When we return, I will reward you in front of the Ant Queen. After saying that, the leader shouted, clean up the battlefield and gather resources. Following that, the mighty army ants, like robots, after receiving the command of the leader, they began to busy clean up the battlefield. All kinds of spoils of war. All kinds of food on the grassland were covered by ants. Then, they disassembled everything one by one in an orderly manner and carried them out. If they encountered hard goods that were difficult to disassemble, they would carry them away. It was like 1,000 kilograms of bones and so on. At this moment, the immense physical strength of the army ants was revealed. Even if it weighed more than 1,000 kilograms and was incomparably huge, it still only required 2 army ants to carry it. One in front and one behind. The scene was like a factory that was completely surrounded. Each ant seemed to have its own clear division of labor. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng sighed with emotion. If there were not 1,000 ants here, there were already 10,000. And the number only increased, not decreased. If even his split sequence evolution was at such a level, and it could split into hundreds of thousands of little slimes, that scene would definitely be very spectacular. Moreover, even if he met an opponent that was very difficult to deal with, Ye Feng could still win through numbers. But now, Ye Feng knew that he was far from being able to reach such a degree. As he pondered, the entire battlefield was quickly cleaned up. Everything that could be moved was moved away. At this moment, the leader suddenly gave an order: withdraw our troops and send our great contributor back to his nest. Soon, the orderly formation appeared. Countless ants surrounded Ye Feng, ready to start a mighty retreat. Chapter 16, Meeting the Ant Queen, Receiving a Reward. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Seeing the mighty formation, Ye Feng was dumbfounded. He wanted to leave, but countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Where could he run to? Originally, he wanted to mimic the army ants and then make up some random excuse to take the opportunity to escape. He did not expect that he had already made the formation. He had become the hero of their ant colony. And he had to be escorted back to the ant nest. What should I do now? Ye Feng looked at the large number of ants and his entire body went numb. System, save me. Ye Feng summoned the system and began to think of countermeasures. Deduce what I should do next to escape from here. Ding, deduction complete. Deduced 3,700 possibilities. The best solution is to follow their recommendation and return to the ant nest. You might receive an unexpected surprise and your probability will increase. Special reminder, the probability of an accident will also increase as you enter the ant nest. I wish you good luck. After hearing the system's deduction, Ye Feng was also relieved. Since he could follow the call of these ants and get an opportunity to improve, why not? Following the system's reminder, Ye Feng followed the crowd and began to walk toward the ant nest. On the way, it was also the first time Ye Feng observed the characteristics of these ants at such a close distance. He remembered that it was mentioned in the class before. The vanguard unit he was in now belonged to the soldier ants, and they were the main offensive force of the ant colony on the battlefield. And the ones who were cleaning up the scene just now and were in charge of carrying the spoils of war were the worker ants. It was worth mentioning that worker ants did not possess offensive power, so the ones who were usually small and did not have the 2 pairs of pincers in their mouths were the worker ants. The entire ant colony also had a brain-level existence. That was the ant queen. The entire ant colony, everything. It was the ant queen who made the unified dispatching and arrangement, or in other words, everything the ant colony did was for the ant queen. This was also why the ant colony usually had to go out to gather a large amount of food and supplies. That was to provide the ant queen with a certain amount of supplies. Then, she could lay more ant eggs and continue to strengthen the entire ant colony. They walked for an unknown amount of time on the way. Because the army ants were not slow to begin with, coupled with their advantage in size, their movement speed could be considered as fast as a high-speed motorcycle. Before long, they reached their destination. It was an incomparably huge hole that was formed from countless piles of soil. Around the hole, there were many soldier ants who were in charge of sentry duty. And inside the hole was the true face of the ant nest. There was an extremely huge hole that connected to countless tunnels. It extended in all directions and led to any place. The tunnel that led inside was tens of thousands of times more complicated than a spider web. Under the coordination of the ant queen, the entire ant nest had evolved into an extremely complicated spider web map. When the soldier ants on sentry duty saw Ye Feng's group return, they immediately moved aside. Entering the hole, the vanguard general was taking Ye Feng in one direction. This was the main tunnel, and it was a lot bigger than the rest of the tunnels. This should be the direction to the Ant Queen. Ye Feng looked around some furnishings. Through the size of the tunnel, he guessed this to be the case. As they went deeper, it became darker and darker until the darkness completely enveloped them. It's so dark, but fortunately, the ants have night vision. After a while, Ye Feng adapted to the darkness. His entire field of vision became like a night vision device. Everything was quickly seen clearly. The ants all had the characteristic of hoarding food. Therefore, as they went deeper and deeper, Ye Feng discovered that the surroundings of the tunnel were full of a dazzling array of things, all filled with food that had just been plundered not long ago. As well as the branches around the tunnel, there were many things stuffed inside. A large number of insect corpses, and in a more spacious area, there were even the corpses of small mammals. The dazzling array of things simply stunned Ye Feng's eyes. Releasing his perception, the entire ant nest was instantly scanned by Ye Feng. **CK, there are so many things. If I were to devour all of them, then the improvement wouldn't be just a little bit," Ye Feng exclaimed. This ant nest wasn't small, and this was only one corner of it. One had to know that these were all mutated army ants. Their nest-building ability was top-notch. Moreover, due to the influence of their size, their nests were all very large. If all of them were opened and spread out according to a two-dimensional plane, it was as big as 2 football fields. One could imagine how many resources were stored here. Think of a way to devour some before we leave. These are all good things. Just as Ye Feng was thinking of how to secretly devour some without being discovered, they had already arrived at an incomparably huge hole. In front of them were 2 extremely thick and sturdy army ant guards on the left and right. These 2 guards actually looked bigger than the vanguard leader leading the way. Ye Feng naturally knew that ants were classified according to their size. With this calculation, the status of these 2 guards was even higher than the vanguard leader who unified 1,000 troops. What rank could they be? Ye Feng was puzzled. Seeing the vanguard leader go forward and mutter a few words, one of the guards stood up and walked inside. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng was naturally curious. As his perception probed, Ye Feng immediately understood the situation inside. So, inside this huge cave was where the Ant Queen lived. And these 2 guards could be considered the Ant Queen's personal guards. Only relatively strong army ants could take up such a post. After a while, the guard came out and indicated that they could go in. Then, the vanguard leader led Ye Feng and walked in. In front of them was an incomparably huge, extremely huge giant ant. Behind it, a transparent and white abdomen that was even thicker than its body was squirming. Around it, many workers were busily moving food and placing it in front of the giant ant. There were even workers lying on its body and rubbing it non-stop. This should be considered a massage. The cave inside was very big, with all kinds of food placed there. And the workers were also very busy, just like a super factory, very lively. So disgusting. This is the Ant Queen, right? Looking away, when Ye Feng looked at the extremely terrifying giant ant again, he secretly guessed in his heart. But very soon, the leader gave an answer. This is our Supreme Queen. Ordinary ants don't have the honor to see her. Boy, you are very lucky, the vanguard leader said with praise. This, who would want to see it? Ye Feng was speechless. The vanguard general's voice sounded in his ears again. Queen, this is the great contributor to our attack this time. He was the first to attack and beat the humans into fleeing. In the end, he successfully killed him and finally obtained the final victory of this battle. His contribution is very great. Respected Queen, please reward him. After the leader finished speaking respectfully, the Ant Queen glanced at Ye Feng and said after a long time, aloud. Special permission, go to the food storage room and rest for 7 days. Chapter 17, Devour Time, Evolve Crazily. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Congratulations on obtaining our highest reward. When the Vanguard General heard the gift from the Ant Queen, he immediately revealed some envy. What does that mean? Going to the storage room to rest is the highest reward. Ye Feng did not understand, but then he thought that this might be a unique way for ants. Originally, Ye Feng thought that he might obtain some kind of ant's weapon. But thinking about it, even if he obtained some kind of divine weapon, it was only used by the ant tribe. He was a human, after all. He had to return to the origin. How could he maintain mimicry for his entire life? Therefore, going to the storage room to rest for 7 days was the biggest surprise for Ye Feng. He wanted to see what good things were inside. As he was looking forward to it, soon, Ye Feng was brought to an extremely huge storage room. As soon as he walked in, Ye Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Inside, there were all kinds of things, a dazzling array, and countless kinds of things were arranged in an orderly manner. On the wall, there was countless food, ranging from tiny creatures to even the dried corpse of a giant elephant. In the eyes of the ants, these things were all kinds of delicacies. Ye Feng, who was in the form of a soldier ant, swallowed his saliva as he looked at the food. Because, this was simply, too fragrant. Other than the endless amount of food, all kinds of items were placed on the ground, on the table, on the cabinet. There were weapons, magical artifacts, medicinal herbs, and medicinal pills. There were too many things here. I'm rich. Ye Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. He had made a fortune this time. This was simply the national treasury of the ant nest. All the good things would be transported here endlessly. Therefore, the reward of coming to the storage room to rest was a reward that all ants dreamed of. This was because ants were born for a life of hard work. The opportunity to rest was something that they would never dare to dream of, not to mention that they could enjoy the delicious food that only the Ant Queen could enjoy. Ye Feng also directly laid out his cards. After releasing his perception and confirming that there were no other ants around to monitor him, he was absolutely safe. He directly released all the slime sub-bodies that could be split. This was because his devouring speed was definitely not that fast. Since he had so many underlings, why not help him together? In the next moment, 20 slime sub-bodies jumped and appeared. Under Ye Feng's command, these slime sub-bodies began to devour crazily. Eating. Body size increased. Eating. Agility +1. Eating. Vitality +2. After a large amount of devouring, Ye Feng's various attributes were continuously refreshed. What an obvious increase! Feeling the spiritual energy churning within his body, Ye Feng was overjoyed. Ye Feng's aura was rising steadily. Not long after, just by relying on devouring, his level had already broken through to E rank. Moreover, it was at the later stage of E rank. This is only devouring a small portion. This storage room has really brought me a huge surprise. If this continues, I believe that it won't be long before I break through again. Breaking through to E rank is a small matter. Ye Feng said, still wanting more. The feeling of his level rising was simply so comfortable that it made one want to die. It was so satisfying. At the same time that his level had increased by a large margin, he also felt that his strength was lacking. He needed too many resources. Ding! Perception sequence obtained experience increase. Perceptive sensing ability obtained a large increase. Perceptive range expanded. Ding! Devour sequence obtained experience increase. Your ability enhanced absorption evolved into accelerated absorption. Your ability possession has evolved to ultimate possession. What's going on? The sequences actually have a second evolution. Looking at the notifications that the system kept spamming on the screen, feeling the tremendous changes in his body, Ye Feng's expression became extremely exaggerated. One had to know that before this, regardless of whether Ye Feng devoured or obtained an increase in resources, he had never attempted a second evolution of the sequences. Now that he had devoured a large number of them, he unexpectedly discovered that the sequences he had awakened were only at the first stage. He could still continue to develop. It could undergo the second evolution and the third evolution. The originally enhanced absorption had also evolved into an accelerated absorption. He clearly discovered that the speed of the little slimes devouring had also become faster and faster. My luck is too good. Ye Feng was extremely happy. Ding! The host's ability is still at the primary stage. The probability of the sequence ability evolving to the extreme will greatly increase all abilities below the sequence. Host only needs to absorb enough spirit energy to evolve. Hearing the system's explanation, Ye Feng was enlightened. I see. I didn't evolve before, because I didn't absorb enough spirit energy. This knowledge was simply a blind spot for him. After all, no one would use a useless symbiote as a subject of study. Thinking about Ye Feng's situation, he was the only one in the entire history of mankind. Therefore, ever since Ye Feng fused with the slime symbiote, he was bound to become a unique existence. Such a powerful wave of devouring gave Ye Feng wave after wave of upgrades. Almost all of the awakened sequences obtained different levels of upgrades. While Ye Feng was in shock, he did not stay idle either. He picked up a mutated gecko corpse under his feet and directly devoured it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Severed Tail. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Stench. That's great. Ye Feng smiled as the spiritual energy in his body churned once more. These two skills were both excellent escape skills. Even if he could not defeat others, he could still retreat unscathed. This kind of ability was simply too great. Ye Feng left the outer area to the little slimes to deal with while he continued walking forward. The entire storage room was very, very big. After devouring it for half a day, he had only eaten less than 1/5 of it. Aren't these people Brother Dachui's underlings? Ye Feng walked and saw a few corpses on the ground. The appearance of the sharp-tongued person was too extreme. Ye Feng easily recognized him. Since they were all dead, Ye Feng did not stand on ceremony. He directly released Devour and took them away in one wave. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the new sequence evolution. You have obtained two characteristics, accelerated evolution and probability evolution. Your symbiotic slime's evolution speed will be accelerated. Every time it evolves, it is possible for it to awaken a new ability and feed it back to the main body to a certain extent. His body was once again attacked by a large wave of spirit energy. Ye Feng also noticed that at this moment, an evolution progress bar appeared on his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, slime. Body size, 19%. Subsidiary bodies 30. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 60, Vitality 70, Spirit 90. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Poison, Swift walk. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Severed Tail, Stench. Evolution progress, 87%. So much already? Looks like there's really a lot of devouring this time. However, to reach 100%, I still have to continue devouring. Ye Feng put away his attribute panel and continued walking forward. According to the system's notification, after the evolution progress reached 100%, a brand new sequence would be unlocked. What was this brand new sequence? Ye Feng did not know. Because everything was random. But what Ye Feng knew was that the 7th sequence of slimes would definitely refresh everyone's knowledge. Because no one had ever awakened the 7th sequence. Chapter 18, Advance Scout, Head to the Miasma Land, the territory of the demonized Spider King. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ding! Congratulations, host, leveled up successfully. Leveled up successfully, leveled up successfully, leveled up successfully. Success, success, success. During this period of time, Ye Feng had been continuously devouring, and his body had been undergoing changes as well. The rate of improvement increased. It also caused Ye Feng to fall into a deep sleep. A few hours later, only then did Ye Feng slowly open his eyes. I feel that my entire body has been impacted to different degrees. Ye Feng stood up and stretched. All over his body, crackling sounds could be heard in an instant. Countless nerves and meridians had all obtained different degrees of improvement. What powerful spiritual energy! Ye Feng sighed and immediately felt his mimicry sequence and obtained a great harvest. Ye Feng sensed his specific ability. He could not help but sigh again. He had originally thought his symbiotic body was trash. He did not expect that he could improve so quickly. Moreover, he had also derived several special attributes. These special attributes could make him stronger. It could be said that although his symbiotic body's value was still far from being as high as the mythical symbiotic body, it was not necessarily weaker than them. In terms of combat strength, he might still be at the beginning, but in terms of development, the slime had never lost to others. Moreover, his level seemed to have increased a little. Only then did Ye Feng react. Looking at his attributes, it was indeed E grade. He did not expect that he had only fallen into a deep sleep once and had already broken through E grade. What made Ye Feng feel the most incredulous was that his cross-realm increase was actually so fast. There was actually no feeling of rejection. This was a genuine E level. When the host swallowed a large amount of spiritual energy, the host's body also received countless washes. The increase in physique is also very easy. It was precisely because it was washed away by spirit energy that the host's improvement was also extremely fast. The system reminded him at this moment. Only after hearing the system's explanation did Ye Feng come to a sudden realization. He really did not expect that he would actually be able to obtain so many improvements on this trip. His level rose from Fn to E. The 6 great sequences of the slime had also all been awakened. His entire body had undergone different levels of evolution. Now, he had become a rather strong opponent. Since everything is done, then the next step is to prepare the next step of the plan. Ye Feng looked around. 2/3 of the storeroom that was originally filled with food and various supplements had been emptied by Ye Feng. The remaining items were all items that could not be eaten. Perception was released. He discovered that his surroundings were as calm as ever. Ye Feng's place had experienced so many upgrades over the past few days. They actually did not discover any movement at all. With a thought, Ye Feng strengthened his mimicry once again. The current him was already able to release most of his power. This allowed Ye Feng to raise the ability of the ant that came from mimicry to an even more powerful level. There was still some time, so Ye Feng did not waste it. He sat down and continued to cultivate. With the system's optimal cultivation method, he could also convert all the spirit energy he absorbed into his own power in the shortest amount of time. Very soon, the 7 days of rest time was up. An ant opened the door and was about to go in to remind Ye Feng that the time was up, but as soon as he walked in, he saw an extremely strong ant resting with his eyes closed. The time is up. The ant was extremely shocked when he saw Ye Feng in this state. He remembered that Ye Feng was not like this when he first came in. At this time, Ye Feng opened his eyes and completely restrained his aura. He looked at the ant and slowly said, "Okay, I got it." Even though the army ants all had the strength of F, their common spiritual sense was not high. So even if Ye Feng released all of his spiritual power, they would not feel anything special. Firstly, they simply did not have enough spiritual sense to understand. Secondly, Ye Feng's strength was too much stronger than theirs. Even if he only released a portion of his spiritual power, they would not be able to feel it. Just like how ordinary people could only hear normal sound waves and could not hear ultrasonic waves or low sound waves, it was the same principle. Ye Feng stood up. Under the shocked eyes of the ant, he turned around and walked out. Before he left, he even secretly hid Brother Dachui's sharp blade on his body. After all, this blade, Ye Feng could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary blade. The runes on it were enough to surprise Ye Feng endlessly. Following Ye Feng's huge increase, in an instant, his status in the ant colony tribe rose by several levels. He became one of the top 3 worker ants. At the same time, his status rose. Not long after he went out, he received a new order from the Vanguard General. In order to expand our tribe's territory, our tribe needs a lot of advanced scouts to go out and explore. This is our tribe's greatest and glorious post. Because of your outstanding performance, your strength isn't weak either. So from today onwards, you will officially become a glorious advanced scout. The Vanguard leader looked at Ye Feng. In his eyes, there seemed to be a malicious intent. Ye Feng naturally didn't mind and nodded in agreement. The entire ant colony was still of some use to him. He could even explore his own resources through the area of influence of the ant colony. The effect was very obvious. Moreover, there were still many resources inside the ant colony that had yet to be utilized by Ye Feng. Therefore, Ye Feng did not plan to leave during this period of time. After agreeing to the Vanguard leader's order, he walked out of the nest. It's better to find a less dangerous place. Ye Feng thought and activated his perception to the fullest. The surrounding area of more than 10 kilometers was within his detection range. There isn't any special place. Wait. Just as Ye Feng did not find any place worth exploring because of this area, he suddenly discovered a very strange place through his perception. In the entire primitive forest, almost every area was scattered with all kinds of monsters. But in this place, there was actually no aura of creatures at all. It was very strange. Then let's go here. Ye Feng confirmed that direction and then got up to walk. As the attributes of his body increased greatly, Ye Feng's speed was also very fast. Originally, it was a distance of 10 kilometers, but Ye Feng arrived at his destination in a minute. As Ye Feng went deeper, he learned more information. It turned out that this was a swamp that was not big. The miasma was everywhere. Moreover, the miasma in the primitive forest was abnormally toxic. Therefore, generally speaking, the swamp did not have any living creatures. Therefore, as Ye Feng continued to go deeper, he did not see any living creatures. Facing such a dangerous miasma, Ye Feng did not panic at all. He had long possessed a constitution that was impervious to all poisons. In addition to increasing his great poison resistance, this miasma had no effect on Ye Feng at all. If the other ants in the ant colony saw Ye Feng dare to walk into the miasma like this, they would definitely be scared silly on the spot. In the miasma, there was dead silence. He did not see any living creatures, but quite a number of them died. There were countless bones on the ground, and corpses scattered everywhere. These were all creatures that had entered this place by mistake, and countless of them had been poisoned to death. However, not all creatures could adapt to the miasma. There were even creatures that used the miasma to disguise themselves and hunt. The demonized Spider King. Walking to a puddle, Ye Feng's perception suddenly moved. There are creatures here. Ye Feng carefully looked around. Due to the miasma's influence, he could not completely release his perception inside. He could only perceive a place within his field of vision. With his perception moving, it let Ye Feng know that there must be a creature within his field of vision. Ye Feng suddenly raised his head and looked up. As expected, on the branch, an incomparably huge white silk net spread out. Hanging upside down were many things that were wrapped up like cicada pupae. If one did not look carefully, one really would not be able to find them. Ye Feng counted and there were dozens of them. These hanging on the web were obviously the spoils of war of this spider. And the ones wrapped up like cicada pupae were small animals that accidentally entered this area. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng immediately understood. As expected, this is the territory of the demonized Spider King. Looking at the densely packed cicada chrysalis, Ye Feng smiled. How many good things were there? Chapter 19, Spider Web Binding. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. I didn't expect to encounter such a pleasant surprise when I went out to explore. If I can swallow all of them, then I can improve further. Ye Feng was happy, so he made his next move. Since it can form such a big spider web, the spiders here must be quite big. Ye Feng looked around and thought to himself. According to his previous knowledge in class, he could easily tell that this was the demonized Spider King's territory. Ye Feng had yet to discover the exact location of this demonized Spider King through his senses. But through his senses, more than 10 densely packed little spiders appeared. These are its descendants, right? Ye Feng thought to himself. He withdrew his senses and began to gradually release the spiritual energy in his body, ready to fight at any time. In the territory of the demonized Spider King, there were usually many children. They were all small spiders that the demonized Spider King used to protect itself. They were very similar to the ant queen of the ant colony. Through continuous production, they produced countless ants. These ants constantly went out to search for food, and then carried the food back to the ant queen. But the difference was that the demonized Spider King was not a creature that didn't move. Generally speaking, the demonized Spider King's level was not weak, and its attack power was also frightening. Ye Feng released a few small slimes to scout ahead. Then, Ye Feng began to slowly crawl under a shrub tree, hiding himself. In order to obtain the spoils of war hanging on the webs, Ye Feng had to go around this swamp. Then he climbed up the crooked tree at the end. Only then could he come to the side of the spider web. But there was a problem. If Ye Feng walked straight through the swamp, then his aura would definitely be exposed. Although his strength was not weak, Ye Feng did not want to take this risk. If I can't avoid the battle with the demonized Spider King, then I have to expose the other party first, so that I can gain the upper hand. Ye Feng thought for a moment. Those little slimes had already arrived at the swamp. Due to their high resistance to poison, they weren't affected by the miasma of the swamp at all. But at the same time, the little slimes' figures were also discovered by the little spiders in the swamp. GG. After seeing the little slimes, the 4 or 5 little spiders let out a few angry roars and immediately charged forward. Due to the extremely large miasma, they did not have a field of vision. Only when the little spiders were within a short distance did Ye Feng see their faces clearly from the shared field of vision of the little slimes. He only saw a few extremely ugly spiders. On their bodies, there was still a dark green, stinky liquid flowing continuously. The fur on their bodies was also very dense. It was so dirty that even Ye Feng's hair stood on end when he saw it. After catching the little slimes, the group of little spiders stretched out their front claws and were about to bite down viciously. So ugly! Ye Feng said in disgust. Fortunately, his vision was not clear. Apart from feeling disgusted, Ye Feng also felt the ferocity of those little spiders. Merge! Ye Feng thought in his heart. Just as those little slimes were about to be bitten, they immediately merged into a big slime. Their bodies suddenly grew bigger. With the poison's characteristics, the black spines that grew out directly pushed the few spiders a few meters away. Devour! Just as the few little spiders flew out and landed on the ground, a few more little slimes suddenly appeared. Chi! With a few whooshing sounds, the few little spiders were successfully devoured. Ding! Devouring demonized little spiders. Mimicry sequence has evolved. You have obtained the spider web binding ability. As the little spiders were devoured, the system's voice sounded in Ye Feng's mind in the next moment. It actually evolved again. Ye Feng smiled and felt the changes in his body. I seem to be able to use the spider web binding ability on the mucus. Then I'll turn it into a medium for the spider web to attack. Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that with the spider web binding ability, his attack style had a new upgrade. Of course, this was just a guess. With this thought, Ye Feng immediately activated his spiritual energy to test it out. Then, a lot of mucus appeared in the palm of his right hand. With just a slight flick, it could adhere to the ground. Furthermore, under the spider web binding ability, this slime could actually become incomparably tough and sticky. In addition, the slime's mucus itself was extremely sticky. Along with the ability, the slime's mucus that Ye Feng released was simply an indestructible existence. What a fellow! This time, the mucus seems to have a few additional characteristics. It can be tough or sticky. Moreover, it can also be used as a spider web to bind. As long as it hits successfully, the opponent will have many restrictions. As an offensive method, it's also not bad. For Ye Feng, the spider web binding ability was simply an excellent offensive method. The biggest advantage of the mucus as a spider web medium was that the slime's mucus was almost endless and the spider web was instantaneous. It was very similar to a hidden weapon. But the attack range of the spider web was much larger than a normal hidden weapon. And it was almost impossible to dodge. Under the effect of the ability, the spider web that was shot out was not only sticky, but also very tough. Most importantly, Ye Feng's spider web also had the characteristics of his slime. Poison. This was a nerve-wracking poison, and poison was the biggest killer weapon of this spider web. As long as it hit, the opponent would have varying degrees of paralysis, numbness, poison, and so on. Of course, the specific situation still depended on the opponent's level. If the opponent's level was very high, even though his spider web could cause quite a powerful attack, in the opponent's eyes, it was still not enough. Therefore, Ye Feng also knew that he had to grasp the way to attack, as well as the time. This was also his biggest trump card at the moment. It could even be said to be the only way to attack. Not long after, a few small spiders came from the distance. The miasma was extremely large. Ye Feng could not see the opponent's position clearly with just his vision, but Ye Feng's perception was very clear about the opponent's position. Come on! Let's try my new ability! Ye Feng thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, countless mucus was released. With the support of the spider web binding, the mucus turned into a spider web in the air and quickly enveloped the few small spiders. G. The small spiders were suddenly bound by a spider web. When they realized that something was wrong, they immediately began to struggle. However, the tenacity of the spider web was not something that these little guys could break free from. Before long, those little spiders were all killed by the intense poison. Go over and devour them. Ye Feng thought to himself and released a few more little slimes. The little slimes were also very fast and directly went over to devour them. Devouring. Agility +1. Devouring. Vitality +1. Not bad, there's still some small income. Ye Feng smiled. Right now, he wanted to get those cicada pupae hanging on the tree more. This ability is too useful. Even if I fight the demonized Spider King on the spot, I still have the confidence. The aura is very close. The distance between the demonized Spider King and me shouldn't be too far. Ye Feng released his perception and once again concealed himself. The demonized Spider King's aura was very powerful and was instantly captured by Ye Feng. Therefore, Ye Feng deduced that the fellow should be on a nearby tree. This was because the trees here were covered with the spider webs released by the demonized Spider King. Its range of movement was very wide. Moreover, because it was a hunting-type monster, it had very strong offensive capabilities. Therefore, hiding its aura was basically a compulsory course. Ye Feng could not easily find it. Chapter 20, Kill, Demonized Spider King. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. However, Ye Feng's perception was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Ye Feng looked around and saw the dense spider webs. A crazy idea popped up in his heart. Since this demonized Spider King has spread so many webs here, why don't I just play along? If I can combine the slime with the spider web binding ability, I can create a web that is similar to the demonized Spider King and attract it to me. I'll bind it and capture the demonized Spider King alive. Thinking about this, Ye Feng felt that it was feasible, but he still summoned the system. System, deduce the feasibility of my judgment. Ding, analysis completed. A total of 2,309 deductions. The current host's judgment is feasible. Success rate is 90%, the best solution. Hearing the system's affirmation, Ye Feng became bolder. The spider web created by the demonized Spider King was not small. This required a lot of work to construct a spider web. Ye Feng scanned his surroundings with his perception. After confirming that there were no problems, he began to plan his actions. Any spider web here was as big as a football field. If Ye Feng relied solely on his hands to construct a spider web, it would be a waste of time and effort. Of course, Ye Feng was not that stupid. Spiritual energy boiled all over his body, and 20 little slimes instantly appeared around Ye Feng. Go! With an order, the group of little slimes immediately jumped and ran in all directions. Because the little slimes themselves carried a large amount of mucus, they themselves were equivalent to a spider web bondsman. Therefore, Ye Feng only needed to instruct them to lay the net, and he did not need to do anything at all. Next, I'll wait for the big fish to take the bait. Ye Feng smiled and hid himself again. In the territory of the demonized Spider King, Ye Feng did not dare to expose himself too early. It was the best way to stop it. In the distance, an extremely huge figure appeared. It was a giant spider that was 5 to 6 meters tall. The 8 extremely sharp, long, and deadly spider legs, under the influence of the spider's venom, gave off an indescribable purple charm. At the back of the body, the segments continuously surged. Surrounded by the poisonous gas, the demonized Spider King appeared to be illusory. But when you saw the 8 blood-red eyes on the head, you would feel extremely horrified. The appearance of the demonized Spider King was not a coincidence, because at almost the same time that Ye Feng swallowed its little spiders, it discovered something was wrong. Amidst the confusion, the demonized Spider King came to the area where Ye Feng was with a surging killing intent. Its 8 eyes kept sizing up everything around it. In the eyes of others, this place was bewitched by the miasma and could not see anything clearly. But in the eyes of the demonized Spider King, everything here was very clear and there was no difference from usual. This was all thanks to its 8 eyes. It's coming. Ye Feng perked up and thought to himself. At this moment, the demonized Spider King suddenly saw some strange creatures appear on the spider web not far away. It could be seen that they were stuck to the spider web and could not move. Their prey had taken the bait. The demonized Spider King leaped and landed on the spider web. It was covered with bluish-purple globules, slimy, and not very big. But there were a lot of them. A dozen of them. These were the little slimes from Ye Feng. He deliberately let them on the web in order to attract the attention of the demonized Spider King, to attract it as bait. This method is obviously very effective. Just as the demonized Spider King tilted its head and sized up these strange creatures. Shoo! The spider web suddenly closed up at such a fast speed that even an extremely sensitive monster like the demonized Spider King couldn't react in time. It's actually so easy. I actually defeated it with a spider web. Seeing the demonized Spider King being bound by the spider web, Ye Feng was even a little puzzled. He could actually use a spider web to defeat a demonized Spider King? This shouldn't be that simple. No matter what, this demonized Spider King's level was also at F+. It wasn't something that could be easily defeated. I'll just wait and see what the situation is like. In the next second, Ye Feng rejoiced that he had made the right decision. The spider web that Ye Feng had just built. It only restrained the demonized Spider King for less than a minute, but in the next moment, it exploded under the demonized Spider King's fury. G. With a furious roar, a monstrous killing intent exploded. It exploded from the demonized Spider King's body. This was the first time in this territory that it was being teased by others like this. Boom! The killing intent in the demonized Spider King's body continued to erupt. Even the surrounding trees were blasted a few meters deep by this overbearing killing intent. So powerful! It had to be said that this demonized Spider King was the first time Ye Feng felt a monster with such high destructive power. If the King Cobra from before didn't count, the demonized Spider King was the first monster in the true sense that could threaten Ye Feng's life. It seemed that the demonized Spider King's senses were too sensitive. Not long after, it smelled Ye Feng's scent and rushed over in the next second. But there was something faster than the demonized Spider King. It was the bunch of spider silk that it shot out. Ye Feng did not plan to hide anymore. He had already figured out the attack pattern of the demonized Spider King. Now, he was going to play along and pretend to be restrained. Then, he would kill it at close range. Facing the rapidly charging spider silk, Ye Feng did not move at all. In the next second, Ye Feng was tied up by the extremely tough spider silk. Stench! Sensing that the demonized Spider King was about to get close, Ye Feng immediately released his skill stench. For a moment, the entire nest fell into a mess. Since Ye Feng could not completely grasp the vision here, he might as well mix it up a little. This way, the demonized Spider King's field of vision would also be obstructed. Ye Feng could use his senses to carry out a short-distance battle. Although he was trapped in the miasma, the spider silk that hit Ye Feng's body was still contracting. Instead, it strengthened the restraint. As the demonized Spider King approached, the spider web became tighter and tighter. This also gave Ye Feng a good opportunity. Since you want to compete in strength, then come on. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spirit energy suddenly erupted from Ye Feng's body. At this moment, his spirit energy was fully unleashed. The slime's 6 sequences in his body were circulating crazily. With his constitution raised to 90, under the circulation of spirit energy, he became incomparably powerful. Adding on the restriction of mimicry, the strength of an army ant was 3 times that of humans. Including this characteristic, Ye Feng's current strength was 10 times that under normal circumstances. Withdraw! Ye Feng shouted as his body strength soared. He only lifted it with his hand. The spider silk he was holding was actually forcefully pulled to a stop by him. Gee! The demonized Spider King suddenly paused and sensed Ye Feng pulling with force again. It was not willing to be outdone. Under normal circumstances, after the spider silk hit its prey, it would contract the spider web and eventually bind it into a cicada chrysalis-like object, hanging upside down on the spider web and used for material storage. That was how it was. But now, when Ye Feng pulled harder, the demonized Spider King also gained a bit more strength. Both sides were in a tug-of-war. Their strength always reached a balance. Neither side could pull the other. In the spider lair where their vision was blurry, both sides were in a deadlock. Ye Feng was able to withstand the attacks of an F-end creature in turn. This was already considered a very good condition and standard. G. In the next moment, the demonized Spider King's 2 incomparably sharp spider claws suddenly appeared and swept towards Ye Feng's body. F***ck, are you trying to cheat me? Ye Feng cursed loudly and suddenly used the severed tail skill. After releasing the skill, Ye Feng suddenly broke free from the spider web and disappeared. In the next moment, 20 little slimes suddenly appeared from all directions. Under the effects of speed and poison, these little slimes almost instantly hit the demonized Spider King and attached themselves to its body. The 8 eyes of the demonized Spider King flashed with red light. After being touched by the slimes, a strong spiritual power burst out from its body. However, it was useless. Moreover, because the spider web disappeared in an instant, the demonized Spider King staggered and fell down from the treetops due to the reaction force. Ye Feng immediately released his spiritual power. In the rapid and continuous drive, Ye Feng took 10 steps one step at a time. And the moment his leg lifted out, he was in front of the demonized Spider King. Up to 20 tiny slimes stuck to it. Ye Feng thought a move. Poison release. All of a sudden, a lot of black liquid spread out. In an instant, the demonized Spider King's blue-purple body was all covered up. A very intense numbness spread almost instantaneously all over the demonized Spider King. Its movements became extremely slow. Ye Feng sensed that everything was ready, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Spider Web Binding. Chapter 21, Sticky Slime. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 20 small slime instantaneously turned into a large white spider web encirclement. All of a sudden, the whole demonized Spider King was covered up. For a time, countless poison was constantly eroding its body, and even the internal organs. The demonized Spider King was poisoned. At this moment, it began to fear. Its 8 eyes suddenly shrank. Due to its severe paralysis, it could not move at this moment. It could not even use its spiritual power, not to mention struggle. With the ability of the spider web binding, the slime's adhesion and tenacity allowed the demonized Spider King to struggle more and more. Moreover, the poisonous liquid also became deeper and deeper as it struggled. It even went deep into all the nerves. Die! Ye Feng willed and an incomparably huge spider web force completely covered the demonized Spider King's body. No matter how hard the outer shell of the demonized Spider King's body was, the moment the spider web binding contracted, it shattered with a loud bang. Under the terrified gaze of the demonized Spider King, Ye Feng released his spiritual power once again. The strands of silk like white spider silk smoothly passed through the demonized Spider King's body as if they were passing through cheese. Then, a huge collapsing force was released. All of it was released on the demonized Spider King's body. Puchi! Bang! A bloody mist suddenly spread out in the air. An incomparably huge corpse fiercely smashed onto the ground and fell in front of the ground. We have a winner. Ye Feng said no more nonsense. He released the slimes directly and devoured it. Ding! You have killed the demonized Spider King. Mimicry sequence gained experience. Your ability Spider Web Binding evolved into Web Transformation. Your subsidiary bodies gain characteristic Sticky Slime. When the system's ascension sound, Ye Feng immediately received a new round of ascension. And this upgrade made Ye Feng feel particularly novel. Is this sticky characteristic any different from before? Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled. He released the little slimes that had added a new characteristic and planned to take a closer look. In the next moment, a jumping little slime appeared in front of Ye Feng. The difference was that after adding the sticky characteristic, the little slime obviously had a lot more mucus. In addition to relying on this property, Ye Feng even found that these small slimes could now produce a lot more mucus. Ding! The host previously had a pure mucus spider web, and by upgrading, the web has become more versatile than just mucus. It can also be released through filamentous and reticular forms. By improving the mimicry sequence ability, you can also obtain more morphing effects. At this moment, the system also came out to explain. Ye Feng nodded. So that's how it is. Since he could actually change the form multiple times, he might as well give it a try. With this thought, Ye Feng waved his right hand, and a thin thread shot out. Shoo! Right in front of him, an old tree with a crooked neck that was half a meter thick was actually directly penetrated. It actually has such explosive power. Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised, but he also knew his terrifying explosive power. In addition to this kind of spider web attack that was comparable to hidden weapons, it basically had a hit rate of 100%. This time, Ye Feng had a new skill to deal with the enemy. Putting away the silk-like spider silk, Ye Feng immediately released the web-like spider silk. In the next moment, a large spider web appeared out of thin air, like a fishing net, and wrapped around one of the things. It was extremely constrictive. It could almost shrink instantaneously. It could not give the other party a chance to react at all. Then, it could greatly restrict the other party's movements. The spider web also had the characteristics of poison, possessing multiple effects such as tenacity, retardation, poison, and so on. And as Ye Feng improved, these abilities also increased. This is simply too good. I can feel that the release of this web is much better than the one used to bind the demonized Spider King. Seeing this, Ye Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. If he were to compare the time when he laid the web to bind the demonized Spider King to manual operation, he would construct the spider silk one by one and then form a web. Now that he had the web-like skill, it was equivalent to automation. Ye Feng only needed to activate his spirit energy and he could follow his senses to release a spider web. This also greatly reduced the time needed to lay the web. After the slime subsidiary bodies increased the stickiness, Ye Feng became more familiar with the usage of the spider web. What made Ye Feng even more surprised was that under the effect of the sticky attribute, he was actually able to materialize the mucus. I can even make the mucus into a weapon. As he spoke, a long javelin appeared in Ye Feng's hand. The structure of this javelin was also very simple. The long body of the javelin had a sharp spear on its head. Because it was formed from mucus, it looked light blue in color. Most importantly, even a javelin made from mucus was as hard as an iron product. If that's the case, this ability is simply too awesome. Under the condition that I have enough spirit energy, I can even mass-produce defensive equipment for the little slimes to increase its defensive ability. But it's obviously impossible now. Ye Feng felt some spirit energy in his body. Just transforming into a weapon had already consumed a lot of spirit energy. If it was a large-scale transformation, it was not impossible, but at least for now, it could not be achieved, but it was enough to arm himself. Putting down the javelin, Ye Feng circulated his spirit energy and transformed into a light blue shield. Ye Feng was very satisfied. This was a very good skill. At least from now on, his slime had changed from passive defense to active attack. Then, Ye Feng released his perception and scanned the surroundings. After finding no other threats, he kept the few spider legs that the demonized Spider King dropped into his bag. The demonized Spider King's spider legs were also good medicinal ingredients and could refine a good antidote. At the end of the training competition, Ye Feng could refine the antidote and earn some money. He could even subsidize his household expenses. After everything was settled, only then did Ye Feng leave this place with satisfaction and walk towards the distant tree. Because there was a path through this tree, only then would Ye Feng be able to reach the top of the demonized Spider King's web. Looking at the countless cicada chrysalis-like items that were falling down, Ye Feng could no longer contain the joy in his heart. There was a large wave of victory fruits waiting for him to reap. Without the spider's obstruction, Ye Feng also smoothly entered the demonized Spider King's nest. Looking at the dazzling array of cicada pupae, Ye Feng was once again shocked. I didn't expect there to be so many cicada pupae here. Due to the miasma's confusion, Ye Feng looked up from below and could only see a small portion of the cicada pupae. Only when he walked up and looked closely did he realize that there were actually so many cicada pupae here. The demonized Spider King probably wanted to use these cicada pupae as bait and hang them on the web to lure the enemy in deeper. It's also possible that this demonized Spider King placed these cicada pupae here just to show off. No matter what, in the end, it still benefited me. Thinking like this, Ye Feng did not stand on ceremony. He released his perception and the entire nest was quickly discovered by Ye Feng. There are actually dozens of cicada pupae. Ye Feng thought to himself. He was secretly delighted. He had struck it rich this time. The little slimes were all released. Another wave of crazy devouring started. Devouring. Strength +1. Devouring. Spirit +1. Devouring. Spirit +1. Devouring. Spirit +1. Not bad. Ye Feng quickly devoured all the cicada pupae in the spider web. He thought that after devouring everything, Ye Feng was about to leave, but his perception suddenly told him that there was another cicada pupae at the end of the spider web. Moreover, this cicada pupae was very strange. Ye Feng couldn't tell exactly how strange it was, but he naturally wouldn't let go of such food. It's actually a corpse. Ye Feng came in front of the human-shaped cicada pupa and squatted down to take a closer look. It's also a symbiote. The extremely weak aura emitted by the cicada pupa told him that what was inside was the same as him, a symbiote. However, the person inside had been dead for a long time. When Ye Feng opened the cicada pupa, there was only a dried corpse inside. It might not look like much on the outside, but Ye Feng could clearly feel that weak aura. This symbiote should also be a newcomer who had participated in the training competition earlier. However, this powerful spiritual power made Ye Feng feel very puzzled. According to the deduction, after dying for so long, he could still emit such spiritual power. When he was alive, he was at least an E-grade existence. He did not expect to die here. While Ye Feng felt regretful, he also released his slime and devoured it. In the next second, Ye Feng immediately felt a different feeling. The impact of the fusion of spiritual power made Ye Feng feel a little dispirited, but this feeling quickly disappeared. Following that, an extremely overbearing aura enveloped Ye Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the leader's oppression skill. Chapter 22, The Report of the Scout. Someone wants to confer himself the title of king. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. What's going on? What a powerful aura! This pressure is too awesome. Looking at the system notification, Ye Feng was in disbelief. While the pressure was attached, his spiritual power had also increased. What's the use of this pressure? Ye Feng asked. Ding! The leader's pressure has increased. The host can have greater control over creatures of the same species. Not bad. This way, I won't be so afraid even if I face strong opponents in the future, Ye Feng thought to himself. Through this devour, he could feel that his evolution progress bar had also increased tremendously. Then, he summoned his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiosis body, slime. Body size, 20%. Subsidiary bodies, 30. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 120, Vitality 170, Spirit 190. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Poison, Swift walk, Stickiness. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression. Evolution, 95%. Current level, E. I'm still a little short. Ye Feng smiled bitterly when he saw the progress bar that was only 5% short. However, he should be able to break through this progress bar after another round of devouring. At that time, there would be another round of evolution. Ye Feng was already beginning to look forward to it. Putting away his interface, Ye Feng walked out. A day had already passed since he entered the swamp. It was time to go back. Ye Feng glanced at the leaderboard. He was still ranked first, with 198 points. However, Chen Hao, who was ranked second, was also closely chasing after him. The points were very close, only 2 points away from him. There are less than 20 days until the end of the training match, but for me, there is enough time. Ye Feng thought to himself. As long as he was in the top 3, it would be fine. Being first or second was no longer important. Walking to the exit of the spider web, Ye Feng was surprised to find a huge sawtooth. Ye Feng was curious, so he walked over to take a look. As expected. Looking at the very familiar sawtooth hook, Ye Feng immediately thought of the ferocious giant saber mantis that he had explored earlier. And the sawtooth hook in front of him was one of the mantis blades of the giant saber mantis. There's actually a mantis blade here. That also means that the giant saber mantis must have been heavily injured to the point that it lost its arm. Judging from the aura above, this mantis blade must have been broken not too long ago. Ye Feng touched the flesh where the mantis blade was broken. It was still very fresh, so he could preliminarily determine that this mantis blade was also broken in the past few days. I wonder if it's a human or a creature that can cause damage to the mantis blade. The mantis blade was broken. Ye Feng couldn't tell whose method it was. But it didn't matter. At least, the giant saber mantis was weakened. Ye Feng also planned to seize this opportunity and kill it. Putting away the mantis blade, Ye Feng left the place. Ye Feng returned to the ant nest. As an advance scout, he had to report the situation in the swamp. According to the Vanguard General's instructions, Ye Feng arrived at the Ant Queen's location. Ye Feng told the Ant Queen everything that had happened. Of course, Ye Feng naturally did not reveal the news of the demonized Spider King's resources being plundered. When they heard that Ye Feng had single-handedly defeated the demonized Spider King, the Ant Queen and all the leaders present were shocked on the spot. One had to know that even though they were army ants, their levels were not too weak. However, they would not act rashly when facing a creature alone, and it was an FN level monster. Usually, they would first report back to the tribe and then gather their army to march towards this place. The biggest advantage of ants was that they fought as a team. In their creed, it was impossible to win in a one-on-one battle. For a time, the entire ant colony heard of Ye Feng's deeds. Countless ants viewed Ye Feng as the ant colony's bravest hero. Very good. From today onwards, you will be allowed to lead an army and enjoy all the privileges of a great general. When the Ant Queen heard of Ye Feng's deeds, she was also very appreciative and immediately promoted Ye Feng to the position of great generals. Ye Feng smiled. He did not expect the ant colony to have such a complicated social system. But when he thought of how the ants were a matriarchal society and had to listen to the Supreme Ant Queen, who was also their queen, all of this could be explained. Ye Feng roughly understood that in the entire ant colony, including him, there were only 6 great generals. Each great general could lead up to 1,000 soldier ants. Ye Feng knew that these soldier ants were not to be trifled with. Thinking back to Brother Dachui's tragic state, it was enough to know just how strong these soldier ants were. One soldier ant might not represent anything, but there were up to 1,000 of them. The strength of unity was great. This was also the creed that the ant tribe had always followed. Along with obtaining the identity of great general, Ye Feng's position in the ant nest had also obtained a further promotion. Now, he was on par with the previous Vanguard general. This was because among the 6 great generals, his previous team leader was also one of them. Above that was the Supreme Ant Queen. Ye Feng did not think that he would be able to experience the feeling of being below one person and above 10,000 people in the ant colony. Although it was child's play, to the ants, this was all they had. Ye Feng noticed that the Ant Queen had a large number of offspring in her body and was about to enter the reproductive stage. Hence, the Ant Queen at this time was also the time when she needed food the most. Hence, storing a large amount of food became the biggest task of the ant colony at the moment. And now, the greatly weakened giant saber mantis had undoubtedly become the most suitable target. Moreover, after killing the giant saber mantis, Ye Feng believed that his evolution sequence would also be able to break through. Ye Feng thought for a moment and decided to use the other party as an excuse to kill. Queen, when I went to investigate this time, I also discovered the giant saber mantis's severed arm. In other words, its current strength has been greatly weakened. Hearing this, the Ant Queen thought for a moment. Very quickly, the development of the matter was just as Ye Feng had thought. Since that's the case, then we must take this opportunity to exterminate it. Now, I appoint you to take full responsibility for this arduous crusade mission. After the victorious return, you will become the greatest general of our tribe. You can choose any item you want. There was such a good thing. There were all sorts of hidden resources in the ant nest. There were countless storage rooms of all sizes. Just the storage room that Ye Feng went to was able to receive a huge upgrade. This also meant that there were quite a few good items here. Randomly choosing an item? Did this also mean that there was not only a storage room for food, but also a storage room for resources? No matter what, Ye Feng naturally would not miss this opportunity. After the Ant Queen finished speaking, another voice immediately came out. Queen, I want to follow along and protect our great hero. Ye Feng turned his head and looked over. So it was the leader who had brought him before. Because of Ye Feng's rapid rise in status, this made the vanguard general very dissatisfied. One had to know that in the tribe, there were some ants who couldn't become a team leader even if they spent their entire lives. As for great general, it was even harder to ascend to heaven. If he didn't have any special battle achievements, he wouldn't have a chance at all. But Ye Feng's appearance seemed to have broken all of this. The leader didn't know where he came from. What he knew was that this guy had already seriously affected his interests. Thus, the leader took the initiative to volunteer and set out together with Ye Feng. The name was Protection, but in reality, it was just to keep an eye on Ye Feng's every move. In fact, the leader even had the idea of taking advantage of the chaos to kill Ye Feng. The Ant Queen's breeding period was also the time when it was at its weakest. As long as it joined hands with the remaining great generals, it was also possible for it to be crowned king. Chapter 23, Expedition, Crusade. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The Ant Queen then acquiesced to the leader's request. The Ant Queen trusted the leader very much. As an elder of the founding dynasty, the leader had done no less than Ye Feng. Seeing that the leader wanted to help Ye Feng, the Ant Queen naturally allowed it. Everything was done. Then, Ye Feng left the Ant Queen's nest. He began to gather the army. Is that our newly promoted general up there? Yeah, haven't you heard? He can destroy the demonized Spider King alone. He's too powerful. He's definitely the strongest existence in the new generation of our ant tribe. He's more than powerful. This guy is simply a god. I even suspect that he's not from the ant tribe at all. Ye Feng stood on the mound and looked at the thousands of soldier ants below. As he listened to all kinds of discussions, he felt a sense of pride. For the crusade against the giant saber mantis, the Ant Queen made Ye Feng the highest level commander of this operation. The thousands of soldier ants below were the most elite existences in the entire tribe. This was enough to see that the Ant Queen valued Ye Feng very much. She even gave all her elites to this hero who had risen overnight. Soon, Ye Feng controlled the army and set off in one direction. With Ye Feng's perception and the 10 small slimes that were spread out to explore, Ye Feng quickly located the location of the giant saber mantis. Because it was at a disadvantage in a battle, one of the mantis blades broke. At this time, the giant saber mantis hid its aura completely and hid on a tree. Due to the camouflage color on its body, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to notice it. However, Ye Feng was different. In his eyes, the aura emitted by the giant saber mantis was very obvious. After confirming that there were no humans around, only then did Ye Feng move with ease. You want to hide? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance, Ye Feng thought to himself. The mighty army had already arrived under the tree where the giant saber mantis was hiding. Formation. The target is on the tree. Prepare to attack. Ye Feng did not need to issue specific orders one by one. Soldier ants were the fighting machines of ant colonies. There was already a very strict system of division. As the commander-in-chief, Ye Feng only needed to issue a general battle order. The specific orders were detailed, and there were countless leaders of different sizes to carry out the division of orders. Finally, it was detailed to every soldier ant. Seeing such a tight-fitting battle machine, Ye Feng was also stunned. 1/3 of the soldier ants took the lead. Under the tree, they were already waiting for Ye Feng's order. They would charge forward. The remaining group of soldier ants was the second vanguard. After the first vanguard charged forward, the second vanguard would carry out battle support and rescue. And a portion of them began to probe the surrounding situation to ensure a flawless battle environment. Not long after, thousands of army ants surrounded this tree. Even the area that stretched out for several kilometers was within the battle range of Ye Feng's army. Around Ye Feng were more than a dozen ant tribe experts. They were all sent by the leader to monitor Ye Feng. Ye Feng was very calm. His current target was the giant saber mantis, not these small fries. Before Ye Feng could take action, the giant saber mantis seemed to have also noticed Ye Feng and the others. It directly took the initiative to strike first, and its huge body responded with a sound. Boom! Its speed was also extremely fast, and it directly shot down. The moment the huge spirit energy landed on the ground, it was like a huge bomb, and with a boom, it instantly exploded. Such a huge commotion stirred up layers of thick smoke. The huge impact force even directly killed the 10 soldier ants closest to it. Although the giant saber mantis had already lost one of its mantis blades, it was still very powerful. Amidst the smoke and dust, an incomparably sharp mantis blade began to swing. Its speed was extremely fast. Even the scene Ye Feng saw was only an afterimage, not to mention the ants. They couldn't react at all. Boom! 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 After the soldier ants realized that something was wrong, they quickly returned to defend. Thousands of soldier ants quickly gathered and surrounded the giant saber mantis. But the giant saber mantis was even faster. The dust settled. There were already dozens of ant corpses lying on the ground. Facing such a powerful opponent, the ants were helpless. From the beginning of the active battle, it became a passive defense. Moreover, the defense was far less powerful than the giant saber mantis attack. Just by raising the mantis blade, a few ants were cut in half. As the mantis blade fell, the heads of more than 10 ants disappeared. This speed made Ye Feng secretly surprised. So powerful! As expected of the giant saber mantis, its level was F+. It was a powerful creature that deserved to be in this area. Should we retreat a little? Ye Feng looked at the army that suffered heavy losses and said to his subordinate beside him. Although the death and injury of the ants didn't affect him much, he had been mimicking ants for a while now. They were like his family and friends. He could not bear to die in vain. No. When the leader's trusted aide heard Ye Feng's thoughts, he immediately rejected. Our great general has instructed me to ensure that you complete this battle. No matter the cost, we must take down this giant saber mantis. Because the flesh of the giant saber mantis is a rare delicacy for the queen. Ye Feng sneered, since that's the case, why don't you go? This sentence made his trusted aide speechless. In terms of cultivation level, not to mention how strong these trusted aides were, Ye Feng could easily kill them. These trusted aides naturally knew, so they did not dare to say anything. They just quietly followed behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng saw that he could not ask anything, so he urged his spiritual energy and directly released ultimate possession. He controlled the closest trusted aide of the leader. The ant rolled its eyes and began to tremble. In the next moment, all the memory information was obtained by Ye Feng. The reason why the leader asked Ye Feng to attack at all costs was to create an opportunity for him. While Ye Feng was fighting with the giant saber mantis in front of him, the leader's army was gathering in the ant nest. He joined forces with the other great generals and mobilized all the soldier ants to surround the ant nest. His goal was to kill the ant queen. Then he would be crowned king. Ye Feng sent out nearly 5,000 soldier ants, and the remaining 10,000 soldier ants were all under the leader's control. In the entire ant colony, the number of soldier ants was only 15,000. Even if the ant queen wanted to resist, she would be powerless. As long as he occupied the nest, killed the ant queen, and completed the coup. Even if Ye Feng won or lost on the battlefield, as long as he returned, he would definitely die. If he lost, he would die on the battlefield. If he won, he would return and die in the leader's trap. Good fellow. So that's how it is. When Ye Feng learned of the leader's plan, he immediately frowned. He did not expect that even within the ants, there would be such scheming and plotting. This was also good. Ye Feng planned to play along, so he had a reason to destroy them all. At that time, all the resources in the ant nest would be enough to directly raise his cultivation level again. Thinking of this, Ye Feng also laid his cards on the table. The pressure on his body was suddenly released, and the surrounding trusted aides of the leader were suddenly frightened by this incomparably powerful spiritual power pressure. Ye Feng looked at the giant saber mantis and said softly, "Since the ending is like this, then let's not act anymore. Bring it on." The giant saber mantis seemed to have also felt that Ye Feng's strength seemed to be much stronger than these ants. Thus, the giant saber mantis no longer paid attention to the surrounding ants. It faced Ye Feng and made a battle stance. Although one of the mantis blades was gone, Ye Feng still felt that the sharp killing intent of the giant saber mantis seemed to be about to land on his neck at any moment. Suddenly, the giant saber mantis flapped its wings and brought along its incomparably huge mantis blade as it charged over swiftly. "I was waiting for you." Seeing that the giant saber mantis had taken the initiative to strike, Ye Feng's figure moved and the spiritual energy in his body was instantly released. The sharp mantis blade sliced through the air. Ye Feng was also fast, or else his head would have been removed. Suddenly, more than 10 little slimes appeared beside the giant saber mantis. Spider web binding. When Ye Feng landed, with a thought, the little slime instantly turned into a web-like spider web. Due to the impact force being too strong, even if the giant saber mantis saw that the front was a spider web waiting to be released, it was unable to change the landing point. It just happened to rush into Ye Feng's spider web. Die! Ye Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and the spider web instantly closed up. Pu! The giant saber mantis' huge body was instantly crushed by the overbearing pressure. It instantly exploded and died. After swallowing it, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have killed the giant saber mantis and obtained the sharp blade skill. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your subsidiary bodies have gained the sharp slime's special attribute. Ding! Evolution progress bar increased by 4.9%. The sharp blade skill could greatly increase one's attack power. At least I have my own combat ability now. I've gained quite a lot this time. Ye Feng felt that he had not lost anything in this expedition. However, when Ye Feng saw the evolution progress bar, his head was full of black lines. I'm actually still a little short. However, when he returned to the nest and dealt with the leader's wave of rebels, it would be enough. Only 0.1% of his evolution points were missing. He could reach it with just a random wave of plunder. After successfully killing the giant saber mantis, Ye Feng returned to the army and looked at the few trembling trusted aides of the leader. Ye Feng directly released the slimes and devoured them. He then gathered the army. The leader's oppression skill was instantly released by Ye Feng. An invisible pressure enveloped the army, and a sense of subservience rose from the hearts of these thousands of soldier ants. I just received a message that there is already a rebel army within our tribe that is staging a coup. And the people I just killed are the trusted aides of the rebel army. Everyone, follow me and protect our homeland for the final attack. Chapter 24, Turning the Tables, Defeating the Leader, and Unlocking the Evolution Sequence. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, the leader was sitting on the throne of the Ant Queen. Below, an extremely bloated body was lying on the ground. Liquid kept flowing out from below, drenching a large area of soil. This was the Ant Queen that had been killed. Dozens of trusted aides were standing by the side, ready for battle. It was obvious that the leader's coup was very successful. The entire ant colony was about to face a new era. Sweep out the Queen's trusted aides. Capture one, kill one. Leave no survivors, the leader ordered. Everyone below listened and immediately set off. The second round of fighting had arrived in the ant nest. What's the situation at the front? The leader began to ask. His biggest enemy right now was still Ye Feng. If Ye Feng was not eliminated, he would not be able to feel at ease for a day. In fact, his fear of Ye Feng had far exceeded his understanding. Therefore, getting rid of Ye Feng was something he had been preparing for all this time. Report, the front has just received news of a complete victory. Hearing the report from the scout, the leader immediately jumped up. What did you say? This news was like a bolt from the blue to him. The front also reported that all the trusted aides that we had planted inside had been killed by him. Hearing this news, the leader could no longer sit still. The trusted aides below furrowed their brows even more. The trusted aides that the leader had placed inside were the top experts of the entire ant colony. The ants above them had all been killed. But Ye Feng could easily kill all of them. Most importantly, when did he know his goal? The leader began to panic and his entire body couldn't stop trembling. If he let Ye Feng return to court, the consequences wouldn't be so good. This fellow is actually so powerful. While the leader was still thinking of a countermeasure, his trusted aide below suggested, King, you don't need to panic. We have more than twice their military strength. What is there to be afraid of? This subordinate suggests that our coup is already a fact and has been a great success. When that fellow returns and is rewarded, we can take the opportunity to kill him. As for the Queen's corpse, we just need to hide it. When the time comes, we can find a reason and let King give the reward. Hearing his subordinate's words, the leader nodded silently. Then let's do it. On the other side, Ye Feng's army had already arrived at the ant nest. Congratulations on the great general's triumphant return. At the entrance of the ant nest, there was an army of ants defending the city. When they saw the leader Ye Feng return, they cheered. You want to play this game with me? Ye Feng released his perception. He understood the situation in the vicinity. The entire nest was under the control of the leader's armed forces. The soldiers guarding the entrance of the nest. They were obviously waiting for him to arrive before surrounding him and killing him. Welcome the great general's triumphant return. At this moment, the leader also came out. There were ant tribe experts on both sides. In the leader's hand was a fiery red fruit. The queen is currently in the midst of reproduction and is in poor health. It's not convenient for her to come out to welcome the great general's triumphant return. She specially asked me to come and reward the great general. This is the tribe's sacred fruit. It's called the flame fruit. The queen specially instructed me to reward the great general for his meritorious service in defeating the enemy. The appearance of the great general has saved our tribe many times and won many meritorious deeds. This is a great honor for our ant tribe. After saying this, the leader raised the sacred fruit, the flame fruit. For a moment, a dazzling light entered his eyes. Within the flame fruit, a wave of heat rolled out. This is a good thing. Ye Feng felt the vigorous aura emitted by the flame fruit. As one of the sacred fruits, Ye Feng naturally recognized this thing. The flame fruit grew in a very tricky environment. It could only survive under extremely high temperatures. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to find it. Moreover, as it was a fruit that absorbed the power of flames day and night, it also contained a great amount of spiritual energy. After eating it, it could bring energy from the source. It was an extremely mysterious and very powerful spiritual energy. For improvement, it was undoubtedly one of the best supplements. I didn't expect that this small ant nest really has everything. Ye Feng thought in his heart, but he was not seduced. Ye Feng knew that the scene before him was a trap set by the leader. The leader's scheming had long been seen through by Ye Feng. They used this flame fruit to bribe Ye Feng, which was equivalent to giving both sides a way out. Since they did not bring Ye Feng into the nest, the leader must have known that Ye Feng's strength was not weak. If they really fought, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, the leader wanted to use this method to persuade Ye Feng. The leader's intention was also very obvious. He wanted to use the best things of the ant tribe to ask him not to interfere in their coup. It was a bit like taking the benefits and leaving. However, the leader still underestimated Ye Feng's ambition. "I want to see the queen. I have something to report personally," Ye Feng said coldly. "Didn't I say that the queen's health isn't good? It's not convenient." Before the leader could finish, Ye Feng cut him off. "Is it inconvenient for you, or is it inconvenient for the queen?" As soon as he said this, all the ants present were in an uproar. Such a confrontational tone. The atmosphere at the scene instantly fell to freezing point. On one side was a senior figure with absolute power in his hands. On the other side was a newly promoted great general, a famous hero in the tribe. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. "So what if you know? It's already a fact that I'm the king. Since you want to die, then go die." The leader's face turned black. With a wave of his hand, a black mass of army instantly surged out from the 4 hills. "Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" The leader roared angrily. Countless experts appeared, along with tens of thousands of soldier ants, charged toward Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately mobilized the army. In an instant, 2 waves of ants charged together. Who would have thought that during the day, they were still as close as a family? Who would have thought that when they returned, they would immediately turn against each other and become enemies? Under the effect of Ye Feng's leader's oppression, the ants that he led were loyal to him to the death. It was impossible for them to harbor any disloyalty. These soldiers charged over without hesitation. For a moment, blood stained the ground. Broken limbs and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. Under the effect of the leader's oppression, even if Ye Feng wanted them to commit suicide, they would not take a moment to stop. The scene was a mess. Ye Feng had to act in time to stop them. He took a step forward. His goal was to kill the leader. A battle started once again. Ye Feng's spirit energy surged crazily. Although his mimicry was like an ant and there was a limit to the amount of spirit energy he could release, when his spirit energy was fully unleashed, he was like an invincible existence in the ant tribe. Sharp claws and teeth that could tear through steel, ghostly speed, coupled with Ye Feng's various attribute bonuses, and the addition of all kinds of poison. All these factors added together caused such a situation that almost no ant dared to approach Ye Feng because the most powerful ant only lasted for 10 seconds before appearing in front of him. The result was certain death. Even if the strongest ant appeared, it would be a one-hit kill for Ye Feng. There were no exceptions. Looking at the number of kills that kept refreshing, Ye Feng felt great, but the leader was angry. So with anger, the leader rushed over himself. "You came so quickly to die." Ye Feng smiled, and all the strength in his body exploded. As soon as the leader touched Ye Feng, he was immediately attacked by endless brute force. As if he was hit by a high-speed train, the leader's entire body was sent flying, and he spat out blood continuously. After taking a direct hit from Ye Feng, the team leader was either dead or crippled. He was hurriedly taken away by his trusted aides. "You want to run?" Ye Feng snorted coldly. White spider silk silently appeared on the team leader's body from God knows when. In the next second, it wrapped around, retracted, and finally, pierced through. Chi! The moment the team leader chose to fight with Ye Feng, the outcome was already determined. Overestimating yourself. Ye Feng withdrew his offensive and looked around the battlefield. In just a short while, more than half of the ants on the field had already been killed. In other words, almost half of them had died in battle. Half of it was because of Ye Feng's effortless killing, and the other half was because of Ye Feng's loyal soldiers bravely killing the enemy. Now, the total number of soldiers and ants added up was less than 1,000 people. A total of more than 10,000 people, almost half of them died at this moment. This was Ye Feng's first time experiencing such a war. However, for Ye Feng, it was not overly sad. What lay on the ground would become his food, and instead, it would bring him good profits. Do you still want to fight? Ye Feng looked around, and a wave of pressure followed. All the ants on the field stopped fighting. They all looked at Ye Feng. The leader who led you to kill the enemy is the sinner who killed your queen with his own hands. And I have already killed him. From now on, I am your new king. Those who support me, stay here and build a new home together. With that, Ye Feng walked into the nest with great boldness. He did not care whether they stayed or not. This place was just a springboard for him to harvest resources. When he emptied all the resources here, he would leave. Devouring the leader and the ant queen, Ye Feng immediately felt that his body was undergoing drastic changes. Evolution bar skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations, host, the evolution bar is 100%. Successfully unlocked the evolution sequence. There are 2 evolution paths. Please choose. Chapter 25, Choosing the Path of Evolution, gained a lot. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The long-awaited system notification sounded. A panel gradually appeared in front of Ye Feng's eyes. 1. Warrior Path, advance to Golden Slime. 2. Mage Path, advance to Magic Slime. Note, the 2 are not a choice, but the order of priority. Under the system's prompt, Ye Feng's body clearly had 2 surges of power. After several evolutions, Ye Feng was even able to comprehend some of the basic laws of evolution. Such a large amount of spiritual power surfacing was basically a very important choice. A different advancement path would also have a very important impact on the subsequent advancement. Combined with one's own strength, the current slime had a certain degree of offensive ability. Although it was not strong, it was more than enough for self-protection. And the defensive attribute of oneself was much higher than the offensive attribute. Almost 2/3 of the additional attributes of the slime were related to defense. For the monsters that the slime needed to defend itself, improving its defense was the time for its long-term development. Although upgrading its attack was also a good choice, if its defense was not enough and it could not even save its life, what was the use of having such high attack power? Ye Feng thought about it again. Logically speaking, he lacked attack power the most. Choosing the golden slime route to increase combat power was the best choice. But system, deduce which advancement route I am currently most suitable to choose. If he couldn't decide, the system would take care of it. Ye Feng couldn't be bothered to think about it himself. The system would only need to deduce once. With such a powerful golden finger around, he couldn't be bothered to guess blindly. Ding! Deduction completed. Judging from the host's current comprehensive ability, advancing to the magic slime route first will yield more benefits. Since the slime is a magical sticky spiritual body, it has a natural affinity to magic. Advancing to the magic path not only requires less consumption than the warrior path, but the early benefits will also far exceed it. The system soon gave the answer. After listening to the system's explanation, although Ye Feng was a little confused, it did not matter. Whatever the system said, it would do. I swallowed the leader and the ant queen to obtain this 5% evolution rate. It seems that the more times I evolve, the more spiritual energy I need to evolve. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. Evolution was not easy, and he had to cherish it. Then, Ye Feng chose the mage path without hesitation. Advancing to magic slime. Advancement completion rate, 2%. Advancement completion rate, 10%. Ye Feng instantly felt all the nerves and veins in his body opening up all at once. It contained much more spirit energy than his own body. It suddenly exploded in his body. Without waiting for the spirit energy to wreak havoc, the slime symbiote in Yefeng's body absorbed it all. In this instant, Yefeng felt as if he was pulled into an empty world. There was nothing here. There was everything. This is the spiritual world. Yefeng could not help but exclaim in surprise as he felt an unprecedented feeling. A huge object appeared in front of him. A faint blue transparent body was exuding an endless stream of spiritual energy. 6 inscription-like characters were floating above his body. Looking at the rugged and ancient characters on it, Yefeng recognized them with difficulty. In turn, it was perception, split, devour. Only at the end did Yefeng recognize that this was the awakened 6 slime sequences. This is the symbiotic body origin in my body. Slime. Yefeng was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. This magnificent aura. It was simply hard to imagine that this was actually a trash slime. Not long after, a majestic blue spirit energy flashed and covered the slime's body. Advancement completion rate, 90%. Yefeng's body was greatly strengthened in all aspects. At the same time, he also noticed that above the slime, on the right side of the 6th sequence, new ancient characters were slowly being formed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the 7th sequence magic conductor. Slime symbiote and host's adaptability have been increased by 100%, obtaining full magic affinity with the slime. Host can learn any type of magic. Furthermore, when using magic, there's no need for any chanting process. Before Yefeng could sense the new sequence, he was instantly pulled back to reality by the extremely powerful spiritual energy impact. Looking at the dark nests around him, Yefeng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? I was actually pushed out by the spiritual energy. Yefeng did not know what was going on, but it did not affect him much. He retracted his thoughts and summoned his attribute panel. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 20%. Subsidiary bodies, 30. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 170, Vitality 180, Spirit 200. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Poison, Swift walk, Sticky, Sharpness. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Magic Conductor. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Ultimate Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Sharp Blade, Web Transformation. Evolution Progress, 1%. Current level, E. Not bad. Yefeng smiled. The most direct effect was that Yefeng could feel that the benefits he obtained from his advancement were not just a little bit. The spirit energy in his body seemed like it was about to burst out. Then, with a slight thought, 20 little slimes appeared at the same time. In less than a minute, these little slimes began to devour everything around them. Yefeng's gaze swept across the surroundings. They were all food drops. Furthermore, with his perception, the entire nest, the size of the storage rooms, was no less than 20. This was an astonishing amount. Even if the resources and food in each storage room were not much, it could still allow Yefeng to advance by one wave. With an order given, Yefeng sat on the Ant Queen's throne, waiting for the little slimes to devour crazily. Under Yefeng's leader's oppression, the ants saw the little slimes appear and took them for granted. They did not react much. This combination was simply amazing. As for some of the materials and equipment, Yefeng gave the order to unleash his leader's oppression and get the workers to move all of their assets in front of him. These things were all useful to him. Looking at the basketball-sized items being put out one after another, Yefeng revealed a satisfied smile. Among them were medicinal herbs, weapon fragments, crystal chips, and so on. Yefeng did not even look at some of the scattered items. He only wanted to take the valuable ones and preserve them in a more complete state. Is this a mountain ginseng? Yefeng picked up a plant that looked very old and studied it carefully. I'm rich. This is 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Mountain ginseng was a tonic. Generally speaking, it had a very obvious healing effect on severely injured people. And Ye Feng obviously did not need it. But he could sell it for a good price. He put away the 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Ye Feng found another 1000-year-old Suanmu turtle shell. The patterns on it were very complete. If it was used as medicine, it would definitely be a top-tier medicinal herb. Chapter 26, Expanding One's Influence. Final Instruction. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. There are actually so many flame fruits. Ye Feng's eyes lit up when he saw a few scattered flame fruits on the ground. A few scattered rare supplements and very good items were collected by Ye Feng. With so many items, Ye Feng was still hesitating whether he could take them away when he suddenly saw a small item that looked like a brocade pouch. This must be a storage bag. Ye Feng smiled. It was simply like sending charcoal in the snow. Since this thing appeared in this kind of god-forsaken place, it must mean that his kind had fallen here, and then this artifact would fall and be carried back by the ants to be placed here. But it was still a thing of the past. Ye Feng's consciousness seeped in and found that one of the new worlds was empty, without a single thing. Looks like it's quite new. Ye Feng thought as he put in all the things that he had taken a fancy to just now. In this way, he did not need to take so many things out. He only needed to bring a small brocade bag and it would be like bringing a storage room with him. He could take whatever he wanted inside. The only drawback was that this world was still relatively small. The number of things that could be contained was also very small, but for Ye Feng who picked it up for free, no matter how small it was still a profit. After putting away these high-grade medicinal herbs, Ye Feng felt very satisfied. The rest was all left for these ants to enjoy. After all, he was the king now, so it was only right for him to take care of his underlings. Although he had experienced many things this time entering the ant nest, the harvest was also very huge. This trip had brought Ye Feng a lot more benefits than wandering in the forest. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 20%. Subsidiary bodies, 30. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 170, Vitality 180, Spirit 200. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Poison, Swift walk, Sticky, Sharpness. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Magic Conductor. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Ultimate Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Sharp Blade, Web Transformation. Evolution Progress, 1%. Compared to when I first came in, my transformation is simply earth-shattering. My skills have increased quite a bit, and at the same time, my attributes have also increased by quite a few types. Most importantly, I've already unlocked 7 of my sequences. Just by relying on my 7 great sequences, I can continuously increase my attributes. Looking at his attributes that were constantly increasing, Ye Feng also felt that he was becoming stronger bit by bit. According to the characteristics that he had evolved, the level of Ye Feng's symbiote was not lower than that of the mythical type. In fact, in some aspects, it could even be compared. Just looking at the battle strength alone, that was still too weak. But the space for development in the future was also very large. Now that he had chosen the path of a mage, the path of development in the future would definitely become more diverse than now. He would encounter more opportunities, but at the same time, he would also encounter unprecedented resistance. Of course, all of this had to be resolved step by himself. Others might be able to rely on their families, but Ye Feng only had his own resources. After tidying up everything, Ye Feng looked around. He then released his perception. After confirming that there was no place worth exploring in the vicinity, Ye Feng said in a low voice, Since all the resources in this nest have been collected, the next step is to prepare to leave. Ye Feng walked out. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew all the little slimes. All the vision in the vicinity had disappeared. But he did not need them anymore. Glancing at the ants who were busy restoring their homes, Ye Feng directly released all the food in the storage room. Let them eat it. Before Ye Feng became the new king, everything the ant nest did was for the queen. First of all, the opening of the storage room shocked countless ants. Ye Feng took away all the valuable things. The remaining things were food for them. And it was food for the ant queen. As low-level ants, they couldn't enjoy it even if they spent their whole lives. But Ye Feng completely broke the restriction that was rooted in their genes. He was waiting for them to finish all their food. Ye Feng began to mobilize his troops on a large scale. The ant tribe had a total of 50,000 people. However, after the recent war, the soldier ants only made up less than 1/5 of the total. They only had about 10,000 soldiers. The rest were all worker ants. More than 10,000 soldiers were enough for Ye Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't bring these ants away, Ye Feng would have planned to bring them all away. Just the number of 10,000 soldier ants was powerful enough. Although he couldn't bring them away, Ye Feng still wanted to give them a glimmer of hope for survival. After gathering all the soldiers, Ye Feng didn't stop. In the center of the ant nest, within a radius of 10 kilometers, everything was destroyed by Ye Feng's heavy soldiers and he seized control. Ye Feng divided the area that was large enough into 10 zones. Each zone was guarded by 1,000 soldiers. Don't underestimate 1,000 soldier ants. These soldier ants added up to 1,000 F-grade creatures, which was quite a terrifying power. And the areas within the zones were soon covered by the worker ants that Ye Feng dispatched. Under Ye Feng's unified control, one nest after another rose up from the ground. The army ants were large in size, and their physical strength was especially good. The seemingly large project was also completed very quickly. And between these 10 bases, all of them were connected. With this, a map of a large ant colony base was established. After that, they would receive more resources. Then, Ye Feng set up a commander for each base. These 10 commanders would form a large authority, and the authority they exercised was equivalent to the authority of a king. After that, Ye Feng gave a few large development strategies. He let these 10 commanders lead the development of the ant tribe together. According to Ye Feng's strategy, in a few months, the entire forest would be under the control of the ant tribe. After considering that there would be new people coming here every year to carry out a new round of training, Ye Feng even gave a death order. If they encountered humans, they should first avoid them and absolutely not attack. Of course, these were all things to be discussed later. After everything was arranged, Ye Feng left this place. Ye Feng took back his mimicry and returned to his normal appearance. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. This trip, his harvest was truly incomparably bountiful. He took a look at the ranking board. After clearing the ant nest, his points actually broke through the terrifying 1,000 points barrier. A total of 1,011 points. One had to know that in previous years, the most powerful and talented rookie had only broken through the 900-point barrier. And this time, Ye Feng had really refreshed the understanding of countless people. Of course, second and third place were also very strong. They had been tightly holding onto their ranks. Ye Feng was also very curious about them, but the specific situation could only be understood after he went out. Other than himself, there were also many outstanding rookies this year. Although his improvement was huge, he couldn't be proud of it. If I can get enough attention, only then will I have a chance to enter a higher education institution to further my studies, and the resources will also increase. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. He knew that his only way out was to enter a higher education institution. Otherwise, no matter how big his promotion was, if he didn't have more resources to support him, he would only end up as a nobody. Moreover, he had been mimicking ants during this period of time, controlling thousands of troops to kill the enemy, so much so that he almost forgot that he was just an ordinary person in the human world. Now, it was about time to go out. After settling everything, Ye Feng was on a towering tree in the distance and activated the teleportation button on his wristband. He took one last look at the direction of the ant tribe and disappeared into the vast forest as a beam of strong light descended. Chapter 27, The End of the Assessment shocked everyone. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. I'm back, it's a world that I haven't seen in a long time. After being teleported to the field, Ye Feng slowed down for a moment. A moment later, he came back to his senses. At this moment, Ye Feng realized that the field was bustling with activity. Wave after wave of students were being teleported out. However, it could be seen that most of them had injuries on their bodies. Some of them would never be able to return. At this moment, the broadcast suddenly sounded. Ye Feng, number 1 on the leaderboard, 1011 points. Number 1 in the comprehensive evaluation. Killed an E-grade creature, King Cobra. Killed an F-end grade creature, Giant Saber Mantis. Killed an F-grade creature. The system's comprehensive evaluation, Super S-grade. After a short silence, the audience who had been waiting for a long time exploded like a pot of boiling water. 666, Super S-grade evaluation, number 1 in all aspects. Is this really a result that humans can achieve? Did I hear wrong? This is the rookie training competition. Killing an E-grade creature. F***CK. Is he still human? He's practically a god. F***CK, I suddenly realized that I'm a good dish. Why is there such a huge difference between humans? I'm really kneeling. This is really enough to become a god. God yet. Awesome. Whether it was the audience present or the online audience, almost everyone was like a boiling pot that was constantly boiling over. Ye Feng appeared out of nowhere with excellent results, completely breaking the deep-rooted image of the trash slime in everyone's hearts. Because today was the day of the end of the training competition, many media outlets had been waiting here for a long time and were continuously broadcasting live here. Everyone, look, this year's main character, Ye Feng. He, alone, furiously refreshed the points rankings. His points even broke the highest record in 100 years, reaching an extremely rare 1011 points. This year's champion, Ye Feng, welcome home. The host was explaining with great passion, and the audience was all boiling. Ye Feng's points directly broke through the highest points in the training competition. All the indicators showed that Ye Feng had already obtained first place in a very terrifying manner. Killing results, first place. Survival results, first place. Harvest results, first place. Originally, people thought that for such an outstanding rookie, his symbiote would be a very rare myth type. An angel that only appeared once in 1,000 years, or a giant dragon that only appeared once in 10,000 years. These were even within the expectations of countless audiences. But when the attention of the audience was on Ye Feng's symbiotic body, the entire audience exploded once again. What? God Yi's symbiotic body is actually a slime. I'm completely dumbfounded. A slime can actually break through to the first rank. God Yi is so awesome. Oh my god. My parents are asking why I'm kneeling to watch the live broadcast. It's because this is God Yi's special show. Woohoo, China has taken off. This is going to be a sensation. The future transcendent is actually slime. Facing all of this, Ye Feng was very calm. What he was thinking now was that since he had attracted so much attention, it was time to make a decision. The resources in front of him were also a lot more than before. However, the time left for Ye Feng would not be too much. After all, such a shocking genius had appeared in China, a once-in-a-century prodigy. He would definitely become a thorn in the eyes of countless people. Ye Feng did not dare to reveal too much of his strength. Currently, being on the first rank was only a part of his strength. Ye Feng did not dare to reveal most of his strength, and he could not reveal it either. After all, the current him was only a flash in the pan in the eyes of many people. Congratulations! Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Ye Feng had just stabilized his mentality when Li Ruyan came up to him. I've been paying attention to your points. Your results are really surprising. I have to say, you're very outstanding. The training competition consumes a lot of energy. The corresponding rewards will still need some time to be notified. Before that, you can go back and rest for a period of time. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Li Ruyan looked at Ye Feng and spoke with a smile. While others were cheering, as a teacher, she was most concerned about Ye Feng's future development. Of course, Li Ruyan was very satisfied with her student. With such an astonishing score, he could almost close his eyes and select from the higher education institutions in China, except for a few special ones that did not recruit students. She had only taught for a few years, but she had always led the best class in Wuzhou No. 2 High School. It was also her first time seeing such an outstanding student like Ye Feng. Most importantly, Ye Feng had never been arrogant about anything from the beginning to the end. Ye Feng nodded. Then, he waved goodbye to Li Ruyan. With such a dense aura, he has actually surpassed E grade. I really did not expect it. It was almost completely hidden. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a once-in-a-century genius. You can't judge a book by its cover. Looking at the figure of Ye Feng far away, her eyes were full of shock. Although Ye Feng hid well enough, and had been suppressing his own spiritual power, in Li Ruyan's deliberately visit, she managed to see through the level of Ye Feng's cultivation. After all, Li Ruyan's cultivation level was much higher than Ye Feng's. If it wasn't for Li Ruyan's deliberate inspection, she would completely have missed it. It was also because she saw through Ye Feng's cultivation level that it made her firm on the idea of nurturing Ye Feng. This child really can hold his temper. Even if his points are so high, the internet should have exploded long ago, but I can't see the slightest bit of arrogance from him. Ye Feng, I really look forward to your future development. Wuzhou No. 2 High School, School Leader's Office. There was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. A few people were watching the big screen. On it was the ranking of the points for this training competition. After seeing the results of the first place, even though he had seen the world, he was still surprised by Ye Feng's impressive results. What he was surprised about was none other than Ye Feng's symbiote, the trash slime. In the history of symbiotes for millions of years, there had never been a single extraordinary existence related to a slime. In fact, the slime was just the lowest level of trash creature in millions of years. But no matter what, Ye Feng's performance had already made everyone refresh their worldview. This Ye Feng is really something. All of his background information is so simple that there's only a piece of paper. To be able to obtain such results from the training competition and even break the historical record, his family background is just so-so. A bald middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, holding a piece of paper and examining it carefully as he muttered. Could there be such a possibility that this guy has extraordinary guidance behind him? The middle-aged man suddenly said. This kind of guess seemed to be the most reasonable. But very quickly, it was rejected by him. What kind of extraordinary would personally teach such an ordinary person? Moreover, Ye Feng's family background could fill up a single piece of paper. Other than ordinary parents, there was no other relationship. The bald middle-aged man thought for a moment and picked up Ye Feng's information to take a look. He praised again, this kid really gave me a big surprise. Chapter 28, Selling Goods, Making a Fortune. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Second place, Chen Hao. The symbiotic body should be a mythical type of flood dragon. His points almost broke through 1000 points, reaching 999 points. This result is also a record that broke the past record. Third place, Lin Ruyu. I can't see the symbiotic body, but from the various indicators, I can tell that it should be a non-combat type, but the points can still break through 900 points. And this fourth place. Ye Feng, who had come to the school dormitory, was lying on his bed, looking back at the top few players on the points list. Because after the training competition, many students would experience different levels of changes, and entering the primeval forest also carried a certain level of danger. Therefore, for safety reasons, after the training competition ended, they would all be arranged to stay and be observed for a period of time until the award ceremony ended. Only then could they move freely. I have to say, the number of genius-type contestants this year is ridiculous. Only after reaching the position of almost 20th can the first place of the previous year be marked. According to the information on the internet, there are as many as 7 people in our current batch with mythical level symbiotes. Ye Feng looked at the data on the internet and could not help but exclaim. The live broadcast of these contestants was fascinating. Ye Feng also clicked in to watch it. It had to be said that in terms of combat ability alone, Ye Feng could not even be compared to the top 10 on the list. Second place, Chen Hao, the Dragon Demon Symbiote. After awakening, his attack power was extremely terrifying. In the training competition, he had killed thousands of monsters. With such terrifying combat ability, Ye Feng could not help but be a little envious. If a single combat ability was powerful, it would be useless. Chen Hao had extremely strong combat ability, but his defensive ability was far from being able to keep up. During the battle process, he was extremely vulnerable to injuries. But it was also because of his high explosive power that allowed him to finish the battle quickly. During the battle process, he also constantly recovered his health. Otherwise, even if Chen Hao had a mythical level symbiote body, after a few battles, the injuries he received would be enough to make him feel cold. So, it's better to just lie low for now. Let's not talk about the internal factors first. If you advance too quickly, you'll be easily targeted. If you keep a low profile, you'll get fewer resources. So, everything has to be done slowly. The most important thing is to improve yourself quickly. As a transmigrator, Ye Feng often had a premonition that he did not have much time left. Maybe in 1 or 2 years, the world would change greatly. Or maybe in 5 or 6 years. Or even in 10 years. But no matter when. What had to come, had to come. So Ye Feng had to use all means to arm himself. Even if he could still have the ability to protect himself during the cataclysm, his family were all ordinary people. Only he could protect them. The things in the storage bag are no longer of any use to me. Even if there are, the improvement is slight. Why don't I sell them? I can still earn some money. Ye Feng muttered as he opened the storage bag. He counted the resources. Then he opened the online store exclusive to symbiotes. Other than the flame fruit, Ye Feng packed up all the other things in the storage bag and hung up the link. Since it wasn't very useful to him, he might as well sell them all. The storage space in the storage bag was also limited. In addition, his family was very poor, and his parents had spent all their savings to buy a strengthening and stabilizing mixture for him. Ding! You have an unread message. Please check it as soon as possible. Less than a minute after it was hung up in the mall, the message for the transaction was immediately sent. So fast! Ye Feng clicked on the message in surprise. Then, a message appeared. The profile picture was of a beautiful girl with a big white rabbit. Hello, I'm very interested in the medicinal herbs you're selling. However, I need to know the source of your items. Looking at Ye Feng's blank transaction record and the lack of any guarantee, the other party fell into deep thought. In today's era of advanced information technology, no matter what it was, online shopping had become almost everyone's normal demand. However, seeing that a person suddenly did not have any online shopping records, one could not help but wonder if he was a peddler. Hey? You're suspecting that my things came from an unclean source. This is what I took from outside. If you don't believe me, you can apply for an inspection. I'll show you. Ye Feng replied. In short, as long as it could be sold, it was fine. It didn't matter if the period was a little longer. Okay. The other party also replied in a second. Ye Feng then rummaged through the storage bag and took out the lowest grade Suanwu turtle shell inside. The lowest grade here was also F grade. In this world, all cultivation methods, secret manuals, medicinal herbs, artifacts, and so on were also sorted through a perfect grade system. Apart from the symbiotic body being able to cultivate to a large or small realm, that was F grade, this kind of subdivision realm, generally speaking, for objects, there was also such a detailed division. And this Suanwu turtle shell's grade was F grade. This grade was basically not considered low. Ding, the goods have been confirmed to be uploaded. Do you confirm the transaction? The phone emitted a faint light and scanned the Suanwu turtle shell that Ye Feng was holding. Yes. Ye Feng replied. The next moment, a faint light gradually covered the Suanwu turtle shell. In the blink of an eye, the Suanwu turtle shell that was only the size of a plate slowly disappeared into the air. Ding, the goods have been successfully uploaded. They are waiting for the buyer to inspect the goods. A moment later, the sound came again. Ding, the buyer has finished inspecting the product and is in the process of paying. Payment completed. Your account has reached 50,000 yuan. The phone reminded him. Ye Feng did not have much time after transmigrating, but he was familiar with all kinds of information in the current world. He only heard that this super online shopping mall made by China was very powerful, but he did not know why. After making a transaction today, he finally felt how powerful it was. In this world, there was almost no express delivery business. Things bought online, as long as both the buyer and seller were online, were transmitted in real time. There was also an unmanned shop set up, and things paid for were transmitted in real time. This was much more awesome than the internet in his previous life. While Ye Feng was sighing, he immediately received the latest news from the big white rabbit. Very good. Although this quality is not very rare, it has been around for a long time, and its medicinal properties are quite good. How many more of this kind of goods do you have? I also took a fancy to the mountain ginseng in your shop. I want all of it. Don't sell it to others. The price is easy to negotiate. Although Ye Feng couldn't see the other party's expression, Ye Feng could completely imagine the other party's elated appearance. Moreover, she even proposed a price and everything was easy to negotiate. Is my item really that good? Ye Feng smiled and replied, I only have this piece of Suanwu turtle shell. I don't have that many. Also, the things put up are all packaged for sale. Not only for sale. The quality of my things is all legitimate. I have 2 mountain ginseng. They are both rare E grade. There are also the remaining items. The lower ones are F grade while the higher ones are F+. Most importantly, mine are all hard goods. I won't cheat people. Give me a reasonable price and you can take them all. After Ye Feng sent the message, the white rabbit lady was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she said, no problem. As for the price, how about 500,000? Hearing this price, Ye Feng was stunned. What kind of godly price was this? 500,000. A bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture was only a little over 200,000. This was already the savings of Ye Feng's family for their entire life. And he had just casually plundered something from the primeval forest. It could be sold at this price. Seeing Ye Feng's reaction, the white rabbit lady immediately said, is the price too low? How about this? How about adding another 200,000 yuan? This. Ye Feng rubbed his eyes. He could not believe that the price could actually go up. These medicinal herbs were actually so valuable. On the other side, the White Rabbit lady could not wait any longer and directly threw out an even higher price. 1 million. This price is the highest price I can accept. Lady White Rabbit had just finished speaking. The next second, she received a reply from Ye Feng. No problem, deal. Ye Feng had just finished sending the message when a message immediately popped up on his phone. Deal successful. Deducting 10% service fee, the account has been received. 900,000. Seeing the money that went straight to the account, Ye Feng thought for a moment and immediately put the bag of only 3 flame fruits, putting up the link. But the price had doubled. 1 fruit, 500,000. These flame fruits, on the mall's rating, are actually E-rated. At this price, it was still too subtle. Ye Feng was still hesitating whether to change the price. The White Rabbit lady. Just as the product was linked, the White Rabbit lady couldn't help but send a message. Didn't you say that you don't have anything else? This is the last of my assets, but I found that the price seems to be marked down. Wait. Lady White Rabbit hurriedly sent 3 similar messages. What? Before Ye Feng could type this word, in the next second, 3 messages in a row were sent. At the same time, Ye Feng's card received another 1.35 million. Good guy, this hand speed. Chapter 29, Uncle's Reminder, Principal's Office. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The transaction was completed. Ye Feng's inventory was also emptied. Looking at the sudden increase of 2.25 million. He couldn't help but sigh. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had seen so much money. Moreover, it was also the first time he realized that making money could be so simple. What kind of concept was this money? For a family like Ye Feng's, if he were to work honestly and steadfastly, he would never see so much money in his entire life. This money was enough for all the expenses of his family in his entire life. And this is only for low-quality items. Only the flame fruits can be seen. If it's C grade, B grade, or even higher. S grade. What kind of strength do I have to be worthy of such a high-quality treasure? In his words, Ye Feng's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Ye Feng believed that he would definitely reach this step. When that time came, he would be able to bring about a world-shaking change to his family. Moreover, he had the system on him. In this aspect, he had an advantage over anyone else. With many expectations, Ye Feng yawned and fell into a deep sleep. Transmigrating to this world, he had been here for more than a month. One of the months had been spent in training matches, experiencing all kinds of battles and games. The things he had experienced were really too many. Although in theory, he was the one who did not need to worry about safety the most in the training hall, it was also impossible to truly sleep at ease. After all, it was a primitive forest, and the newly awakened Ye Feng's ability was also extremely limited. Every time he rested, he would fall asleep with great vigilance. Many rookies were the same. However, there were still quite a number of people who let down their vigilance while sleeping, causing them to feel cold. It was not until the end of the training that Ye Feng returned to the real world that he dared to completely relax. Ding! 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 After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. His drowsy eyes were wide open. Ye Feng turned on his phone. When he saw the time, Ye Feng was instantly stunned. F***ck. It was already 3 days later. He did not expect that after going through a training match, his consumption would actually be so huge. However, the benefits that evolution brought to him were also very obvious. If not for the ringtone waking him up, he would still be able to maintain his lethargic state for another 3 days and 3 nights. However, opening the message, Ye Feng rubbed his eyes until he clearly saw the content displayed on it. It was a message from Li Ruyan. "Ye Feng, how are you resting? Is it convenient for you to come over to the office? The principal really wants to see you." "Principal?" Ye Feng was puzzled. Why did the principal want to see me? He glanced at the time. In a few hours, it would be time to announce the results. At that time, he would also go over to receive the award. Ye Feng casually packed up. Then he went out. The building where Ye Feng was resting was a special dormitory for symbiotes. Because it was a new symbiote, entering and leaving the dormitory gate required authentication. Walking to the door, Ye Feng took out an identity card and handed it over. When the guard found out that the young man in front of him was Ye Feng, he narrowed his eyes. His originally bored expression suddenly became serious. "You're the contestant Ye Feng of this year's training competition." Ye Feng nodded. "Not bad. To be able to smoothly break through above E grade at such a young age, you're really promising at such a young age." The uncle stroked his beard and spoke, with a smile. Hearing that this uncle was actually able to directly state his realm, Ye Feng broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect that the aura that he thought he had hidden very well would actually be seen through in an instant. But at the same time, it also meant that this uncle was not an ordinary person. "As your senior, I can also be considered as someone who has been through it. Let me give you a reminder. If you can understand it, then listen. A very important point. While improving the symbiosis body, you also need to pay attention to the cultivation of the main body." Hearing this, Ye Feng was stunned. Between the symbiosis body and the main body, was there a saying that they complemented each other? With many doubts, Ye Feng looked at the uncle and continued to listen seriously. "Although your symbiosis body's adaptability is extremely high, I can still tell at a glance that the growth rate of your symbiosis body is far faster than your main body's cultivation. You have to pay attention to this. Once this situation continues for a long time, it will develop irreversibly. After the main body cannot withstand the spiritual energy of the symbiosis body, the result is very tragic. The rapid loss of spiritual energy is the simplest. If you fall into the path of the devil because of this." After saying that, the uncle patted Ye Feng's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Of course, this kind of thing is not common. It just depends on how much talent you have to give you a reminder. Good luck, I look forward to your performance in the future." Ye Feng nodded again. As he watched the uncle walk away, he had an additional guess in his heart. This uncle's words and actions were very strict, making Ye Feng feel that he wasn't simple. After all, in this training competition, he had indeed absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. But because he was in the state of mimicking an ant half the time, his cultivation also stagnated for a period of time. It was just like swallowing was eating, and cultivation was digestion. After a large amount of food, if it was not digested, then the food would continue to pile up. Of course, since the human body awakened the symbiotic body, it would have its own digestive function, which was to passively carry out a certain level of cultivation. This was the effect of the symbiotic body's augmentation. However, Ye Feng's symbiotic body was a slime. This kind of low-level creature, passively cultivating naturally had little effect. Naturally, it was impossible to achieve the goal of digesting all the spiritual energy. However, Ye Feng himself was powerful enough. Even if he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, he relied on the continuous evolution of the slime to offset this side effect. In other words, the current effect on him was not big. But after that, it was hard to say. This was also the point of this uncle's kind reminder. Ye Feng had improved by leaps and bounds. If no one reminded him, it would really be a big mistake. After all, he had only transmigrated for how long? This kind of even more obscure knowledge was naturally impossible for him to know. Fortunately, this uncle is kind-hearted. Ye Feng wanted to go back and thank him and ask for a few more suggestions. But he found that the uncle had long disappeared. Since that was the case, he could only visit him again next time. Ye Feng continued to walk out. It was the time for class, and there were almost no people on the road. There were only a few lonely buildings and fallen leaves everywhere. Wuzhou No. 2 High School was one of the top 3 high schools in China. Every year, it nurtured countless top students. And Ye Feng was worthy of being the winner of Wuzhou No. 2 High School this year. As for what kind of reward he could get, Ye Feng was looking forward to it. If I remember correctly, the reward for first place is a top-grade soul-gathering pill. To be called a top-grade pill, the level of this thing was not low. Moreover, this pill could gather spiritual energy, so Ye Feng's physical problems could be largely solved. Coincidentally, Ye Feng needed this pill. Not long after, Ye Feng arrived at the door of an office. He knocked on the door and walked in. The first thing he saw was a very majestic elk head, with 2 long horns on its head, looking down at the front. This kind of boldness made people naturally think that this mutant elk should be the overlord of a certain grassland. But now it was hung in the middle of the office. It was only used to improve the room's prestige. This was too tragic. The decorations were also very gorgeous. Even the carpet was made with the hair of some kind of creature. The moment Ye Feng stepped on it, it was as if he was standing on a cloud. That kind of light feeling actually resonated with the spiritual energy in his body. So magical. Following that, a voice interrupted Ye Feng's fantasy. You are, Ye Feng. Chapter 30, Perception Resonance, The Pressure of a School Leader. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hello. Ye Feng looked at the bald middle-aged man and replied politely. Then, he nodded to the others present. There were 4 people sitting in the office. Apart from the bald middle-aged man who just asked, there were 3 elderly people. Li Ruyan, his homeroom teacher, was also present and was looking at him with a smile. Naturally, Ye Feng did not have to guess at such a scene. Those who could sit here were basically the high-ranking officials of the school. They were the leaders of the school. After all, it was normal for these people to be curious since he had gotten first place. As Wuzhou No. 2 High School had very good resources, its status was naturally very high. In addition, there were various factors constantly present here, so it was also one of the high-ranking places for recovery. The entire school's higher UPS were all sent directly from above by the China authorities. Therefore, the school leaders here, whether it was their background or strength, they were all very powerful existences. The first thing Ye Feng felt was the aura of the bald middle-aged man. This aura has actually reached B grade, or even stronger. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. With his ability, anything higher than that was not something he could visit. In addition, if these people took the initiative to hide their spiritual energy, then Ye Feng would not be able to tell. Looking at that person's aura, Ye Feng knew that he was not simple. This was the principal's office. Ye Feng had already guessed most of the identity of the person in front of him. The principal present and the other school leaders were naturally extremely powerful. Ye Feng stood obediently on the spot and let these few mighty figures examine him. Ye Feng did not plan to hide what was happening inside his body. After all, in front of these mighty figures, Ye Feng felt as if he had been freed from all shackles. They only needed to take a glance to see what was going on with Ye Feng. Very good. The young man's condition is not bad. I saw you immersing yourself in a certain spiritual space as soon as I entered the door. Looks like your spiritual talent is very strong. Before you, countless students have come to my office, but you are the first one to resonate with my dear. Hearing the bald middle-aged man's words, Ye Feng seemed to have a vague understanding. Perhaps his spiritual power was not bad? After all, in the training competition, the large and small evolutions that he had experienced allowed his spiritual power to increase very quickly. Principal, you flatter me. Ye Feng smiled and walked to the sofa to sit down under his signal. Ye Feng was also very confused when he was suddenly called over by the principal. He did not know what to say. He could only answer the principal's question. Actually, the principal called you over because he wanted to tell you a piece of good news, Li Ruyan smiled and said to Ye Feng at this time. Good news. Could it be that there are other rewards besides top-grade soul-gathering pill? Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, it was very normal for there to be additional rewards. The principal nodded. As he brewed tea, he said, getting rid of some criticisms and improper methods, the name list for this year's training competition has basically been determined. Teacher Ruyan has already told me about your situation. Through this training competition, I also feel that your overall performance is very good. Not only me, those old bones also feel that you are a talent that can be molded. An old man cleared his throat and said, That's right, young man. Do you know that the 1000 points barrier in the training competition has never been broken by anyone before? You are the first one. It was only the second day of awakening, and you had already entered the training hall. We old bones know the situation the best. Outside of the safety zone, the areas outside are all dangerous areas with uncontrollable risks. Even though we've arranged many administrators to secretly monitor and act when necessary to protect the students' safety, there are still quite a number of students who died due to various factors. Before watching your live broadcast, we, the old bones, boasted that we had seen everything in the world. However, after seeing your slime, we realized that the slime could also operate like this. It really broadened our horizons. Everyone nodded. To say that these old bones could reach this stage, the things they had experienced were far beyond Ye Feng's imagination. But at the same time, it was also the first time that they saw someone who could use the slime's ability to the extreme. It was just a low-level trash symbiote. Ye Feng's performance indeed surprised them, not to mention the huge jump in level. Directly breaking through from F to D+, this was also an excellent performance of talent. But the role of the slime was even more surprising. But, although your overall quality is good, your combat aspect is still relatively weak, an old man reminded. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment, but did not explain too much. Of course, he knew his own combat ability the best. It was also information gathered on the internet. The second place rank had also entered the E grade. Unlike Ye Feng, Chen Hao had just entered the E grade. And Ye Feng's D and grade had long been perfected. He was just short of finding an opportunity to enter C rank. And the rest, such as the third place, stopped at F and rank. Just the level alone, Ye Feng could crush everyone. In order to not be noticed, Ye Feng was even very low-key. To the extent that it made everyone feel that Ye Feng's personality was sensitive and secretive. However, Ye Feng, we still think highly of your overall development potential. I called you here because I still have something to tell you. At this time, the principal spoke. It's been a long time since our school has produced a genius like you. I believe that in the near future, your figure will definitely appear. As he spoke, the principal personally brewed the tea and brought it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng received it, said thank you, and then took a sip. Holy **tea. The instant it entered his mouth, it was as if a wave of spiritual energy had been injected. In that instant, Ye Feng's entire body seemed to float up. Looking at the tea leaves, Ye Feng seemed to have understood something. Haha, you've tasted it too, right? This pure leaf tea is a good thing. Drinking it will be good for your body, the principal said with a smile. Then, he filled Ye Feng's cup again. Ye Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. Taking a second sip, it was as if he was in a vast sea of spiritual energy. The benefits were very obvious. Ye Feng had long heard of pure leaf tea. This was China's national tea. According to the grade, only the best tea leaves and the most refined essence could be called pure leaf tea. And this pure leaf tea was also divided into grades. Only B grade and above pure leaf tea could be used as national tea to welcome national guests. The instant Ye Feng took a sip, he felt a sensation from within. This level, only B-grade pure leaf tea could do it. Heavens, this is the first time I feel the benefits of a B-grade treasure? Ye Feng thought to himself. His body's various values were also rising crazily. After drinking it, he could benefit endlessly. All the meridians in his body seemed to be opened in an instant. The spirit energy that had been accumulating before was instantly digested. Ding! A huge spiritual energy fluctuation detected. Obtained a huge increase. Evolution, 50%. Ding! Awakened magic perception ability. Host's sensitivity to magic has increased. Hearing the system's notification, Ye Feng also smiled. After entering the primeval forest and fighting for a month, he had only completed his progress bar once. He did not expect that just a sip of tea could bring about 50% evolution. Moreover, he had activated his magic perception. This B-grade pure leaf tea brought about a huge improvement. It was simply awesome. It is indeed a good thing. Thank you, Principal, for your kindness. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. This trip was really worth it. Haha, the spiritual energy released from your body is really astonishing. Ye Feng rubbed his head awkwardly. He seemed to have forgotten that the people seated in this circle were almighty figures of this era. Your talent is so astonishing, and you deserve better training. I've thought about it and decided to recommend you to a higher institute, the Cloud Mist Academy. The principal rubbed his bald head and spoke. Cloud Mist Academy. After hearing this, Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Who in this day and age did not recognize the Cloud Mist Academy as one of the 5 great universities? And the principal of the Cloud Mist Academy was one of the 5 great human sealings, Andi Puti Kum. Ye Feng's idol. The human god of war whose symbiote was air. Chapter 31, Recommendation, the Principal's Notes. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. I called you here today because I wanted to know more about you and tell you this news. As the principal spoke, he took out a small card. On the grey card with a fringe of flowers. There were also a few beautiful words engraved on it. Bronze Honorary Alumni. This is the proof that I can recommend you. But I can't help you much. I'm only a bronze alumni myself. I can only recommend you to the best of my abilities. The rest can only depend on you. As the principal spoke, he handed this card to Ye Feng. It was divided according to the grades. After graduating from a higher education institution, there would be a graduation assessment. Finally, the scores of the assessment would be given. The graduates would be given the corresponding qualifications. These qualifications were extremely useful. It was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the Symbiote organization. With this recognition, one would be able to obtain an extremely high social status and be able to do anything easily. The change in one's life was also very obvious. Currently, the higher UPS in China all had very high qualifications. There were also some very important organizations that could take on leadership roles. The first thing they looked at was qualifications. These levels were divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Only those who had reached the lowest level of black iron could graduate. For some very powerful higher education institutions, such as Cloud Mist Academy, one of the 5 great universities, as long as one could enter the school, they would be considered outstanding at the same stage. Therefore, those who graduated from the 5 great universities could also use their graduation level to refer outstanding students to their alma mater. In terms of grades, black iron could only be recommended, bronze could be exempted from the written test, silver could be exempted from the school entrance exam, and gold could be exempted from the actual combat test. As for the highest grade platinum, could be directly guaranteed. Although Ye Feng had received the bronze recommendation from the principal, it was also exempted from the written test. He only needed to pass the entrance test and the actual combat test. Only then would he be able to stay in the Cloud Mist Academy. Being able to enter a higher education institution to further his studies was already Ye Feng's dream. And now, the principal had actually recommended him to one of the 5 great universities, Cloud Mist Academy. Such a reward was many times more than a top-grade soul-gathering pill. A good platform could provide good resources. Not to mention a soul-gathering pill, even 100 or 1,000 of them would not be able to compare to obtaining the qualification to enroll in the Cloud Mist Academy. The various great clans and factions were all desperate to send their children to the 5 great universities. This was sufficient to show the preciousness of the qualification to enroll in the academy. Moreover, it was extremely precious. There was a saying among the people that no matter how useless a piece of trash was sent in, even if he did not become a transcendent when he came out, he would still possess a unique skill that could allow him to return and serve the clan. Even if they sent a pig in, he could become a transcendent pig when he came out. Ye Feng naturally treasured this opportunity and quickly thanked him. "Thank you for your great affection, Principal. I will definitely work harder and strive for a good result." The principal nodded and took out a thick document. "This is the notebook I made when I entered the school. You should be able to use it." Ye Feng took it. This notebook was very old. In today's era of technology, it was already very rare to have paper notes. After flipping through a few pages, even though the surface was dilapidated, but the contents of the notebook were preserved very well. The handwriting on it was also very vigorous. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Rather than calling it a notebook, it was more like a secret manual. And this was a secret manual written by the principal himself. There was a dazzling array of information recorded on it. There were even many cultivation methods, as well as many cultivation methods that he had comprehended on his own. According to the insights recorded on it, it was enough for Ye Feng to increase his godly speed and avoid many detours. To Ye Feng, this was simply a treasure trove. Time passes really quickly. In the blink of an eye, several decades have passed. The principal sighed. Over the years, there have been many young talents. The strongest one now has already reached the transcendence realm, right? As he spoke, he glanced at Ye Feng again. The younger generation is awesome. Ye Feng, I'm not afraid of your pride. You're the most talented person I've seen in all these years of teaching. Although those before were extremely talented, they also obtained powerful symbiotes. Together with their hard work, they were able to reach this realm. As for you, your symbiote is a slime. This symbiote that no one thinks highly of is actually being displayed to the fullest by you. The recommendation from the Cloud Mist Academy will definitely belong to you." The principal smiled, causing Ye Feng to feel a warmth in his heart. The feeling of being looked up to by others was truly different. Moreover, he had entrusted such high hopes to him. Ye Feng secretly made up his mind that he would definitely make a name for himself. He couldn't let these people who were looking forward to him be disappointed. At this moment, another old man also opened his mouth to speak. "Kid, we have high hopes for you. Before you enter the entrance examination, our school's library will be open to you. Furthermore, you will be allowed to randomly pick an item inside as a gift for you. Of course, the top-grade soul-gathering pill that was promised before will also be given to you." Ye Feng smiled when he heard that. There were many good things in the school library. There were all kinds of weapons, as well as pills, artifacts, magic treasures, and so on. Moreover, the library was a total of 18 floors high. He had only been to the library a few times since he entered Wuzhou No. 2 High School. Moreover, ordinary students could only go to the 1st to 10th floors of the library. If they went any higher, only awakened symbiotes could pass. As for the top 2 floors, the 17th and 18th floors, they could only enter with the school's permission. However, Ye Feng had never seen a student who had received permission to enter this place. After all, this place was too mysterious. Normal people basically had nothing to do with this place. Even teachers had a level limit. For example, teachers below D grade were not qualified to enter this place. Moreover, it was said that the head of the library guarded these 2 floors, which was equivalent to living inside. However, Ye Feng also guessed that the head of the library's strength was not too weak. After all, ever since the world began to recover crazily, crises were prevalent everywhere. Of course, there were also many symbiotic cultivators who had awakened their abilities. They had ulterior motives and wanted to go inside and steal something to cultivate. Regarding the theft of the collection, there were reports everywhere in China. However, there had never been any news of anything being stolen from Wuzhou No. 2 High School. It could be seen that the transcendent guarding this library building was at least an extraordinary existence. Because what was stored there was the most valuable thing in the entire school and even in China. Of course, it was only a part of it. But this part could also bring Ye Feng many unexpected surprises. If he randomly chose one of them, then he would be rich. It was said that the things there were no less than C-grade goods. Thinking about it, Ye Feng could not help but smile. Thank you, senior. This student will definitely do his best to bring glory to the school in the future. All the seniors nodded their heads in satisfaction. To be able to nurture such a talented student, they were extremely satisfied. They were all looking forward to the road ahead. Cloud Mist Academy's assessment will begin the day after tomorrow. You just need to prepare for these 2 days. All right. Ye Feng nodded his head and replied. But before I go for the assessment, I still want to return home and inform my parents. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was located in Shanghai, and it was still very far from Wuzhou. Ye Feng was somewhat worried. He did not know how long it would take for him to return. He wanted to go back and inform his parents before making a decision. Chapter 32, Finding a Top-Tier Cultivation Technique, Preparation Before the Assessment. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The principal nodded. Indeed, you need to inform them. After all, the mountain is high and the road is long. How about this? You go back and rest first. The privilege of the library has already been given to you. After synchronizing it to your identity card, you can go over whenever you want. Finally, I still hope that you can pass the assessment. Ye Feng replied with an N and left after thanking him. The school had given him so many resources. He absolutely could not waste them. Moreover, he had the system as his backing. It would still be a matter of minutes if he wanted to pass the assessment, but it was also very important to improve himself. Ye Feng thought and wanted to make a trip to the library first to see what was inside. Just as Ye Feng left, the principal turned around and said to Li Ruyan, "What do you think you should do as a student? Keep a low profile and be steady. I believe that the assessment is just child's play for him," Li Ruyan said after thinking for a while. Oh? Such a high evaluation. The principal was also deep in thought. Of course. I know this student the best. I have been paying attention to him since he was assigned to my class. His grades are always at the top. His theoretical knowledge is very solid. And how should I put it? It can be said that his entire person is like a ferocious beast that is hunting. Waiting for an opportunity, he will quickly attack and kill in one hit. He is a very strange person, but I can't say what is strange about him. After listening to the explanation, the principal took a sip of tea and seemed to be deep in thought. You should make a trip to Ye Feng's house later and personally tell his parents about this matter. I hope that they can understand how precious this opportunity is. If I were to miss Cloud Mist Academy's assessment because of my parents, I would feel very regretful. Li Ruyan nodded and stood up to leave. After leaving, Li Ruyan quickly followed Ye Feng and asked, "How confident are you in the Cloud Mist Academy's assessment the day after tomorrow?" Ye Feng extended a finger and said with full confidence, 70%. Not to mention the difference between the symbiotes, just based on his level, his current level was enough to crush most people. In fact, the 70% confidence that Ye Feng said was still modest. 70% isn't low. In short, if you perform normally, you will definitely pass the assessment. Li Ruyan looked at Ye Feng and did not say anything. With Ye Feng's character, it was very likely that he was still hiding his strength. Moreover, boasting was never Ye Feng's style. It is said that the second and third places in our school have all obtained the qualification to take the assessment of Cloud Mist Academy. The method of the assessment every year is different. Sometimes it is a team cooperation, and sometimes it is a one-on-one battle. In short, if you take the notebook given by the principal, you will increase your chances of winning. You have to know that many people have tried their best to get this notebook, but the principal refused to give it to them. However, when the principal saw you, he gave it to you without a second thought. You are really lucky. As they walked, Li Ruyan explained everything. I have a rough understanding of the situation. However, is there any news about the second place, teacher? Ye Feng had been paying attention to the second place Chen Hao, and he was also very curious. This was because the second place had been won through battle. It was also a proper weapon in the human world. Such a fierce person, if he knew more about it, he would have more confidence. Chen Hao's symbiotic body is a flood dragon. The specific abilities and attributes are recorded in the principal's notebook. Li Ruyan pursed her lips and smiled. When Ye Feng heard this, he was a little puzzled. Why did teacher say that? Haha, I don't know anything else, but I definitely know this because. Because what? Because our principal's symbiotic body is also a flood dragon. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment. A flood dragon, that was a mythical level symbiotic body. The principal's response was indeed different. While Ye Feng was shocked, he felt more and more about the use of the notes. Oh right, teacher, do you have a suitable cultivation technique to recommend me to use? The symbiotic body that I've awakened is not suitable for developing combat abilities. So, I was thinking of using cultivation techniques to make up for it. Ye Feng asked. Cultivation technique? Why didn't you say so earlier? You'll be participating in the assessment the day after tomorrow. If you cultivate now, you definitely won't have time. Li Ruyan looked at Ye Feng in surprise. Hehe, don't worry about this, teacher. Don't I have the privilege of the library? I can choose anything at will. This opportunity is extremely precious to me. Of course, I can't waste it. Ye Feng spoke cheerfully. After all, he had advanced to the path of a mage. It was really difficult to choose a good skill or cultivation method. And now, he had accidentally learned the discovery of magic. As long as he combined it with a skill that could attack, that was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Alright. The library's 18th floor, the innermost room, is the library director's special treasure room. There's something you want in there. Don't say that I told you, or else I'll be scolded by that old thing for a long time, haha. Li Ruyan also compromised in the end. After all, Ye Feng was also preparing for the assessment. Therefore, Li Ruyan also did her best to satisfy Ye Feng. Alright, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Ye Feng said with a smile. Now, he had a goal. He wouldn't have to go to such a huge library and search everywhere. That would waste even more time, and there would be an assessment later, so he didn't have much time left. However, I have to remind you that although the skills learned through cultivation techniques and secret manuals are powerful, the spiritual energy consumed is also very huge, so under normal circumstances, try not to use them casually. Moreover, as a symbiote, you also have to cultivate the abilities of the symbiote. If it's an ability derived from the self-awakening, then that would be the best, Li Ruyan said with a serious expression. Don't worry, teacher, I won't use it casually. Ye Feng also explained with a smile. I really can't guess the thoughts of young people. To comprehend a top-tier cultivation technique in just over a day. Under normal circumstances, even a strong person wouldn't be able to comprehend a top-tier cultivation technique in just a year or so, not counting the time spent on cultivation, Li Ruyan said helplessly. Ye Feng only smiled in response and did not say anything. After all, it was indeed impossible to comprehend a top-tier cultivation technique in a short period of time. However, he had the system. What followed next surprised Ye Feng. I'm going to your house to invite your parents over to the school so that I can tell them about your situation directly. Do you want to go with me? Ye Feng thought about it. Since she was going to the school, he might as well just wait for them to come. Moreover, Li Ruyan also had Ye Feng's home address, so she did not need Ye Feng to lead the way. I'd better go to the library first. I'll have to trouble teacher to bring my parents to school? Ye Feng said with a smile. Li Ruyan replied with an N and left after a few words of advice. In the outskirts of Wuzhou, in a lonely courtyard, a robust middle-aged man was sitting at the entrance with his back hunched. He was smoking a pipe and looking into the distance. It seemed like countless worries were drifting into the distance along with the thick smoke. In the courtyard, a woman was choosing vegetables. It seemed that the couple was preparing to cook. They saw Li Ruyan walking over. They stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Ruyan eagerly, waiting for her first question. Although they did not have any impression of her, they knew that this was Ye Feng's form teacher. They had seen this form teacher on the day the new students entered the school. Until now, 3 years had passed, but they still hadn't forgotten. You are Ye Feng's parents, right? Li Ruyan looked at the couple who were looking at her with wide eyes. She felt very embarrassed. She didn't walk in front of them, but opened her mouth to ask. Yes, we are Ye Feng's parents. It's like this. The principal invites you to the school to discuss Ye Feng's matter. Li Ruyan had just finished speaking when the couple panicked. With an extremely nervous expression, the man asked first, Teacher Li, did something happen to my Ye Feng? I heard that the training competition has just ended. It's been so many days and I still haven't seen him come back. Did he get into some big trouble? Chapter 33, Comforting Parents, The Secrets of the Library. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Don't panic, the principal specially entrusted me to come this time. Please come to the school and have a seat. Li Ruyan smiled slightly. Ah? Is the matter very serious? But Fenger is usually so obedient. How could it be? Teacher Li, are you mistaken? Li Ruyan shook her head and said with a smile, No, I'm not mistaken. This is a big matter. How could I be mistaken? This directly concerns Ye Feng's entire life. Ah? It's that serious. AI, since this has happened, then it can only be like this. If anything happens to Fenger, we will all bear the responsibility. Hearing the two old people say this, Li Ruyan also felt relieved. They loved Ye Feng so much. If she told them that Ye Feng would go to Cloud Mist Academy to further his studies, they would be the happiest for him. Presumably, they would not raise the idea of stopping him. After all, such sensible parents, there were really very few of them now. Don't panic, elders. This is a surprise, but it's not a bad thing. Go to the school principal and he will explain it to you personally. I will wait for you outside. We will go over after you finish eating. Li Ruyan smiled and was about to find a place to sit down. Hearing that, the two elders immediately put down the things in their hands and said in an urgent tone, No, let's go over now. Ha? Ye Feng is really fine. It's good news, but the principal still won't let me tell you. He wants to tell you in person, so I can only keep it a secret, haha. Good. Good news. Yeah, Ye Feng got a good ranking in this training competition. Li Ruyan thought about it and told them a bit. Which training competition wasn't big? The discussions on the internet were also wave after wave. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the two elders, Li Ruyan also guessed that they didn't have cell phones at all, nor did they have the conditions to surf the internet. In addition, this was the suburbs, so it was indeed quiet. There were almost no people around. Therefore, they naturally didn't know that their son had actually won the first place. If that's the case, we'll be relieved. But, why did the principal call us over? Let's talk about the specifics when we get back to the school. After saying that, Li Ruyan brought the two elders back to the school. Did Feng steal the first place and then get targeted in the dark? Then his path will be difficult. On the way, Mother was still worried about Yefeng's situation. Don't talk nonsense. Fenger has always done things in an open and above-board manner. He should know better than us what to do about symbiote cultivators. Moreover, in short, he wouldn't do such a thing. Li Ruyan looked at the two elders and reminded them again, don't worry, you'll know later. As they spoke, they arrived at the principal's office of Wuzhu No. 2 High School. Please come in, the principal is waiting for the two elders. I'll explain the specific situation to you. Of course, I hope you'll consider this opportunity as well. Li Ruyan smiled and left after she finished speaking. She pushed the door open. They saw a bald middle-aged man. Hello, Yefeng's parents, right? Please sit down. The three of them sat together and started to talk about Yefeng's situation. When the two elders heard Yefeng's results, they couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Are you sure it's first place? What first place? First place in the training competition. 1011 points. It's a record that has been broken for 100 years. Ah? Are you sure it's Fenger? The two elders' excited expressions made the principal happy. What a glorious event this was. Being in the top 10 of the training competition was already a pretty good result. At the very least, it could bring glory to the ancestors. To break through to the top 3, there was no need to mention the outstanding ones at this stage. First place. That would be heaven-defying. One had to know that throughout the years of the training competition, the top 3 were basically obtained by the various large clans. Only those clans with deep foundations would have a large number of resources to nurture an extremely outstanding descendant. Moreover, only after obtaining the top 3 spots would one have the chance to be recommended to one of the 5 great universities of higher learning. Basically, for hundreds of years, the top 3 spots had been taken by these large families. Even the top 10 did not have a single person with an ordinary background. Basically, they were all existences with large family backgrounds. However, Yefeng's appearance seemed to have completely broken this shackle. That was fine. But Yefeng's points were still unstoppable. They directly broke through the highest point in 100 years and directly reached 1011 points. What kind of existence was this? Even if the principal did not recommend Yefeng, there would naturally be various universities coming over to poach Yefeng. However, among these universities, there was naturally no one from the 5 great universities. After all, these veteran universities had always been by recommendation and did not take the initiative to recruit students from outside. But this was also enough to be awesome. For a moment, the burden in the old couple's hearts was finally relieved and they let out a long breath. What a glorious sight! When they heard the principal say that he was going to recommend Yefeng to Cloud Mist Academy, the air suddenly froze for an instant. After that, their father was the first to excitedly hold the principal's hand. Principal, thank you so much for nurturing Fenger. I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime. AI, that's not true. These were all obtained by Yefeng. Seeing how open-minded you two are, I am relieved. The Cloud Mist Academy is a long way from here. After we head over there, we won't know when we'll be able to make a trip back for a while. Since you guys are at ease, then he should make good use of this opportunity. The two elders nodded their heads heavily. They had been looking forward to such an opportunity for far too long. Finally, with this opportunity, how could they bear to let Yefeng give it up? What reason did they have to let him give up? This was the best way to improve. At the same time, in the library, with the help of special privileges, Ye Feng easily arrived at the top floor of the library, the 18th floor. The things here were indeed dazzling. This was also the first time Ye Feng entered the most mysterious place in the library. According to the classification of levels, the 18th floor was the most valuable place in the entire Wuzhou No. 2 high school. After all, the items here were all of a different level. The level was far beyond everyone's imagination. Ye Feng came to a huge iron door and took out his identity card. He put it up and swiped it. He only heard a beep. The huge iron door didn't open with a bang. Instead, it formed a medium-sized teleportation tunnel in the middle. This tunnel was just big enough for one person to pass through. A teleportation tunnel appeared? Why didn't they open the door directly? In confusion, Ye Feng opened his legs and walked in. A wave of dizziness followed. Not long after, Ye Feng regained his consciousness. This is actually a space. Seeing that his surroundings were almost completely dark, Ye Feng immediately understood that he had passed through that tunnel and arrived at a different space. This was the most mysterious place on the 18th floor. If he directly pushed open the door and walked in, it would be an ordinary collection. But even though it was ordinary, as long as it appeared on the 18th floor, it would not be ordinary. It could be considered a top-notch treasure. Compared to the things inside the tunnel, it was only ordinary. This space was very mysterious. Even if Ye Feng released his perception, he would not be able to detect the size of this space. It was like extending out a cage. Even if you used all your strength, it would be useless. There is an extremely powerful array here, right? Ye Feng muttered in his heart. He did not care anymore and walked inside. As Ye Feng went deeper, other than the darkness in the space, hidden cabinets kept appearing. Inside the hidden cabinets, countless items appeared with Ye Feng's thoughts. It was actually controlled by the mind. As Ye Feng was surprised, a vigorous and powerful voice appeared, followed by an extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Who is it? Chapter 34, came from the extraordinary pressure, choosing skills. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As he spoke, countless pressure instantly descended. Ye Feng was instantly unable to move. He wanted to summon the slime to resist but realized that the spirit energy in his body was completely gone. The slime was also sealed by an extremely powerful force. There was no way for it to break free. What was going on? This is the core of the formation that I've set up. Even if an extraordinary venerable were to descend, they wouldn't dare to be impudent. With your weak martial arts, you dare to resist. As he spoke, a figure appeared. Ye Feng focused his gaze and saw that the other party was a dignified and imposing figure. His body was vigorous and powerful, and his white hair was flowing elegantly. It was impossible to tell that he was already an old man who was over 70 years old. The pressure that this person was emitting was probably close to an A-grade transcendent. This junior, Ye Feng, has received special permission from the principal to come in and choose any item. I've disturbed Senior. I hope that Senior will show mercy. Ye Feng hurriedly said. If he was a step later, his little life might be lost because a monstrous pressure was about to bombard him. After saying this, that extremely strong sense of restraint instantly disappeared. Ye Feng let out a breath. He didn't expect that the school's library actually had such an extraordinary guardian. No wonder from the school's collection, not a single item was lost. With such a powerful guardian, unless one wanted to die, who would dare to risk their lives to come in and steal things? So that's the case. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The old man stroked his beard and coughed. It was Junior's negligence. Ye Feng also smiled awkwardly. Senior is. The old man in front of Ye Feng was very curious. What kind of existence was he? He should be the curator, right? That's right, I am the curator here, my name is Yechen Fei. Actually, Ye Feng was scared out of his wits. He was just guessing in his heart, but he actually saw through it in an instant. He still had mind-reading skills. Just how terrifying was this level? Even if Ye Feng dared to visit Yechen Fei, his level was far from enough to touch him. Moreover, all of Ye Feng's actions were within Yechen Fei's perception. Doing so would undoubtedly make people laugh at him. Although he was very curious, Ye Feng also felt that the other party's strength was definitely far above the principal's. Above the principal, what kind of existence must there be? Ye Feng could not imagine it. This was already ridiculously powerful. He did not have any concept of it. His thoughts were broken by Yechen Fei and he returned to reality. Obtaining the principal's special permission, kid, looks like you're very outstanding. Speak, what do you want to take away from here? Yechen Fei laughed and with a wave of his hand, countless storage cabinets instantly appeared. The items listed on them appeared neatly before Ye Feng's eyes. Whether it was weapons, defensive equipment, cultivation techniques, or skills, there was everything here. Furthermore, Ye Feng casually picked up an item. Spiritual energy seeped into it and he discovered that the items here were all of extremely high grade. Any skill book he picked up would be at least B grade or above. What a good fellow! Looking at the countless skill books, Ye Feng was extremely shocked. Moreover, this was only a part of it. What was more, there were countless weapons, defensive equipment, and countless medicinal pills. No wonder there are so many experts guarding this place. With so many top-tier items, if they fall into the hands of the enemy, I'm afraid that the sky will change. While Ye Feng was thinking, he was pulled back to reality by Yechen Fei's words. That's not necessarily the case. Let's not talk about these obscure things that are difficult to understand. Even if they fall into the hands of the enemy, so what? It's nothing more than a bloody storm. True power doesn't rely on any external forces. Yechen Fei's words seemed to point out Ye Feng's point. Senior, what insights do you have? Insights? Kid, the law of spiritual energy recovery has endless variables. In fact, you can understand it in just a few words? When you reach that step, you will naturally understand. Yes, Junior will remember it. Seeing that he could not get anything out of him, Ye Feng could only continue to focus on selecting skills. Ye Feng focused on looking at the skills and techniques. He did not even glance at those super powerful weapons and defensive equipment. Seeing this, Yechen Fei asked curiously, "Boy, you don't like these weapons? Do you know that the skills and techniques here are all recorded in ancient words, which are very obscure? No matter how talented you are, it's still a long way to go before you can fully comprehend the secrets within. Your cultivation is even more difficult. With every step you advance, there will be a new understanding. You can only choose once. This opportunity is very precious. Don't waste it." Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled and said, "Didn't Senior say that only when you are strong is true strength?" This. Yechen Fei was actually speechless. Actually, it wasn't that Ye Feng hadn't considered weapons and defensive items. But to him, this was only the early stages. What was the use of giving him a powerful weapon and defensive item? His own ability simply couldn't match up to such a powerful weapon and defensive item. In addition, he had the web transformation ability, so the weapon he made with the slime was enough. Moreover, the path he was taking now was not combat type. What he valued more was the improvement of magic and defense type. As for combat strength, it would definitely be improved in the future, but now was not the time. This is it. Ye Feng suddenly stopped thinking, and a thick book appeared. In the middle of the book, there were 4 big words engraved. Starfire Meditation. At this time, there was a B-grade book that recorded some basic skills related to a mage's meditation. Ye Fei was also a little surprised when he saw Ye Feng taking this book away, because starfire meditation was one of the most difficult skills to cultivate among the same type of skills. Although meditation was a mage's basic skill, mages also needed to use meditation to sense everything in the world. However, usually, the easier meditation method was single-point meditation. A single point was to specifically meditate on a certain item. This method of absorbing magic power from the outside world was the least efficient because one could only absorb it through a single point. And there was another way to advance. That was multi-point. That was the skill book that Ye Feng wanted. Starfire Meditation. Just like its name, the skill release was like a star chart. It was a multi-point walking meditation. This multi-point meditation could absorb mana through channels at the same time. Thus, the mana efficiency obtained was extremely high. And the purity was even higher. But this multi-point meditation method was very difficult to practice. Usually, only mages in the middle to late stages would choose to try the multi-point meditation method. From the looks of it, a newbie like Ye Feng who had just entered the path of a mage did not even have a single-point meditation method, yet he wanted to practice starfire meditation. He simply overestimated himself. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. This book is not suitable for newbies, Ye Fei reminded him. In the past, if you can advance to practice more meditation techniques, you would have already reached the peak of D and grade. This is also the basic foundation. As for you, you are just a newbie who has just awakened the symbiosis body. Although there are many good things here, young people shouldn't aim too high. It's better to choose something that suits you. At least at the current stage, it can bring you a lot of changes. And choosing this B-grade skill, you might not be able to use it in the short term. One of the difficulties is that you might not be able to achieve it. Hearing this, Ye Feng asked, Senior, why don't you tell me about it? The biggest difficulty in starfire meditation is the core mana absorption. Ye Fei touched his beard. Either it won't disperse, or it won't gather. This is also a difficulty that troubles countless symbiotes. If this isn't resolved, this skill will be completely useless. Ye Feng smiled when he heard this. There was indeed nothing wrong with what Ye Fei said. One had to know that the most basic magic power release of a mage was to come and go freely and adapt to changes. If one's own magic power did not listen to one's control, then what was the use of absorbing more magic power? But what Ye Fei did not know was that the slime in Ye Feng's body was the best learning medium. The slime's subsidiary body was completely compatible with the conditions of gathering a ball of fire and scattering stars all over the place. Wasn't this a skill that was tailor-made for him? The slime medium was the most suitable for this kind of meditation technique. The reason why Ye Feng wanted to choose this skill was because he had done his homework before coming to the library. Although this skill's level was relatively high, don't forget, he had a system. Cultivating this kind of thing was nothing to him. Choosing this skill, his slime medium directly laid down a perfect foundation for learning magic in the future. Senior, don't worry, I've already thought it through. I want this skill. Chapter 35 continued their cooperation and embarked on a new journey. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hearing this, Ye Fei naturally couldn't say anything. Since that's the case, then take the secret manual and leave this place. Hearing this, Ye Feng extended his right hand and the secret manual appeared in his hand. Looking at the secret manual that was suffused with a faint white light, Ye Feng was extremely happy. This was a B-grade secret manual. If he could grasp all of it, then his mage path would also have a very good foundation. Thinking of this, Ye Feng put away the secret manual and looked at Ye Fei. He said, "Thank you Senior Ye, for your guidance. This junior will take his leave." Wait! Just as Ye Feng was about to leave, he was stopped by Ye Fei. "Take these few pills. You'll need them." Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 pills landed in Ye Feng's hands. These are soul-gathering pills. Ye Feng looked at the 3 lychee-sized pills that appeared in his hands and spoke in surprise. But when Ye Feng turned around to look for Ye Chenfei again, he discovered that Ye Chenfei had already disappeared. Thank you, Senior Ye. With a thought, Ye Feng left this space. In a room, Ye Chenfei saw Ye Feng leave and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It's been a long time since I've met such an outstanding junior. Brat, I hope I'll be able to see you again in the future. What Ye Feng did not know was that no one who entered this space had ever been able to face Ye Chenfei's pressure head-on. But he had done it. Most importantly, he was only a newcomer who had just awakened the symbiosis body. This was also what made Ye Chenfei feel incredulous. After Ye Feng returned to reality and learned that his parents were waiting for him at the school's playground, he went over to find them. Why are you guys here? Ye Feng saw his parents and spoke with a smile. It's nothing. They said you won an award. Why didn't you tell us? We thought you were in trouble. Ye Feng touched his hair and smiled happily. After all, he had just finished training and had already focused on observing. He did not have time to go back and tell them. If their family had a cell phone, they could call them and tell them, but his family was too poor. Ye Feng used his scholarship to buy the worst second-hand cell phone. Only then was he barely able to communicate with them. Ye Qiang saw that his son was so outstanding, and there was a hint of love in his eyes. But Ye Feng could still clearly see that his father's face was still somewhat happy and somewhat sad. The happy thing was that his son had a bright future. Being able to participate in the Cloud Mist Academy's entrance examination, this matter could let them brag about it for the rest of their lives. Ye Feng naturally knew what was worrying him. Cloud Mist Academy was a tall mountain with a long road ahead. Moreover, that was the most prosperous city in China, Shanghai. Big cities needed to spend money everywhere. But where could they take out so much money now? Previously, in order to buy strengthening and stabilizing mixture for Ye Feng, they had almost taken out their coffins. They also did not expect that their son would actually be so outstanding that he was qualified to participate in the entrance examination of the 5 great universities. However, the family indeed did not have too much money to give him. Fenger, we are happy for you, but we cannot give you much. Ye Qiang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could not continue. Ye Feng naturally knew what the situation at home was like. Ye Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the fees. I have money." Of course, Ye Feng's parents did not know. Just yesterday, Ye Feng sold the medicinal pills and herbs that he brought out from the training hall and earned a total of over 1 million. If this number was said out loud, it would directly shock them for a long, long time. Fenger, how can you have money? That's right, there's no prize money set for this training competition. Where did you get the money? We'll find a way to raise more money for you. At least, you won't starve when you get there. Ye Feng smiled bitterly. When he was about to take out his phone to prove it to his parents, he saw a few messages that had just been sent not long ago. He saw the profile picture. It was the White Rabbit lady. Are you there? Are you there? I need to talk to you. Your goods are really good. There's a new business. Are you interested? What are you doing? Reply me as soon as you see the message. Ye Feng was speechless. He slowly typed out a sentence, "Here. My ancestor." You finally replied. Your flame fruit has amazing effects. I wonder if you still have it. I'll buy as many as you have. The White Rabbit lady said. I've already given it all to you. I don't have any more now. But, I'll have it in the future. Ye Feng thought for a moment and replied. After all, this was a big deal. Ye Feng also did not want to miss out. The distribution of the flame fruit in the training arena was very wide. If it was really made into an industry, that would be the source of the goods. Moreover, Ye Feng still had the power of the army ants over there. It was still very easy to achieve this. But the main reason was, Ye Feng currently did not have the ability to teleport over to the training hall. But if they could really work together, this ability could still be achieved. You want to wait for the future? Alright then. Our family grows spirit fruits. We also cultivate the flame fruits, but whether it's the texture or the rich spiritual energy content, they are far inferior to yours. If you're interested, we can continue working together for a long time. We can buy from you in large quantities. We'll take as many as we can get. Seeing the White Rabbit lady's reply, Ye Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. One had to know that even with the recovery of spiritual energy, in the entire China, there were only 2 companies that could open spirit fruit cultivation companies. ASUS Corporation and China Spirit Fruit Corporation. The former was a family-owned company with an extremely large scale. The latter was an official China corporation that specialized in cultivating cultivation technology and belonged to a technology patent company. Seeing this, Ye Feng also guessed that this White Rabbit lady's family was from ASUS Corporation. Could it be that she was the daughter of ASUS Corporation? If that was the case, Ye Feng wouldn't have to worry about the ability to teleport anymore. ASUS Corporation's entire ecological industry chain covered all of China, and its business was number 1 in China and number 3 on Earth. With such a scale, to achieve teleportation technology, it was as easy as pie. You can give me a time, give me a delivery amount, and we'll call you immediately. But as the wholesale price, the price needs to be evaluated by our side. The White Rabbit lady spoke confidently. Yes, this is fine. The price is negotiable, but I have a request. You have to prepare a teleportation device for me. Since your family is such a big group, you can easily solve such a thing. Ye Feng also knew that the ASUS Corporation could cover such a large ecological industry chain. The main thing they relied on was a teleportation device that their company developed themselves. It was divided into 2 parts, one was the activation decoration, and the other was the teleportation device. As long as the teleportation device was put to the place where it needed to be teleported, it could be unconditionally teleported. Impossible. We don't sell this device to the public. The White Rabbit lady shook her head, and her tone was very decisive. You know the quality of the flame fruits I provide. If you can't provide me with a teleportation device, then I can't cooperate with you. But you have to know that you're not the only one who wants my flame fruits. Ye Feng also spoke confidently. Okay. I can provide you with a teleportation device, but you have to guarantee the quality of the flame fruits. And the price has to be reduced by 10%. The White Rabbit lady was silent for a few minutes before replying. Okay. Ye Feng directly replied. Okay, the first deal is to order 100 flame fruits for you. The deposit is 1 million, delivery within 10 days, and the teleportation device will be sent to you later. Happy working together. Okay, happy working together. Ye Feng closed the chat window. Not long after, 1 million came into his account, including the money he earned from selling things previously. Now, there was a total of 3.25 million in Ye Feng's account. This was not a small amount of money. To Ye Feng's family, this amount of money was even more unimaginable. Then, a light appeared and an incomparably small button appeared in Ye Feng's hand. This was the ASUS Corporation's major scientific research achievement. Fixed point long-distance teleportation device. After putting it away, Ye Feng turned his head to look at his parents and took out a card. I've left enough money for myself. There's 3 million in this card. You guys take it first. Ah? So much? Fenger, who gave you this money? You didn't rob someone, right? Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard his parents' wild guesses. After explaining, they finally understood. After a while, Ye Feng let them go home first. After that, Ye Feng opened them all. After buying the latest bracelet, he threw his phone away. The bracelet had storage and communication functions. It was also very convenient to store and shop in the future. After that, Ye Feng bid farewell to the principal and Li Ruyan. He then left the school. Chapter 36, Initiate Perfect Cultivation and Break Through the 8th Level of Starfire Meditation. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It was already night time, and they would set off at dawn the next day. Therefore, Ye Feng directly returned home. After all, there was still a period of time. He could still use it to cultivate the newly obtained Starfire meditation. Very soon, Ye Feng entered the state of cultivation. The cultivation method of Starfire meditation and that very familiar voice kept appearing in his mind. Ding! Host needs to regulate respiratory rate. Ding! Host needs to release his powers now. Ding! Yes, the system was very careful with Ye Feng's training. Ye Feng was using the most perfect way at this time practicing Starfire meditation. The reason he had the courage to choose the most difficult skill to practice, was because he had the help of the system. Starfire meditation. This was a multi-point type mage's meditation skill. The maximum limit was to meditate on 18 points at the same time, which meant that there were 18 levels. Every time a realm was raised, the ability to meditate would be greatly increased compared to the previous realm. Therefore, as the meditation realm stacked on top of each other, the demand for magic power was also greater, and the carrying capacity of the body was also greater. If he forcefully meditated, it would only have an irreversible effect on the body. In severe cases, he might even die on the spot. Of course, Ye Feng did not have such concerns. His symbiotic body could not only quickly repair his body's damage, but it also had perfect compatibility with the Starfire meditation skill. This was a condition that no one who cultivated this skill had. Therefore, Ye Feng's cultivation speed also increased rapidly. As long as he had enough spirit energy, his meditation could continue. In just an hour, he had already broken through to the 6th level. Release. Withdraw. Gather. In an instant, the surrounding things seemed to have come to a standstill, allowing Ye Feng's spirit to roam within. And those things that contained magic power, such as medicinal herbs, plants, etc., were all clearly seen by Ye Feng. Every time he meditated, the magic power would follow the guidance of the flowing magic power, continuously pouring into Ye Feng's body. Waves of magic power collided. Like a wild beast's low roar, it continuously produced wave after wave of power flows. When he opened his eyes, a blue color suddenly appeared. Ye Feng saw that the blue color spiritual energy was surrounding him. Could this be mana? Ye Feng muttered. The current him had already entered the 8th level of the Starfire meditation. He could sense all the mana, and he could even materialize the mana. This was the condition for a mage to completely master the meditation ability. Ye Feng opened his right hand and a wave of bright blue flame spiritual power was slowly condensing. The strength of this flame was completely under his control. The biggest one could burn all the vitality of this flame directly. And the smallest one could land on people directly without any change. This was only the most basic ability of a mage. Great! The ability of a mage is indeed quite powerful. It can attack from a long distance and also fight at close range. Ye Feng said excitedly in his heart. But after releasing the flames, Ye Feng clearly felt that the mana in his body was being continuously consumed. The rate of consumption was also extremely fast. After all, Ye Feng's current cultivation speed far exceeded the speed of meditating and absorbing mana. There's still some time before daybreak. Continue to cultivate. With the system's guidance, entering the 8th level is simple. If I continue cultivating at this speed, I should be able to break through the 10th level before daybreak. Although I've learned it, I still haven't completely grasped it. I still need to fight to understand it. Thinking of this, Ye Feng gathered his spirit and gathered a large amount of mana. In the next moment, the mana was compressed. A blue light was released in an instant. Boom! The entire room shone with an incomparably dazzling light. Yefeng's strength was still very well controlled, which also avoided the risk of tearing down the house. But Yefeng's parents weren't blind after all. They were sleeping soundly when they suddenly saw a light in front of them. They were instantly startled awake. Feng what's wrong? Yeqiang hurriedly ran over and pushed open the door, only to see Yefeng's entire body glowing. It's nothing, I'm cultivating a new cultivation technique. Seeing that his parents had woken up, Yefeng felt the surging spirit energy disappear and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect that this light could actually penetrate the wall. You guys go back and continue to sleep, haha. Yeqiang looked at Yefeng in surprise and said, you can cultivate, but don't stay up too late. Rest early. After saying that, he returned to his room. What's wrong? In the room, Yefeng's mother saw Yeqiang return and asked him. Nothing. Your son is doing well. He can actually release such strong spiritual energy. Although we are all ordinary people, I can feel that spirit energy has a very strong sense of oppression. It seems that our Feng is not ordinary. On this side, Yefeng rested for a minute before turning around and leaving the room. After all, he had just grasped the 8th level. It was a moment of excitement. How could he possibly sleep? And as his cultivation deepened, his powerful body also nourished every cell in Yefeng's body. He would only become more and more energetic. Drowsiness did not exist. If not for the system, Yefeng would have spent a lot of time just reading such an obscure book. It would have been impossible for him to understand what this book was about without 8 or 10 years. The system was also constantly pointing out Yefeng's shortcomings. Some of the control was absolutely meticulous, as well as the use of magic power. Yefeng was still unable to completely master it. Come on, no one can disturb me now. Just nice, let's test the power of a mage. Yefeng came to a hillside. Under the moonlight, it seemed so quiet and bright. A breeze blew, and a cool breeze followed. At this time, it was very suitable to sleep, but Yefeng was very energetic, and the spiritual energy in his body was constantly surging. There was no one around here, and there were only stars in the distance, which was the city. But at such a distance, even if there were people there, it was impossible for them to notice this side. 1 ST level. Yefeng thought to himself, and the magic energy in his body surged, and starfire meditation was also activated at the same time. 2 ND level. 3 RD level. 4 TH level. As the level of the magic power increased, the magic power in Yefeng's body continued to surge. At the same time, a large amount of magic power was also being absorbed by Yefeng. This was a plane that couldn't be seen at a glance. A large amount of grass, under the enhancement of Yefeng's meditation, was constantly being absorbed by Yefeng. In addition, there was the illumination of the moon here. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy transformed into magic energy and surged into Yefeng's body in large amounts. Yefeng did not have the slightest difficulty. Very quickly, the starfire meditation realm rose to the 6th level. A ball of flame appeared in Yefeng's hand. In the distance, a small person that Yefeng had transformed into was used as the target of attack. Yefeng took a deep breath. Flames followed. Boom! When the blue flames exploded, that small figure was directly sent flying. In the air, Yefeng's flames gathered once again. 7 TH level. The small figure's body was being burned. Countless flames appeared around the small figure at an unknown time. In almost an instant, the small figure was completely covered. Break! 8 TH level. Yefeng shouted, and the endless flames instantly exploded. Rumble! Between heaven and earth, an incomparably huge spiritual energy instantly soared into the sky. An incomparably thick blue pillar of light lit up the entire area within a few kilometers. In an instant, everything that was originally pitch black became like daytime. Ye Feng could even hear the crowing of roosters coming from afar. One had to know that it was still midnight. This attack had almost released all of Ye Feng's spirit energy. Magic power was a form of spirit energy's existence. When spirit energy was exhausted, magic power would naturally be exhausted as well. Along with it, a wave of pain came from his body. This was the result of excessive use of magic power. His body simply couldn't withstand the huge impact of magic power. But for Ye Feng, this was still fine. After all, compared to the impact brought by the awakening and evolution, this was still child's play. To him, even if he was heavily injured, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his 5 organs were pierced, he could still repair himself. At most, it would just consume some more spirit energy. Chapter 37, Astonishing Speed of Improvement. Enjoy the special passage. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Looking at the huge crater on the ground that had been blasted out just now, Ye Feng was even frightened by his own power. This attack power was simply comparable to a C-grade warrior. If he had awakened this ability earlier, in the previous training competition, encountering the strongest giant saber mantis would be nothing. In front of him, it wouldn't have been able to withstand a single move before exploding and dying. Moreover, he was only a short distance away from the end of the training. How long had it been? Less than a week. This speed of improvement was absolutely astonishing. In comparison, there were still many students who were still in the process of familiarizing themselves with the symbiotes. As for Ye Feng, he was already able to tear apart all living beings below D grade. This gap was pulled out in an instant. There aren't many problems in terms of magic power. At the very least, I'll have the ability to defend myself during the entrance examination. It'll be awkward if I can't even pass the entrance examination at that time. Sitting on the grass and feeling the gentle breeze, Ye Feng closed his eyes and slowly analyzed. If he were to hide all of his abilities, that wouldn't be too realistic. After all, he was currently relying on his own overnight success to obtain the opportunity to enter Cloud Mist Academy. Moreover, even if he entered Cloud Mist Academy, if he didn't display his abilities, then he wouldn't be destined to obtain more and better resources. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was also one of the 5 great universities. Among them, there would definitely be a handful of outstanding people who were number 1 within the same realm. Therefore, Ye Feng needed to improve himself even further. Otherwise, how could he survive in such a powerful environment? With the help of the system, not to mention that the upper limit of the Starfire meditation was 18 levels, even if it was 100 levels, he would be able to grasp it in a short period of time. He felt that the sky was slightly bright. Only then did Ye Feng realize that while he was cultivating, the sky had already lit up. The sky brightened. After Ye Feng bade farewell to his parents, he set off for Cloud Mist Academy. According to Li Ruyan's instructions, to head to Cloud Mist Academy, one needed to take a special transportation vehicle, the high-speed train. Even with the rapid development of today, the high-speed train was still the most popular transportation vehicle and continued to exist. Not long after, Ye Feng arrived at the station. Seeing the transportation vehicle of his previous life, Ye Feng felt extremely familiar. After all, in this life, almost everything around him was high-tech equipment. Only the high-speed rail did not seem to have changed much. However, as far as Ye Feng knew, the source of power for the high-speed rail had already been converted from traditional electricity into spiritual energy. Because in this world, spiritual energy was the one thing that was not lacking the most. Due to the recovery of spiritual energy, the entire sky above the blue planet was covered by a thick layer of spiritual energy. In the air and in the liquid, it could be seen almost everywhere. The continuous flow of spiritual power was also used by humans. The high-speed railway with spiritual power was a very important innovation. Ye Feng swiped his identity card according to the road sign and walked into the high-speed railway station. With all kinds of high-tech transportation tools that was popular now, the high-speed railway station was no longer so popular. However, because of its low price and high commuting efficiency, the high-speed railway was still one of the most popular transportation tools. Ye Feng looked around, the fourth platform. Wuzhou City's high-speed rail station could be considered as one of the largest high-speed railway stations in the south. Therefore, this special train heading to Cloud Mist Academy also chose to depart here. It should be there, right? Ye Feng's eyes were sharp. In this huge high-speed rail station, he could see the entrance with the words "Special Passageway" written on it at a glance. As for the entrance to the left and right platforms, this was also the only entrance where there was no queue. Other people were not stupid. There was a special passage written here. It must be a special train specially provided for some awesome people. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. It's already crowded in the front, don't squeeze in the back. Hey, don't cut the queue. The people behind are queuing so hard. What do you mean by cutting the queue? It's been a long time. When will this train arrive? Is it late again? I'm dizzy. The scene was like a vegetable market. Ye Feng bypassed the crowd and walked toward the special passage. Although he didn't know whether it was this passage or not, since it was written down, it should be. Hello, this is a special passageway. Please show me your ID card. The security guard saw that Ye Feng was about to walk in and was immediately frightened. He reached out to stop him. Realizing that his actions were somewhat violent, he hurriedly reached back. If the other party was some big shot, his actions would have ruined his entire career. After all, those who could take this path were all extraordinary. Oh, right. Here you are. Ye Feng smiled awkwardly and took out his identity card and handed it over. Ever since he was young, Ye Feng had never left Wuzhou City. The furthest distance was to go to a scenic spot at the edge of Wuzhou City, and it was only for a short time. Therefore, Ye Feng naturally did not know that they needed to check his identity card. Beep. The security guard carefully put the identity card on the machine and identified it. In the next second, all the information about Ye Feng was read out. Identity verified. With the final sound of the machine, the security guard returned the identity card to Ye Feng, turned sideways to make a path, and nodded. It's really here. Ye Feng smiled and strode in with everyone's envious eyes. Ye Feng's privilege made them die of envy. It actually takes 3 days and 3 nights to arrive. When he arrived at the station and saw a conductor holding up a train ticket, Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Logically speaking, the speed of the high-speed rail wasn't considered too slow, right? Moreover, this was the China high-speed rail. The China high-speed rail that enjoyed the title of being as fast as the wind. However, knowing that he would have to sit for such a long time, Ye Feng was also somewhat surprised. He thought that there must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would he have to sit for such a long time? After getting on the train, Ye Feng found his own carriage. It was a 4-person room. Fortunately, this carriage all had beds. At the very least, he could rest for a while. Otherwise, he would have been tortured to death before arriving at such a long journey. Students, please pay attention. This special train is heading to Cloud Mist Academy. You are not allowed to get off the train midway. Each carriage is equipped with its own personal stewardess. Students in need can call from the carriage on their own. It will satisfy your needs. As expected of the China high-speed rail. The service is actually so good. Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised. This was his first time taking the high-speed rail in his life, and it was also his first time enjoying the service from above. But at the same time, Ye Feng also roughly knew. The people on this train were all students heading to Cloud Mist Academy. Releasing his perception, this high-speed rail was actually considered a small train. The entire train was only a short 6 sections. There was a total of no more than 100 people. However, this number was still quite shocking. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was a first-class university. In this batch, there were actually so many people who could participate in the assessment. Looks like I can't let down my guard. Ye Feng put down his things and prepared to go to bed to rest. For the next few days, he planned to focus on training on his bed and not care about the matters outside. Not long after Ye Feng packed his things, one after another, the other 3 temporary roommates also arrived. Among the 3 people, Ye Feng noticed that one young man was very different from the others. The other 2, one tall and one short, followed behind the young man as if they were left and right guardians, like his little followers. Compared to the other 2, the leading young man's figure was robust, and the spiritual energy on his body could clearly feel a trace of strength. But, only a trace. Chapter 38, Traveling to Cloud Mist Academy, the mutated orc appears. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Not long after, the train started broadcasting again. Attention, students, the train is about to depart. Please take your seats as soon as possible. After a few more minutes, the train finally started to move slowly. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Ye Feng was also quite surprised. After all, this was a high-speed rail with spiritual power. Compared to the ordinary high-speed trains in his previous life, it was still very surprising. A high-speed rail with spiritual power almost did not consume any energy. Moreover, with a slight acceleration, it could release 10 times more power. In other words, a 100-kilometer journey with a high-speed rail could directly jump to its destination in a short 10 minutes. This speed was still very impressive. This was also a speed that Ye Feng could not imagine. But at the same time, he felt puzzled. This train's speed was so fast. Why did it still need 3 days and 3 nights to reach Cloud Mist Academy? Could it really mean that there was something wrong with this train? Ye Feng did not dare to be careless. Along the way, it was very boring. With more than 100 people, apart from a very small number of people who came from the same school, they could be considered to know each other and could even chat a little. The others didn't know each other and didn't have any topics to chat about. They just did their own things. But whether they knew each other or not, they all had one thing they would do. That was to prepare for the entrance examination. They opened books to take notes, memorized knowledge points, and prepared to take the written examination. There were also those who practiced, and even those who honed their symbiotic bodies. Although there were more than 100 people, because they were all 4-person small rooms, everyone did not disturb each other and immersed themselves in their own world to cultivate diligently. Of course, there were also a few people who were absent-minded. WTF, what bullshit rail, you actually want me to sit for 3 days and 3 nights? Why can't I fly over on my own private jet? I'm really speechless. With this time, how many girls can I flirt with? Don't you think so? In the carriage that Ye Feng was in, the muscular young man cursed. Immediately after, the 2 underlings immediately replied. That's right, that's right. I'm not belittling Cloud Mist Academy either. Such a large academy actually isn't even willing to fork out money and even wants us to take the high-speed rail. It was very obvious that they were extremely dissatisfied with this train. Does this *T academy need to be built so far away? It's fine if it ran so far away, but this broken train is still so slow. I'm really speechless. Within the private room, the tall and short duo echoed one after another. The other person scratched his head and suddenly said, "Big brother, since it's so boring, why don't we play a game? You bunch of idiots, what can we play?" Their big brother lazily stretched his waist with a look of disdain. "Play the card tractor. Get lost." The big brother cursed and turned his head to look at Ye Feng's bed. He saw Ye Feng sitting on the bed, not moving at all. He felt it was a little funny, so he said provocatively, "Hey, kid, that kid sitting on the bed." "Yes, that's right, I'm talking about you." Ye Feng heard that and turned around to look at that person with puzzlement. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just bored. What are you doing? Hey? In a daze, Ye Feng replied casually. In a daze? Haha. How about making friends? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Jie. How should I put it? My biggest weakness is that I'm too rich. Since elementary school, I've never had less than 2 bodyguards. Look, these 2 who follow me are my bodyguards and also my underlings. Their ranks aren't low either, so generally speaking, no one dares to provoke me because those who know me all know what the consequences of provoking me are like. It's your turn. What's your name? Which high school are you from? Lei Jie's tone carried a trace of disdain. Ye Feng laughed lightly in his heart. One look and he could tell that this kind of person had a family and background. From the moment the 3 of them entered the carriage, he had already released his perception and had a clear understanding of their background. This man called Lei Jie's rank was about the same as his previously, E grade. The difference was that he had just stepped into the E grade, while Ye Feng was already prepared to break through to C grade. Moreover, Lei Jie's E grade cultivation was very weak. It was completely relying on supplements to support his strength. As for the remaining 2 underlings, one was F and grade, and the other was F grade. They were both unremarkable existences. But since they were able to ride on this train together, that also meant that they also had the opportunity to participate in Cloud Mist Academy's entrance examination. That was also an opponent that couldn't be taken lightly. But Ye Feng was not interested in them. What he was more concerned about was what was about to happen on this strange train. Wuzhou No. 2 High School, Ye Feng replied and then did not continue to pay attention to him. He buried his head into his training. A symbiote that had entered E grade actually did not even know that he was training. One could imagine this level. This kind of cultivation was normally only available to the children of wealthy families. They could use the resources in their families to continuously nourish themselves with medicinal pills and treasures, and then raise their cultivation level. However, this kind of cultivation level was extremely weak. Although their cultivation level had been raised to E grade, in reality, their abilities were only at F and grade, or even lower. Toward this kind of person, Ye Feng could basically deal with them with a single punch. It can't be, right? Was who? That poor and broken little place? How could there be someone who could enter Cloud Mist Academy for the assessment? You can't be related to Cloud Mist Academy, right? That's not right either. Since you came from that rundown place, how could you have a relationship with the teachers of Cloud Mist Academy? Ha ha ha. Lei Jie's words were filled with ridicule. Every word was directed at Ye Feng, not giving him a single step back. As he spoke, Lei Jie suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, Ye Feng? This name sounds a little familiar. He seems to be some celebrity? Or an internet celebrity? Have you guys heard of him? Lei Jie turned his head to look at those 2 underlings. The underlings shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Ye Feng shook his head and could not be bothered with him. He got up and walked out of the carriage. Standing in the carriage aisle, looking at the constantly refreshing scene outside, Ye Feng's thoughts were all over the place. Cloud Mist Academy was indeed a very impressive academy. For an entrance examination, it was also 1 out of 100. It was extremely rare. But seeing the scene just now, it made Ye Feng feel sad and complicated. Perhaps for those who came from poor families like him, the entrance examination of Cloud Mist Academy was indeed a chance that could only be obtained by the best person who worked hard and risked their life. But for a rich second generation like Lei Jie, all the hard work that Ye Feng put in and the entrance examination opportunity that he fought for, they had spent money to directly skip it. In other words, as long as one had money, they would be able to obtain an opportunity to take the entrance examination. And this opportunity might be something that other people would never be able to obtain in their entire lives because the quota had already been taken up by those with power and influence. Looking into the distance, Ye Feng had a myriad of thoughts. Suddenly, a huge explosion pulled Ye Feng back from his thoughts. Boom! Ye Feng turned around and saw smoke billowing not far away. Ah! There's a creature in the train. Ye Feng released his perception and soon, he saw all the information about the creature. It's a mutated orc. Chapter 39, The Temporary Test began. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Its grade actually reached E. Ye Feng did not dare to let his guard down. This creature was much stronger than anything he had encountered before. The mutated orc was an agility-type attacking monster. Its strength was boundless. It could kill a person with a single slap. Not only did it have great strength, but most importantly, its speed was extremely fast. Instant attack was their sure kill skill. It was a very strong opponent. Usually, a mutated orc could pin down an entire wolf pack. What kind of concept was this? The wolf pack's number would not be less than 10, and an orc's strength was comparable to 10 wolves. Although orcs were usually very strong, they were only active in the wild forest. They usually lived by the swamp or in caves. It was very rare for them to appear elsewhere. Ye Feng looked outside. The train had just passed through a green plain. Where did the forest and swamp come from? Ye Feng pursed his lips. It seemed that there was only one possibility. The test had already begun. The sudden appearance of the orc made Ye Feng feel very strange, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. If he still did not take action, this orc would be able to fight crazily here. Obviously, the carriage where the orc appeared was in trouble. Boom! Another explosion sounded. Although the explosion was loud enough, it did not affect the train in the slightest, and the train had no intention of stopping. You guys run quickly, I'll cover the rear. A girl's voice sounded, and then a surge of power was released. Although she was also very strong, Ye Feng could still tell that her cultivation level was only F+. Compared to the orc's imposing manner, she was still very inferior. Interesting. She clearly knew that she couldn't beat it, but she still stayed. Ye Feng thought to himself. This girl still had quite the backbone. Then, more than 10 boys had faces full of fear. They scrambled to run out. Brother! What are you still standing here for? Run if you don't want to die. There's an E-grade mutated orc in the carriage. If you don't run, you'll be next after he kills that girl. Among the people who were running away in a hurry, one of the guys who was running away saw Ye Feng who was still standing there, and kindly reminded him. Okay, I got it. You guys go first. I'm curious about what the orc looks like. I'll go take a look and then leave. After saying that, Ye Feng got up and walked into the carriage where the mutated orc was. Looking at Ye Feng's disappearing figure, everyone was stunned. Isn't that guy afraid of death? What's the situation? Hey, come back quickly. I'm not joking. It's really dangerous inside. I'm dizzy. Is life more important or is curiosity more important? That's an E-grade mutated orc. I also noticed that this orc seems to have gone crazy, and its attacks are as fast as lightning. Not to mention us, even if experts came, they would have to struggle for half a day. If we go, it would be suicide. This guy. Everyone came to a relatively safe place. Standing in the distance, they were constantly paying attention to the interior of the carriage, paying attention to the changes inside. Roar! With a furious roar, the mutated orc's body continuously emitted killing intent. The orc's throat continuously let out a rumbling low roar. In an instant, it engulfed the entire carriage. Woo! Woo! The orc roared in a low voice, like a devil's whisper, but also like some kind of summoning spell. This growl lasted for a few minutes. Only then did the orc stop. In Yefeng's perception, a powerful force suddenly surged from all directions, as if it wanted to wrap up the entire train. Yefeng also knew that something was wrong, but with his current ability, there was no way to find out where this force came from. At the same time, on the train, many creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They were all the underlings of the mutated orc. They were full of fangs, and their short black hair covered their entire heads. They looked ferocious as they glared at everyone. The difference was that these underlings were not as powerful as the mutated orc in front of Yefeng. F***ck, why are there creatures invading the train? Oh my god, where did these creatures come from? What's going on? As there were too many creatures, and they appeared out of thin air, they quickly attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, these creatures that suddenly appeared seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Saliva kept flowing out of the corners of their mouths, and their bloodshot eyes stared at them hungrily. Seeing so many humans gathered together, they immediately charged toward them. For a moment, everyone in the carriage descended into a chaotic battle. So many creatures appeared at the same time. It also made Yefeng even more certain that this was definitely a special test for the academy. Come! Yefeng's thoughts moved, and spirit energy instantly circulated throughout his entire body. This actual combat opportunity was also rare. Coincidentally, Yefeng wanted to see what level he could reach by purely using spirit energy without using the symbiosis body's ability. After all, he had just cultivated Starfire meditation to the 8th level last night. Such an actual combat opportunity must be cherished. While preparing to participate in the battle, Yefeng also retained most of his strength. After all, this was not a real test, and the carriages were filled with his future competitors. If he exposed himself too early, the uncertainty of his future would greatly increase. Moreover, Yefeng did not want to display his full strength. Walking into the carriage, a white rabbit beauty wearing a white miniskirt came into view. "Didn't I tell you guys to leave first? Why are you back?" The white rabbit beauty also noticed Yefeng walking in. At this moment, she was panting, as if she had just experienced a battle that consumed a lot of energy. Not far away, the mutated orc was currently baring its mouth. Its red eyes were glaring at them angrily. Its entire body was filled with an extremely powerful aura. Its robust body that was covered by the hair that stood like needles was filled with a terrifying vicious aura. It even let out low roars. This aura was not something to be trifled with. "I'll come over and help you," Yefeng said softly. Looking at the mutated orc, Yefeng was completely focused. The attributes of his body were also extremely high. This way, his speed and reaction ability would at least give him a chance to dodge. "Can you do it? Don't try to act strong. Can you feel the hostility on its body? This guy is very strong. It's not something that you and I can deal with." Mutated orcs are brutal by nature. They have endless strength. Moreover, they have intelligence and know how to move in groups. Logically speaking, they will attack one by one and then kill them all in one go. I don't know how this guy appeared here, but it doesn't matter anymore. Just now, I tried my best to test it. Its back seems to have the weakest defense. If we can get behind it and attack it, we might have a chance of winning. But, can you really do it? The white rabbit beauty told Yefeng everything she knew. But looking at the plain-looking Yefeng, the aura he emitted did not seem too strong. Compared to the orc, it was nothing. With such a gap, was he really here to help and not to make things worse? "Don't worry, it's just a wild boar. In our mountain, there are the most wild boars. I often catch wild boars and roast them to eat them." Chapter 40, Special Attributes. The battle had officially begun. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Yefeng smiled. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly churning. This mutated orc was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for an orc to cultivate to E grade. Moreover, the speed of cultivation of creatures was much slower than that of humans. Moreover, it had to be extremely talented and have great opportunities. According to the ratio, out of 10,000 creatures, only 10 of them could break through F and grade. Moreover, the number of mutated orcs who had reached E grade was pitifully small. And the cultivation level of the mutated orc in front of Yefeng was not low, it was a full E and grade. In the entire cultivation world, the gradual increase in cultivation level also meant that there would be more bottlenecks and less room for improvement. Therefore, the mutated orc in front of Yefeng could already be considered a very impressive rank. However, no matter how strong it was still far from being Yefeng's match. After all, even if it was an E and grade, it was directly one major realm lower than Yefeng. This level gap was extremely terrifying. Under such a difference in level, Yefeng did not even need to spend much effort to directly crush this orc. However, he wanted to try and see how far he could unleash his strength without relying on the strength of the slime and just relying on the starfire meditation that he had just cultivated and his physical fitness. Yefeng's eyes looked at the mutated orc as he thought about his next move. Suddenly, the short-dressed woman shouted, "Be careful!" Before she finished her sentence, an attack flew over with a swoosh. An extremely fierce beast aura rushed toward Yefeng. What a powerful force! Yefeng thought to himself. His figure flashed, and he disappeared before the attack could reach him. With a substantial increase in his body, Yefeng's speed was still a notch higher than the mutated orc. Boom! A large hole was instantly blasted out from where Yefeng was standing just now. This power, if it grazed his body slightly, it would definitely cause his flesh and blood to fly everywhere. So close! The short-dressed woman retreated more than 10 steps, looking at the large hole in the ground with lingering fear. When the attack came, she also made a defense. Otherwise, the aftershock of the attack would be enough to cause huge damage. Looking at Yefeng's extremely agile movement technique, the short-dressed woman was also surprised. The ghostly footwork was vividly displayed on Yefeng's body. It was as if he was able to dodge every attack that flew toward him. With this footwork, his strength shouldn't be weak. But why is his aura so weak? The short-dressed woman looked at Yefeng, who did not have any fluctuations, in surprise. Yefeng's strength might not be as weak as she had imagined. But his spiritual energy aura was really too weak. This did not seem like an ability that could be selected to participate in Cloud Mist Academy's entrance examination. Moreover, under the attack that was so fast that only after images could be seen, Yefeng was actually able to dodge. Don't look at how the mutated orc was extremely thick and sturdy. Its attack speed was extremely fast as lightning. And it was within such a short distance. Yet, Yefeng was actually able to dodge it unscathed. At this speed, was he still human? Are you all right? Looking at the short-dressed woman's astonished gaze, Yefeng thought that she had been scared silly. Ah! I'm fine, I'm fine. Yefeng nodded and was about to make a move. A few more people suddenly walked in from the carriage door. Yefeng looked over. They were the students who came here to support. Looking at the spiritual energy surging on their bodies, they were not weak at all. There was even a long-haired man who had broken through to E grade. You guys get out of the way. Be careful of accidental injuries. The long-haired man snorted lightly. A thick cold air was emitted from his body. The cold air turned into a long sword. With a whoosh, it flew toward the mutated orc. It's actually the polar ice fox's ability. Yefeng released his perception and saw through the long-haired man's symbiotic body. The polar ice fox could be considered a very rare symbiotic body. Its ability was the power of ice and it was also very powerful. The remaining few men, seeing the long-haired man fly out, also activated their spiritual powers. Rays of light flashed and rushed toward the mutated orc. Yefeng's focus was on the long-haired man. Bang! The incomparably sharp and powerful ice sword directly struck the orc's body. Just when everyone thought that they could heavily injure the orc. In the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw that the orc directly waved its hand and broke the sword in half at the waist. The long-haired man, who was close at hand, had a change in expression. His figure retreated explosively, wanting to escape. But it was too late. A monstrous evil aura exploded from the orc's body. The long-haired man had just moved when the orc threw a punch at him. Boom! Pu! The long-haired man did not have time to dodge and received the punch directly. The huge impact made him lose his mind instantly. Seeing the long-haired man being blasted several meters away, the few people hurriedly stopped. Even an E-grade symbiote could not defeat this pig. How could they be its opponent? Just as they were about to retreat, the orc had already charged in front of them. A punch! A palm! Those few people instantly spat out blood and flew backward. They fell to the ground and did not move at all, directly fainting. A few more people came from behind. When they saw that the ground was covered in blood, their eyes were filled with shock. This orc is even stronger than I imagined. The short-dressed woman took a deep breath, and her eyes revealed helplessness. But very quickly, the long-haired man started to struggle again. He released his icy spirit and bombarded the orc's body. The extremely strong icy spirit instantly froze when it touched the orc's skin. Then, the icy spirit turned into icicles that continuously stabbed at the orc. However, it was useless. Although the condensed cold ice slowed down the orc's movements, its body was not affected at all. After all, the pig skin was really thick. Normal attacks would not have much effect on it. This was the most powerful point of the mutated orcs. Its attacks were as fast as lightning, and its body was almost indestructible. These characteristics made it an extremely invincible existence. The mutated orc's gaze became even more vicious, and the evil aura on its body became even more intense. Step by step, it approached the long-haired man. Just one step away, when the orc was about to reach out and grab the man. "Let me play with you." Suddenly, a surge of aura surged out, causing the orc's movements to be delayed for a second. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to look at the extremely calm Ye Feng. Everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. "Hey, don't go." When the short-dressed woman saw Ye Feng stand out, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to pull him back. If he went out now, wouldn't he be courting death? "You hide a little behind and leave the rest to me." After Ye Feng finished speaking, the spirit energy aura all over his body surged wildly. The mutated orc was indeed very strong, but Ye Feng did not want to reveal his strength yet. He could use this opportunity to try the Starfire meditation. 1st stage. The Starfire meditation was instantly released. Even on the speeding train, it still did not affect Ye Feng's meditation. The moment the meditation was released, Ye Feng immediately felt pleasantly surprised because he could feel that spirit energy was continuously gathering in his body at this moment. So meditation can not only recover spirit energy, it can actually gather spirit energy. Knowing that there was such an ability, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. This time, he had the means to fight. Originally, Ye Feng thought that Starfire meditation was only a passive trigger and only had the effect of passively restoring spiritual power. But now, it seemed that Starfire meditation was indeed worthy of being a high-quality B-grade skill. It could attack and defend, all relying on one's own comprehension. If one attacked, one's aura would be released, and spiritual power would be gathered. To defend was to restrain one's aura and scatter one's spirit energy. However, this seemingly simple operation was indeed one of the main reasons why this skill was so difficult to learn. Countless people stopped in their tracks and were unable to break through. This was because training alone was not enough. One had to rely more on one's own comprehension. It was actually so powerful. 2nd level. 3rd level. The aura was still rising crazily. Last night, Ye Feng did not have an opponent, so he could only conjure up a battle opponent. Therefore, he did not know how much damage his spiritual power could cause. But now, it was different. In front of him stood a creature that could easily take their lives. Ye Feng was also fully focused. During the process of gathering a large amount of spiritual power, Ye Feng's extremely excellent physical quality also emitted an extremely strong sense of oppression at all times. And this kind of oppression did not only come from the release of spirit energy, but also came from the power of the symbiotic body that was constantly being emitted from within his body. This kind of power allowed Ye Feng to continuously become stronger. 5th level. The Starfire meditation had gathered to the 5th level. At this moment, Ye Feng had sufficient spirit energy, and his hands were directly clenched into a fist. An extremely powerful killing intent flowed out from him. This killing intent had an extremely strong penetrating power, causing one's hair to stand on end when they came into contact with it, and their entire body would tremble non-stop. Of course, Ye Feng had not tried it yet. It spread out. In battle, what Ye Feng did not lack the most was battle experience. Although he did not have that much battle strength in the primeval forest before, he had used all sorts of adaptability to deal more blows to his target, and only in the end did he use up that little bit of vitality. But now, it was different. Ye Feng had the support of the Starfire meditation. He was also a mage. His combat power was also greatly improved compared to before. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. As long as he activated his spirit energy, Ye Feng would have an endless stream of power. This spirit energy was not a joke. Feeling the spiritual energy that was now surging wildly, Ye Feng was full of incomparable intrepid strength. 6th level. Feeling the peak of spiritual power in his body, Ye Feng did not think too much, condensed a barrier to protect himself, took a step, and his figure suddenly burst forward in a flash. A fist was thrown out. Boom! Ye Feng's figure instantly appeared in front of the orc. With his speed, even in the small carriage, after images appeared. Roar! The mutated orc roared in anger and its body suddenly expanded. With just a punch, Ye Feng's barrier that condensed a huge amount of spiritual power was actually instantly dissolved. A huge impact directly swept over. Danger! Withstanding the huge impact, Ye Feng took a few steps back before he stabilized his footing. But the people around were not so lucky. Such a huge impact directly sent them flying. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, and he muttered in his heart, I didn't expect my spiritual power to be able to condense such power. The mutated orc's body had expanded explosively just now, and now it had grown to nearly 3 meters tall. Under the orc's incomparably sturdy and huge body, it made Ye Feng's body appear extremely small. After all, it was a creature whose cultivation had already reached E grade. Its ability was naturally not low, but compared to Ye Feng, it was still not enough. In the next moment, the orc charged toward Ye Feng with enormous strength. But before it got close to Ye Feng, it was tightly bound by the spiritual energy released from Ye Feng's body. An incomparably terrifying pressure was released from Ye Feng's body. Such a terrifying pressure made the surrounding air become incomparably hot. This pressure was only released by Ye Feng controlling Starfire meditation. But the effect was far beyond Ye Feng's imagination. In an instant, the aura engulfed the entire train. F***ck, what exactly happened inside? This aura, isn't it too exaggerated? At this moment, the students who were fighting with other creatures in the various carriages of the train noticed this aura at the first instant. And in the carriage where Ye Feng was located, both the long-haired man and the short-skirted woman were stunned when they saw the air around them slightly distorted. I actually broke through again. At this moment, Ye Feng's eyes were filled with joy and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41, Killing an orc comes from extraordinary spiritual power. When Ye Feng was fighting just now, his body suddenly felt an unexpected power. This power was very strong and constantly attacked the internal organs of his body. This kind of feeling was comfortable, but at the same time, it also brought great changes to Ye Feng. Ye Feng clenched his fist, and waves of spirit energy gushed out. To be able to bring him spirit energy condensation, it must be something that only Starfire meditation could do. And the reason why it was triggered was very likely that during the battle, his level of Starfire meditation had reached a deeper level. This was because the biggest characteristic of Starfire meditation was that it was passively triggered, and then the symbiotic body would quickly recover on its own. But just now, Ye Feng might have also taken the initiative to release Starfire meditation, releasing too much spirit energy, which resulted in his body's spirit energy being exhausted. Moreover, his body received a fierce attack from the orc, so the Starfire meditation passively triggered the mechanism. And this time's improvement actually directly surpassed the level, breaking through to the 10th level. Good heavens, this spirit energy's improvement is too fast. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth rose. The arrival of this force refreshed his fighting ability once again. This inexhaustible power caused Ye Feng's body to undergo a huge change. Ye Feng's speed did not decrease, but instead increased. A dark red sharp blade appeared in his hand. The instant it appeared, along with the infusion of spirit energy, the inscription flashed, and an extremely powerful rumble was added to it. The sharp blade was brandished. It whistled as it bombarded toward the orc. 70th level. Ye Feng's extremely high physical fitness, coupled with the increase in agility, speed, and strength, coupled with the activation of magic power, allowed Ye Feng's attack to reach its peak at a certain instant. This was also the first time Ye Feng had taken out this sharp blade. Although he wasn't very familiar with it, with such a huge amount of strength attached to it, it wouldn't be a problem as long as this sharp blade hit the orc. After all, the orc's skin was quite thick. If he relied solely on his fist, the damage he dealt to the orc would be like scratching an itch. Swish! The orc's speed was also abnormally fast. When it saw Ye Feng suddenly sprinting over, its 3-meter-tall figure disappeared in an instant. It suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng, raised its huge fist, and was about to strike down. Ye Feng's perception was fully activated. Naturally, he knew the movements of the orc the moment it disappeared. The giant orc's fist had yet to land. The sharp blade suddenly tilted. The attack that contained a huge amount of magic power, in an instant, landed on the orc's arm. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and in an instant, countless pieces of meat exploded. Roar! The orc howled in pain. After being heavily injured, its body became unstable, and it staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground. The orc's right arm was seen. It was a bloody mess. Countless pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. Fresh blood gushed out from the orc's broken arm. The entire carriage was instantly dyed red by the fresh blood that sprayed out. Seeing that the orc's arm was shattered by Ye Feng, its eyes narrowed and then suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. God! This was an E-grade creature. A mutated orc. The savage killing intent emitted from its body was enough to scare off a large number of students in the carriage. But Ye Feng only needed one blow. And it could directly shatter it. The short-dressed girl couldn't believe it. Was this still a rookie student participating in the entrance examination? This was simply extraordinary. A trace of shock flashed through the long-haired man's eyes, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. This fellow actually had such strength. In the future, he definitely couldn't be looked down upon. Moreover, even after erupting his spirit energy for so long, he still hadn't used his symbiotic body. He had relied entirely on his physical strength, yet he was actually able to reach such a level. It wasn't simple. This explosive strength had already surpassed too many people. He had originally thought that his symbiotic body was already extremely rare, and his abilities were exceptionally sharp. He had always been an absolutely powerful existence in the school. Even in the training competition, he was also one of the top existences. However, why was this man in front of him so powerful? The long-haired man fell into deep thought. The strength of the mutated orc lay in its tough skin and thick flesh. Moreover, its speed was abnormally fast. With his current level of strength, he could not even block a punch. If he could not block it, he could dodge it. However, the speed of the mutated orc was far above him. Except for Ye Feng, almost no one could dodge the attack of the mutated orc. Therefore, seeing that Ye Feng was still able to dodge it, everyone was shocked. The most important thing was that Ye Feng had concealed most of his strength. If he released all of his spiritual power, just this E-grade orc wouldn't be enough for Ye Feng to see. On the other side, before the orc's entire body was filled with hostility, Ye Feng walked in front of it. Under the orc's terrified gaze, Ye Feng waved his sharp blade once again. An incomparably sharp light whistled through the air. An incomparably huge orc head flew up and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. The mutated orc was killed. Once the orc died, all the creatures on the train disappeared at the same time. At the same time, the train's broadcast also sounded. "Students, the mutated orc leader has been killed. The temporary test is over. Students, please gather in the 6th carriage." As soon as this voice fell, an extremely powerful spiritual power instantly covered the entire train. That extremely powerful aura stunned Ye Feng for a moment, and his eyes became complicated. Could this be a transcendent ability? In an instant, Ye Feng seemed to be wandering in the vast ocean. This boundless spiritual power was like the warm water in a hot spring, bubbling out. A warm current immediately filled Ye Feng's limbs and body, all of his organs and every cell seemed to have been stripped out. That was a feeling that he had never experienced before. Spiritual energy that has a recovery effect. This transcendent person is really incomparably powerful. Ye Feng was secretly shocked in his heart. What kind of transcendent person was this? They were actually able to transform their vast spiritual energy into a weapon that carried endless pressure. At other times, it could transform into a warm current that could allow one to quickly recover. Such a powerful ability, this was also the first time that Ye Feng had encountered it. It was likely that he was a top-notch figure in Cloud Mist Academy. This power was even several times stronger than the Yechen Fei that Ye Feng had met in the library. If this person were to unleash their full strength, how terrifying would it be? Ye Feng withdrew his spiritual energy and felt this warm current with his entire body and mind. His body was also recovering rapidly. All the students also reacted and looked around. The countless creatures that had appeared turned into a puff of smoke at this moment and disappeared without a trace. They all rushed to the largest 6th carriage. Those who had been knocked out suddenly shivered and instantly woke up. When they all knew about this situation, they were all very shocked. Those students who had suffered injuries of varying degrees were also swiftly recovering. Even those students who had suffered heavy injuries, who were missing limbs, were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under a powerful spiritual force. One could tell just by looking at the huge orc head on the ground and the blood all over the ground. A mutated orc with an E-grade cultivation and so many underlings had suddenly appeared. So it was a temporary test arranged by Cloud Mist Academy. This is so real, but it's all fake. D*MN it, if I knew it was a test, I wouldn't have hidden. That's right, if I had known, I would have definitely gone all out. You guys don't know, there were a few people who were even more miserable in the beginning. They didn't even have the time to react before they were defeated by the orc with a single punch. They should be eliminated soon. Everyone discussed animatedly and gathered here according to the announcement while discussing the results of this test. What they didn't expect the most was that this mutated orc, whose cultivation had reached E-grade, was actually beaten to death by a student. Killed by a novice symbiote. What kind of concept was this? While most of them were still thinking about how to hide, Ye Feng was already in a confrontation with the orc leader. When they were forced to participate in the battle, Ye Feng had already killed the orc leader. This made everyone think that Ye Feng's action of striking a rock with an egg would definitely end in a tragic end. However, they did not expect that Ye Feng was actually unharmed and was even able to kill it. In the end, the clown was themselves. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gains, the Principal's Personal Visit. Ye Feng glanced at it and then silently went to a corner. He did not want to make a scene at all. The carriage was very large. Even if there were more than 100 people standing inside, it still seemed very empty. Ye Feng leaned against the wall and casually released his perception. While checking their foundations, he waited for the teacher to appear. Did you hear? Someone killed the leader of the mutated orc with his own hands just now. Ah? So strong? That's an E-grade mutated orc. Yes, that person is so awesome. I heard that he was also the top ranker in the previous training competition. This time, he also bore the brunt of killing the orc. I think his name is Ye Feng. His symbiotic body isn't strong, but his combat skills are very good. I wonder if I can become so awesome when I'm his girlfriend. Dream on. Will he like you? Ye Feng was soon discovered by a few classmates not far away and started to discuss in a low voice. But Ye Feng was very indifferent and did not pay attention to these people. You're Ye Feng, right? A tender voice came from Ye Feng's side. Ye Feng turned his head to look. It was the short-skirted girl who fought with him just now. The big white rabbit's sway made Ye Feng swallow a mouthful of saliva. He choked for a moment and could not say anything. He could only nod his head. Why are you blushing? Is it very hot here? Looking at Ye Feng, whose face was as red as a monkey's butt, the short-skirted girl asked with a smile. Ah? No, no. Ye Feng scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and then asked again, then, what's your name? Sui Fei. The white rabbit beauty answered crisply. Sui Fei? Ye Feng scratched his head. Where had he heard this name before? It seemed that the chairman of the Asus Corporation, the corporate magnate of China, was surnamed Su. But what did the two have to do with each other? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Ye Feng smiled. It's good that you're not injured. When the orc appeared, why didn't you leave? Instead, why did you block its path? Ye Feng really did not understand this point. She was only at F-end grade. When she met an orc who was a level higher than her, she was not thinking of running away. Instead, she was going to face it head-on. Because I'm confident. Sui Fei smiled and took out something the size of a fingernail. Although it was not big, the equipment inside was very sophisticated. It was like a ball of energy was wrapped in a ball of something. As long as she pressed this button, something could happen. Ye Feng looked at this thing with his eyes wide open. A teleportation button. Ye Feng answered. His mind suddenly paused as he looked at the beauty in front of him and realized something. Yes. How do you know? Sui Fei asked curiously. This teleportation device was not something that ordinary people knew about. In all of China, only Asus Corporation could develop and mass-produce teleportation devices. They were usually only used for teleportation between plantations and large areas. Because these places were usually very far away, with teleportation technology, they could quickly appear at the places they wanted to go. Apart from the large orchards, there were also some for civilian use. However, due to the high price and the fact that they were disposable, they were rarely seen in the civilian population. They could only be seen for special purposes. Moreover, the average person could not afford it. A simple teleportation device with a price tag of 100,000 yuan was not an acceptable price for everyone. However, he was too familiar with this thing because he had just obtained two similar teleportation devices from the big white rabbit lady online not long ago. However, the one in Sui Fei's hand was more precise and smaller. I just learned about it before, Ye Feng replied. Sui Fei nodded, took one from her bracelet, and handed it to him. Here, I'll give you one. Consider it a reward for saving me just now. Looking at the light blue teleportation device that Sui Fei handed over, Ye Feng felt a little embarrassed. Ye Feng said, "This thing is so expensive, I can't take it. If you want to repay me, you can just treat me to a meal then." Seeing Ye Feng decline, Sui Fei directly stuffed it into Ye Feng's hand. "Take it. To others, this thing is rare and valuable, but I still have a lot at home. Take it. I'll treat you to a meal. Let's meet again after we go to school." After saying that, Sui Fei smiled and left. Her friends were waiting for her there. "There's such a good thing." Ye Feng smiled. There were now 3 teleportation devices in his pocket. Except for 2 that were specially used for fixed-point teleportation, the one in his hand could be used to save his life when necessary. This was a good thing. Ye Feng immediately opened the bracelet and compared the online price. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. When the string of numbers came out, Ye Feng was almost dumbfounded. A total of 7 digits. Ye Feng sucked in a breath, a price of 1 million. Looking at the transmission device that was emitting a faint blue light, Ye Feng was somewhat happy and immediately kept it in his wristband. Suddenly, a powerful pressure appeared. For this temporary test, the main invigilator and the person who set the question is Teacher Andy. Whether or not you pass the test will be determined by Teacher Andy. The monsters are all formed by the teacher's air. All students' injuries will recover within a day. As expected, the vast spiritual energy at the beginning of the test had an extremely strong recovery attribute. Ye Feng's eyes continuously flickered as he felt that spiritual energy. But it could recover more than 100 people at the same time. How vast this spiritual energy must be! Ye Feng could no longer imagine that his feeling alone was that he was in a vast and boundless sea of spiritual energy. The spiritual power of a transcendent was as vast as the sea. What a terrifying existence that was! Students, please pay attention. Those who have red circles under their feet are considered unqualified. The rest are all qualified. Those who were at a disadvantage in battle and those who avoid battle are all judged as unqualified and will be sent back. Among the 100 people, 2/3 of them were chased and beaten, or they did not dare to participate in the battle. These people were all judged to be unqualified. In an instant, red light flashed, and more than half of the 100 people were instantly eliminated. For those who didn't have red light under their feet, only 32 people were left. The train suddenly stopped, and a few young teachers appeared, taking away all the students who had red circles. Very good. Those who remain are all students who have the final entrance examination. Welcome. Not long after, the train stopped. A person stepped through the void and walked out. That person had a dignified appearance. He looked like a delicate scholar and wore a pair of gold-rimmed eyes. The strange thing was that that person's eyes were actually blue. That kind of blue was incomparably clear and gave people a very strange feeling. If one stared at it for a little longer, it was as if one's entire soul could be absorbed. When Ye Feng released his perception and touched this person, he was suddenly bounced back by an unshakable force. Ye Feng was shocked. This person actually had an accompanying array. He must be an awesome person. That vast spiritual energy just now should have been released by him, right? Ye Feng looked at that person and sank into his thoughts. He remembered that the invigilator for this assessment was Teacher Andy. Ye Feng could not help but become excited. He must be one of the 5 great human sealings, Teacher Andy. He did not think that he would actually be able to see it with his own eyes today. This feeling was so wonderful. That top-notch transcendent of the symbiotic air. Recalling that extremely turbulent spiritual energy just now, Ye Feng also felt that it was not strange. After all, that was the power released by Teacher Andy. Up to now, the students who are still standing in front of me, congratulations! You have successfully passed the temporary test and obtained the final opportunity to enter the academy. Here, let me introduce myself. My name is Andy, and I am the current principal of Cloud Mist Academy. If there is a chance in the future, I might even become your instructor. Teacher Andy smiled, revealing an extremely amiable smile. Hearing these words, everyone did not dare to believe it, and the people below began to discuss in low voices. What? That is the legendary Teacher Andy, who is unfathomable. One of the 5 great human ceilings, an existence that can instantly destroy the world and the air. Have you seen Teacher Andy's eyes? They are actually blue. That's right, that's right. Rumor has it that Teacher Andy's eyes are extraordinary. They have a kind of soul-stirring magic that can even see through life and death with a single glance. What? See life and death with a single glance? That's too strong. Chapter 43, Transcendent Teleportation, Entrance Examination Report. Teacher Andy's blue eyes were extremely obvious. There were also rumors that when he was fighting, the spiritual energy that burst out from his eyes could even destroy an A-grade expert in an instant. Such a heaven-defying existence also caused Teacher Andy's eyes to become famous. He also had a nickname, known as the Blue-Eyed Demon King. Even the principal of Cloud Mist Academy had personally come over to supervise the examination. Fortunately, at the very least, this batch of people who had passed the examination weren't too shamed. On the contrary, they were the cream of the crop who had been selected from all of China. Over 100 people had actually been eliminated by a sudden test. The temporary test has ended. We don't need to slowly take a bus over. Let's go straight to the school. Just as he finished speaking, Andy waved his right hand. An incomparably pure and majestic spiritual energy instantly enveloped everyone present. A blinding white light flashed. Under the strong light, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. After the white light faded, they opened their eyes once again and discovered that they had arrived at a brand new place. Here, the shadows of the trees formed a forest, and the chirping of the birds did not stop. This was the Cloud Mist Academy. Looking at the picturesque scenery around them, there were mountains and rivers, and the academy was built within the various mountains and forests. Rather than calling it an academy, it would be better to say that this place was a scenic spot. The spiritual energy here was extremely pure, and it contained an extremely large amount of spiritual energy. It was extremely suitable for symbiotic cultivators to cultivate. In addition to the numerous large buildings here, there were a total of 20 teaching buildings that had been opened. There were also countless large training grounds. With such rich teaching conditions and an unparalleled training environment, it allowed Cloud Mist Academy to become one of the top 5 academies in China. The students looked at the picturesque campus and could not close their mouths. They were incomparably excited in their hearts. This school was simply heaven on earth for symbiotes. As expected of a palace-level school. Ye Feng finally understood why the graduation qualification certification for graduates was so valuable. The principal's bronze qualification allowed him to avoid the written test. Even a principal of that level could only be a bronze alumnus. What about silver, gold, or even platinum that was even stronger than bronze? This was a heaven-defying level. Which one of the people who could come out of this place wasn't an awesome existence? Ye Feng was shocked, but at the same time, he began to pay attention to the surrounding environment. This place occupied an extremely large area and was very suitable for training. Moreover, the academy's surrounding area was protected by a magic array, so this place was usually in an absolutely concealed state. Even if they released a huge amount of spiritual energy during training, it wouldn't affect the surrounding residents. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was situated on the vast mountains. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely rich and was extremely suitable for symbiotic cultivators to train. It even had the effect of doubling the effort with half the effort. This unique cultivation condition was something that other schools could not compare to. The students recovered from their shock one after another. Wow! What ability is this? To actually arrive at the academy in the blink of an eye. Teleportation skill. This is an ability that only top-notch transcendents can grasp. Teacher Andy can casually wave his hand and teleport so many people at once. This is simply too godly. It takes a huge amount of spiritual energy to teleport one person. We have a total of 32 people here. Teacher Andy's spiritual energy is really too powerful. Everyone was amazed. This kind of teleportation skill had always been an extremely mysterious existence. Basically, no one had mastered it. Although it was famous, this was also the first time they experienced the feeling of being teleported. It turned out that everything happened in an instant. No wonder the top-tier transcendents fought with top-tier creatures. They all traveled hundreds of kilometers in an instant, from land to outer space. And then from outer space to even deeper. They easily erupted with monstrous power. In an instant, the galaxy was shattered and everything was destroyed. This was the power of transcendence. Ye Feng was also deeply shocked. Haha, everyone knows the joy of cultivation, right? I believe that everyone will also become very outstanding talents in the future, but before that, we must all cultivate well. After saying that, Teacher Andy raised his hand, and a piece of paper floated out. On it was some arrangements regarding the entrance examination. Cough cough, regarding the arrangements for the entrance examination, I'll give everyone a preview here first. Teacher Andy cleared his throat, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Everyone will receive a temporary student card that records information. Once you receive this card, you will be able to freely enter and exit the school's premises. Of course, you will not have the right to enter some special venues. As he spoke, a small card suddenly appeared in the hands of Ye Feng and the others. This was the temporary student ID. The words Cloud Mist Academy was engraved on it, but beside it were the words expire time and temporary. The background was the entire vast Cloud Mist Academy. This card was incomparably valuable when others saw the words Cloud Mist Academy. It wasn't that this student ID was valuable, it was that the person was. This was the Cloud Mist Academy's certification. Other than some personal information, it could also be used to accumulate points. The various places within the academy, such as the teaching building, the cafeteria, the dormitories, and the training grounds. They all relied on this card to identify them. If they passed the entrance examination, their temporary student ID would automatically be converted into a permanent student ID until they graduated. After they graduated, they would pass the graduation examination and finally determine the aptitude of this card. What Ye Feng's principal held in his hand was a bronze aptitude student card. The reason why such a student card existed was on one hand to prove that you were a student of Cloud Mist Academy. On the other hand, you could use the points of the student card to exchange for some items. Moreover, it was done in Cloud Mist Academy's exclusive online store. Some of these items were absolutely at the extraordinary level. In Cloud Mist Academy's points store, there were all sorts of items that could be found but not sought. It was just a matter of points. However, with a student ID, one would have the qualifications to exchange for them. This was the greatest difference between the Cloud Mist Academy and an ordinary academy. Between the two, the resources they enjoyed could be said to be worlds apart. The written test will be held tomorrow morning. Students who need to participate in the test must make preparations in advance. The final practical test will be held the day after tomorrow. Everyone still has a short period of time to make adjustments. The West Mountain Training Hall is specially opened for everyone. Students who need to go there can warm up and train. For specific matters, you can ask the receiving teacher. I look forward to everyone's performance. We'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Teacher Andy disappeared into thin air. Everyone started to move around freely. Ye Feng picked up the card and looked at it. Other than recording some of his information, there was also a column for points. But now it was 0. After all, he had just arrived, so what points could he get? Ye Feng also had some understanding of how points could be obtained. That was to complete the school's mission in the future, or to do something that contributed to the school in order to obtain them. Of course, there were also many other methods. But to sum it up in one word, difficult. And it wasn't just any ordinary difficulty, it was incomparably difficult. The rarity of points also meant that points could bring huge benefits. Ye Feng used the bracelet to open the points store of Cloud Mist Academy, wanting to see what good stuff was inside. Holy **T, the Slime Crown. Chapter 44, Points Store, Slime Crown. Ye Feng looked at a very eye-catching item on the shopping list and was immediately shocked. In Cloud Mist Academy's shopping mall, there was actually such a thing sold? The Slime Crown was the supreme existence of the slimes. Although it was only a crown, its effect was extremely strong. It usually only appeared on the most powerful slime. Only the Slime King was qualified to wear this crown. Although the slime was too weak and was at the lowest end of the food chain, there were still powerful existences among the slimes. To be called the Slime King, one must be an extremely powerful existence. Ye Feng opened this item and looked at the detailed information. There's actually such a huge increase. Looking at the attribute bonuses recorded on it, Ye Feng fell into deep thought. Using the crown, the current attribute can be instantly increased to the peak of the current stage. If it's used on the magic slime symbiote, it can obtain an additional ability to evolve, as well as an ability flash of radiance. The bonus of this crown was simply too awesome. Ye Feng looked at the attributes on it and could not help but be secretly surprised. If he obtained this crown and used it on his symbiote, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It was written on it that if he used it on a magic slime symbiote, he could gain 2 additional abilities. And his symbiote, wasn't that a pure magic slime creature? Super evolution. Ye Feng's eyes lit up once again when he saw this column. Super evolution could bring about a leap in evolution for slimes. Moreover, the nature of this evolution was completely different from that of the symbiotic evolution. The super evolution of the slime crown came from the most fundamental evolution of slimes. This evolution could bring about the most direct and fundamental change to slimes. Moreover, the attributes it brought were just like the sequence. It would bring about an extraordinary ability. And this flash of radiance can actually directly carry out a resurrection. Ye Feng had an incredulous expression on his face. Resurrection. This word sounded so magical. This also meant that even if the symbiote was killed and used up its last bit of HP, he could still use this ability to carry out a resurrection. Everything was back to normal. This ability is really awesome. Ye Feng thought to himself. He glanced at the points required for the crown before his face darkened. As expected of a good item. It actually costs 99 points. This point was already considered a heaven-defying price. Although there were countless rare and wonderful items in the points store of Cloud Mist Academy, the prices were all 1 point and 2 points. This was because points were extremely difficult to obtain. After 3 years of academy life, an average person would be considered to be very impressive if they managed to accumulate 10 points in these 3 years. And according to Ye Feng's understanding, the number 2 high school principal who possessed the qualifications of a bronze-ranked alumnus. The highest total number of points he could obtain was only 18. Although the points were high, this item was indeed a good item. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to earn some points after passing the assessment. Ye Feng thought to himself. He had to obtain this slime crown. After all, it could bring such an awesome ability. Everyone wanted it. Closing this page, Ye Feng glanced at the other items. He found that this place was filled with a dazzling array of good items. Skills, items, magic treasures, pills, weapons, defensive equipment, and so on. What was here were all good items that couldn't be found on the market. Moreover, the higher the level, the higher the points required. Among them, there were even super rare S-grade goods. Ye Feng looked at the unusual goods page. Extraordinary S-grade goods. Ability, Magic Eye. Awesome. Ye Feng thought to himself. This ability was comparable to the Eye of Teacher Andy, who could decide life and death with a single glance. Ye Feng naturally knew how terrifying this ability was. He glanced at the points. It made Ye Feng speechless. 9999. Ye Feng closed the page resentfully. This ability, let alone whether his cultivation level could withstand it or not. This price made him not dare to think too much about it. Not to mention 9,999 points, 100 points was a level that many people would never reach in their entire lives. Ye Feng continued to slide down. Other than the common types, there were even all sorts of strange things here. Innate energy? What is this thing? The things here deeply attracted Ye Feng's curiosity. After all, the things on it were too many and too magical. The things that appeared in Cloud Mist Academy's points store were things that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see in an ordinary store. Only after reading the introduction did Ye Feng understand. It's actually a medium that strengthens the origin energy of the symbiotic body. I didn't expect that this kind of thing could actually be separated and sold separately. Innate energy was an aura produced during the awakening stage before becoming a symbiote. This aura came from the symbiote's body. This aura was the most primitive form of spiritual energy. After awakening, the innate energy in the symbiote's body would be converted into spiritual energy. In other words, the stronger the innate energy was, the stronger the spiritual energy would be. And there was another direct change. That was during the awakening of the symbiotic pool. Innate energy could directly determine the degree of adaptability of the chosen symbiotic body. Generally speaking, the stronger the innate energy was, the larger the range of the chosen symbiotic body. For the birth of extraordinary symbiotic body, innate energy was very powerful. For example, those who possessed a mythical symbiote and possessed innate energy were all extremely powerful. Currently, for them, purchasing this innate energy would also bring about a huge increase in the adaptability of the symbiote. There was also a certain probability that it would bring about a different change. And this points store could actually directly sell it. This was something that could directly change a person's fate. Seeing these things, Ye Feng could not help but feel the might of Cloud Mist Academy. Other than these things, there were many other things that Ye Feng did not expect. Summoning type magic treasures, fusion type skills, and even the sealing ability. Sealing ability? Is there anything that still needs to be sealed? A powerful creature of a certain level. Ye Feng thought about it and agreed. Currently, the recovery of spiritual energy was becoming more and more intense. Other than the cities where humans lived, the figures of creatures could be seen in almost every other place. Especially in places where the spiritual energy was very strong, it was especially easy to give birth to very powerful creatures. Although all over the world, there were specialized symbiotes to maintain the safety of the places. But when they encountered a particularly powerful creature, when they couldn't kill it with their abilities, they could only seal it. Therefore, generally speaking, when the symbiotes were powerful to a certain level, the sealing ability had to be mastered. But Ye Feng also understood that the seal was not permanent. Moreover, as the recovery of spiritual energy progressed, many of the previous seals would also be broken. When that time came, the world would be in chaos again. But for now, even if it was chaos, it had nothing to do with Ye Feng. His ability was far from being that powerful. Now, he just needed to cultivate properly. Then, he would think of ways to earn some points. Ye Feng closed the shop. Even if he really wanted to obtain the slime crown, there were still many things he wanted. But he was not qualified to exchange for the things on it. After all, he had not even passed the entrance examination. All of this had to wait until after he entered the school. Chapter 45, Space in the Book, the first volume of Perceptive Discrimination. The next morning, it was already quite late for the written examination. Logically speaking, everyone should have gone back to review. But Ye Feng had the principal's recommendation. He was directly exempted from the written examination. Thus, he did not need to take the examination tomorrow at all. Thus, he had a lot of time to stroll around the campus. Cloud Mist Academy was really, Really big. Ye Feng walked around aimlessly. After walking for a full hour, he was still within the range of the field that he had been transported to previously. If he were to calculate according to this distance, the entire Cloud Mist Academy was quite big. Moreover, the distance between the dormitory area and the teaching area was diagonally opposite. One side of the school was on the other side. If a student had some ability, they would naturally not be late for class. However, for some students who were not very strong, they usually had to leave at least 3 hours in advance. This way, they could ensure that they would not be late. Ye Feng was also a little surprised. Such a large area, even his perception could not completely cover it. He could only detect a part of the area. Ye Feng came to a lawn. There was no one around. This was the most suitable place for cultivation. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. The academy was too big, and it was impossible for him to completely explore it. He might as well wait until he passed the entrance examination before going around. When that time came, he would have plenty of time. Since I have nothing to do now, let's take a look at the principal's notes. The things recorded on it are much faster than me slowly exploring it myself. After all, the principal was not an ordinary person. The notes that were summed up at that level were not only the painstaking efforts during his studies, but also the essence. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and took out the thick notebook from his bracelet. He flipped open the notebook that had a sense of vicissitudes of history. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged. A ray of light overflowed from the notebook and quickly disappeared. Instead, it turned into a whirlpool-like suction force that continuously pulled at Ye Feng's consciousness. There's a world of consciousness here. Ye Feng was secretly shocked. When he opened this notebook in front of the principal, it was no different from a normal book. He did not know why, but when he opened the notebook again, it actually produced such a change. Ye Feng also followed the lead of the book after all. He closed his eyes and his consciousness flashed. A small world gradually appeared. So that's how it is. There is actually a small world here. The principal is really amazing. He was actually able to open up a space within a book. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. One had to know that a space domain wasn't something that could be opened up casually. The requirements were also a lot. Moreover, it also required a large amount of talent and foundation. And when this notebook was written, it was something that the principal had done while he was studying at Cloud Mist Academy. At that time, he was able to open up a small world. It was also extremely amazing. Ye Feng sighed in amazement. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. His consciousness had already completely entered this space. As the light gradually faded, his vision became clearer and clearer. This was a small thatched cottage located on a floating island, and the surroundings of the small island were all white. This place was slightly crude, but it was indeed a good place to cultivate because there was no one to disturb. Ye Feng released his perception and couldn't sense anything. After all, what was here could be seen at a glance. Besides a small thatched cottage, there was also an empty grassland. Ye Feng was curious about what was inside the thatched cottage. He walked in front of it, and with a squeak, Ye Feng pushed the door open and walked in. There was nothing inside except for a bed and a desk. What is this? What is the principal creating here? Ye Feng saw a pile of paper on the desk, so he walked over and picked it up to take a closer look. Perception discrimination? Isn't this one of the legendary top 10 secret arts? Seeing the very detailed written records on it, Ye Feng's eyes widened, and he was secretly shocked. Ye Feng had naturally heard of this ability, perceptive discrimination. This was the highest level of perceptive abilities. Generally speaking, every symbiote had either strong or weak perceptive abilities. In short, there would definitely be one. And the perceptive ability that Ye Feng now possessed was also based on the sequence ability that Slime felt. It wasn't too strong, but at least it wasn't weak. As for perceptive discrimination, this ability was extremely terrifying. Not only could one's perceptive abilities be maxed out, they could also sense the opponent's full strength. Even more ridiculous was that they could sense the surrounding spiritual energy. This was the terrifying aspect of perceptive discrimination. Basically, nothing could be hidden from the opponent unless it was an extremely powerful existence with a huge difference in level, and it was naturally impossible to sense the opponent. However, it still did not hinder the ability to sense and distinguish. It had become the most powerful supporting ability. However, this ability was basically something that no one could grasp. On one hand, it was because the barrier to sense and distinguish was extremely high. It was not something that an ordinary person could learn. On the other hand, it was because very few people knew about this ability. The records of this ability were almost extinct in the world. Therefore, basically no one could completely grasp it. Moreover, the secret manual of this ability was divided into 2 volumes. The first volume mainly recorded how to improve the perception ability. The second volume was the most core. It described how to carry out the ultimate perception discrimination. Ye Feng looked at the paper on the table. At a glance, he saw that this was the copy that the principal had personally copied down. He did not know where he had copied it down, but only the first volume was recorded here. Although it was a pity, it was still an unexpected gain. At least half of the improvement could bring about a great change. This is a good thing. The principal really left me a lot of surprises. Ye Feng thought, and with a thought, he put it back into the bracelet. Although it was very strong, at his current stage, it was not suitable for him to cultivate this ability. Not to mention whether or not he could withstand the huge impact brought by the perception. The most obvious side effect was that the consumption of spiritual energy was huge, far exceeding Ye Feng's imagination. This ability, at least for now, was not suitable for him. After all, his spiritual energy was not too much. Even though he had the spiritual power that was continuously generated by the Starfire meditation, this speed was still too little compared to his perception. At the very least, he had to wait until after the entrance examination. Ye Feng walked out of the latrine and a figure flashed past. "There's someone else here." Ye Feng was startled and immediately released his perception. Spiritual power surged all over his body. "Ha ha ha, young man, don't panic." Laughter rang out. Ye Feng looked around, but he didn't find any movement within his perception. "I am the study guide of this world, set up by Zhang Zifen. I don't have a physical body. This is a consciousness. My duty is to provide necessary guidance for those who enter the book." Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded. "Zhang Zifen, is this the principal's name?" Ye Feng didn't know much about the principal. Not to mention him, even in the entire Wuzhou No. 2 high school, there were probably no more than 2 people who knew the principal's real name. Ye Feng walked to the open grassland and sat on the ground. He had heard of the existence of such a study guide, but he had never seen it before. Seeing it today, he was indeed amazed. "So, study guide, help me to search for magic training methods." Chapter 46, Simple Magic, a shortcut to cultivation. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, a moment later, a tender voice came from the space. "Regarding the search of magic power, only a part of the simple magic power cultivation has been discovered so far. There are a total of 13 records. Only entry-level cultivation. There are no records of other high-level magic power cultivation for the time being. Do you need to check?" Hearing the voice of the study guide, Ye Feng did not even think before replying, "Let me take a look." His only source of magic power training could only be this notebook. Although there were only 13 records, it was still better than nothing. If he had to find Cloud Mist Academy's library by himself, it would be impossible for him to enter. After all, he had not even passed the assessment and could not be considered a student. "All right, wait a moment." Another few minutes passed. Lines of vertical characters gradually appeared in front of Ye Feng. There were a total of 13 characters. Each line of characters recorded in detail the records of the 13 related magic training in this notebook. Ye Feng carefully looked at the rough text on it and laughed bitterly. As expected, they are all simple magic training. The records on it were all at the entry level. Gravity control, moving items, card teleportation, etc. Even if these were placed in the academy, they would only be the most basic entry-level training. Although it was at the entry level, it was still a magic power training from Cloud Mist Academy. Ye Feng could be considered to have started some basic training before he even entered the academy. Moreover, these training sessions were also very helpful to his path of a magic conductor. At the very least, they could lead him into the basics. If he did not familiarize himself with magic first, then how would he learn more advanced magic in the future? Starfire meditation was also a type of meditation that was paired with magic conducting. If he did not use magic at all, then Starfire meditation, such a powerful skill, would be a waste. It was simply overkill. Then let's try gravity control first, Ye Feng thought to himself. The text flickered with a faint light. The other 12 words disappeared in the next moment. Following them were a few sandbags that appeared out of nowhere. Just as Ye Feng did not know what to do next, the voice of the study guide came again. Gravity control mainly releases magic power. Through the method of mind, you can focus your attention on the target and then apply gravity or reduce the gravity. You can try how to make these few hundred Jin sandbags float. If you can control all the sandbags to float and descend at the same time, then your gravity control is considered to be at the entry level. I'll only give you one demonstration. Watch carefully. After the study guide finished speaking, his mind surged as he released his magic power. The 10 sandbags on the ground rose in response. One went up and the other went down, a set of operations flowed smoothly. There is no difficulty in the entry level of magic power training. The only difficulty is the precise control of magic power. Once you grasp the precision of magic power, it will be easy for you to learn all the subsequent magic power training. Release your magic power and begin. After the study guide finished speaking, those sandbags all landed steadily on the ground. Ye Feng nodded and released his magic power. These entry-level magic power cultivation were not worth mentioning in front of him. In addition, there was the Starfire meditation, which could greatly increase the magic power, allowing Ye Feng to control more than 5 sandbags in one go. When the study guide saw that Ye Feng had some strength, he was also shocked. Following that, a small body appeared. Ye Feng looked over and saw that it was the appearance of a child. He knew that it was the study guide, so he asked, "How is it?" The study guide nodded. "Not bad. To be able to reach such a level on your first practice, you can already be considered to be gifted. The mana flow in your body is very regular. Moreover, your aura is also very stable, and your mana output is also stable. I can see that you are a good seedling to cultivate magic." Hearing the study guide's analysis, Ye Feng also smiled slightly. Of course, although he chose the magic conductor sequence, it naturally had an attribute boost. Moreover, with the Starfire meditation, Ye Feng's cultivation efficiency was like riding a rocket. This was 100 Jin sandbag. For an ordinary person to be able to lift one, it was already very impressive. But Ye Feng was able to levitate 5 sandbags at once. And it was very stable. This also meant that Ye Feng's basic cultivation was very solid. Ye Feng adjusted the release of magic power. His consciousness moved, and the magic power in his body was released again. That magic power turned into a pair of invisible hands and directly rushed toward those sandbags. It was like the scalpel on the operating table. Ye Feng operated it very meticulously. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was light. Not long after, the 10 sandbags directly rose in response. All of them floated in the air, not moving at all. Seeing the sandbags floating in the air, the study guide could not hold back his expression anymore. He hurriedly walked over and stared at Ye Feng in surprise. This was only the second attempt. He actually succeeded? This was too amazing. Not bad, your talent is actually so good. Although I am only a study guide of this world, I have never seen how others cultivate. But I know that your cultivation speed is already beyond the reach of many people. Unfortunately, I only have a few entry-level magic power cultivation here, so I'm unable to carry out a more advanced magic power cultivation for you. The study guide sighed. Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled and said, "Is the control of magic power really so simple?" The study guide shook his head. With a flash of his consciousness, the mana cultivation that appeared just now appeared in front of Ye Feng's eyes. The control of mana is the basic foundation of using magic. It's not as simple as you think. Your talent is not bad. You can practice these several mana cultivation techniques at the same time. After saying this, the techniques and methods of mana cultivation surged into Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng only felt that in an instant, he understood the techniques of these spells. It was as if he was born with this ability. How amazing! Is this the benefit of the principal's notes? The speed of cultivating in this space was several times faster than outside. After all, this space in the book was the cultivation technique that the principal had meticulously summarized. Compared to cultivating outside, the speed wasn't just a little bit faster. It was like there was an extra shortcut to choose from compared to normal cultivation. However, this shortcut was not something that you chose on your own initiative, but was triggered passively. After all, in this place, if you wanted to cultivate slowly, that basically did not exist. It directly made your cultivation speed soar. Ye Feng entered a meditative state. The corresponding cultivation method appeared in his mind. Not only was there the entire cultivation process, but there were also some carefully recorded techniques. Ye Feng smiled and released his magic power. A sandbag that was controlled by Ye Feng was directly moved to the side. It was as if a big hand was personally controlling it. Everything seemed so natural. And the item teleportation was also successfully attempted by Ye Feng on his first try. Looking at the few sandbags flashing back and forth in teleportation, the study guide was truly stunned. Entry-level magic. It wasn't the kind of magic that could be learned by a fool on the street. To Ye Feng, this wasn't even considered an entry-level magic. It was as natural as being born to walk. It was as if all of this was the ability of the main body. This learning speed was too fast. Ye Feng woke up from his meditation and smiled. With the help of the notebook, the cultivation speed is much faster. I don't even need the help of the system. This notebook has a lot of content. Right now, it's just cultivating mana. In the future, if there are other good things, I can also directly enter this space to cultivate. Moreover, the cultivation of perception discrimination can also be directly carried out here. Ye Feng said to the study guide who was in a daze, "Hey, that's enough for today. I'll come again next time. It's so comfortable to train here." Hearing that, the study guide replied, "Sure, you can just come in next time. The reason why you feel that the training speed has become faster and easier is because of Zhang Zifen's summary of these skills. So, you're like a fish in water when you train. There's one more thing. I have quite a lot of load here. You're lucky that Zhang Zifen can give you this notebook that he spent half of his life on." Ye Feng smiled. He was indeed very lucky. "All right, see you next time." He moved his consciousness and a strong light hit him. Ye Feng opened his eyes and returned to reality. Chapter 47, West Mountain Training Hall, High-End Training Dummies. It's not dark yet. I remember that it was almost dusk when I entered the book space. Could it be that the time in the book space is different from the time outside? Ye Feng looked around. It was only dusk now, and it was also dusk when he entered just now. Time did not change much. Therefore, Ye Feng also felt that time was slow in the book. If that was the case, then he could rest assured and cultivate in the book world until he completely comprehended this notebook. If he grasped all the knowledge in this notebook, then it would be a very awesome existence. Of course, Ye Feng was still unable to verify this question. He could only wait until the next time he entered the book world and ask the study guide inside again. He kept the notebook back into his bracelet. Ye Feng stood up and left this place. There was still a lot of time left. He could walk around for a while. Moreover, he heard that the training grounds here were also very high class. Ye Feng also wanted to go over and experience it. Walking on the road, Ye Feng looked around. Cloud Mist Academy occupied an extremely large area. The resources within it were also incomparably rich. Compared to Ye Feng's previous Wuzhou No. 2 high school, it was simply like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison between the two. The library pavilion here was not only as large as 7 buildings, but the number of treasures hidden within it was so large that Ye Feng could not even imagine it. Most importantly, there was even a specialized training room here. Not long after, Ye Feng arrived at a large building. A few bold words were directly inlaid on this building. West Mountain Simulation Training Building. Is this the place Teacher Andy was talking about? Ye Feng muttered and walked in. He heard that this place could simulate the real combat environment, and it was a very good simulation training ground. The equipment and high-tech inside the training building were very huge. Moreover, only the 5 great academies of higher learning possessed such high-tech training buildings. And amongst the 5 great academies, the number of simulation training buildings ranked first. Although it was first, there were only 3 simulation training buildings. This explained the important value of this simulation training building. Just as he pushed open the door, Ye Feng saw quite a few familiar faces. Looks like he didn't go to the wrong place. After all, this place was a training ground that Cloud Mist Academy had set aside for the students who wanted to participate in the entrance examination. Ye Feng also directly walked in and didn't greet them. After all, there wasn't any interaction between them. Therefore, Ye Feng naturally didn't know who they were. But there was one face that Ye Feng recognized, and that was Lei Jie. Hehe, that guy actually didn't get eliminated. Looks like you're not bad. You have some skills. But I don't know if that guy secretly hid and got away with it. When Lei Jie saw Ye Feng, his disdainful mocking voice was also overwhelmed. Ye Feng ignored them and went straight to the front desk to swipe his temporary student ID. Give me a training ground. Seeing Ye Feng swipe his card and confirm the student's information, the attendant at the front desk took out a tablet and handed it to Ye Feng. Hello, classmate. This is a special training ground that simulates the most realistic battle and training environment. There are 3 levels of training dummies here. May I ask what level you want? Ye Feng took the tablet and looked at it. The 3 levels were high, medium, and low. But when Ye Feng saw the price marked below, he was immediately speechless. The prices on it were shockingly expensive. Just a single high-grade training dummy, the price was already as high as 100,000. And a medium-grade training dummy was also 60,000. The lowest level was 30,000. But there was a reason why it was expensive. After all, this was a training ground that simulated reality. And the training dummies were different from a dead target. They had a certain level of cultivation, and the higher the level, the stronger it was. These kinds of dummies trained not only in one aspect, but in all aspects, such as attack, defense, endurance, and agility. Considering that he was about to participate in the actual combat exam outside the school, Ye Feng did not think too much and directly asked for 3 high-end training dummies. After all, this could also simulate the highest level of training. This way, he could also do a complete assessment of his combat strength. It could also be considered a warm-up in advance. Of course, Ye Feng could still afford this money. After all, he had previously bought and sold through the online shop. He had also made a huge profit. After paying most of his family, Ye Feng still had about 300,000 yuan left. Ding! Your card has been swiped successfully. Please head to Training Ground 03. I wish you a pleasant cultivation. If you have any requests, please contact your attendant. Seeing the news that his card had been swiped successfully, Ye Feng felt his heart ache. 3 high-end dummies had directly cost Ye Feng 300,000 yuan. But the service was still very good. Not only was there a separate training ground, but there was also a specialized attendant that only served him. This could also be considered to be enjoying the consumption of a high-end venue. After all, money was meant to be spent. Please keep your student ID. This way, please. The attendant's attitude also became very friendly. Making a gesture of please, he led Ye Feng to Training Ground 03. This building was not too tall, only 3 floors. But it took up a lot of space. Ordinary students could only enter the first floor and choose the training ground to train. As for the purpose of the second and third floors, Ye Feng naturally did not know. Hello, this is the training ground you have reserved. After entering the training ground, the 3 high-end dummies you have reserved will appear. The training dummies we provide can record the attack values you generate in detail, allowing you to check later. Every training venue has a special power to protect you, so you can use your power without fear of accidentally injuring others. A female attendant brought Ye Feng to a place and explained in detail. Ye Feng looked around. As expected, this place was full of high-tech equipment. This place was indeed good. It was obviously indoors, but it was actually like an outdoor place. The place was spacious enough. Moreover, it could simulate any environment that one wanted. It could even customize the amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings and various other things. As long as Ye Feng wanted to, these were all very easy to do. This was because as soon as he stepped into this space, his consciousness would be linked to the administrative authority of this space. In other words, during the time of training, he was the creator of this space. As long as he wanted to, there was nothing that he couldn't do. The environment was not just a single training ground. It could also be casually changed into forests, continents, islands, tropical grasslands, and so on. And most importantly, as the environment changed, some of the values would also change. For example, the forests had a particularly dense amount of primitive spiritual energy. The attacks of the training dummies carried the attributes of the forests: poisoning, paralysis, hallucination, and so on. And the tropical grasslands had a higher temperature. The attacks of the training dummies were not only very fast, but also carried burning attacks. Ye Feng carefully looked at the introduction of the space in his mind and could not help but be surprised. This thing was too strong. Could this be an environmental simulation technique? Ye Feng muttered and walked straight into the training field. Just as he stepped in, there was a clang sound in the middle of the field, and 3 burly dummies covered in armor and emitting a faint golden light appeared. The aura emitted by these 3 training dummies was also very realistic. Moreover, they also carried a very powerful pressure. If one didn't carefully distinguish them, it was very easy to make people think that they were real people. Let's start now. Chapter 48, Terrifying Power caught the attention of the person in charge. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng's consciousness connected to the training space. From now on, he was the controller of everything here. Deep breaths. A large amount of spirit energy began to circulate within Ye Feng's body. Under the enhancement of Starfire meditation, Ye Feng discovered that there was a large amount of spirit energy in the surroundings. He could completely absorb it crazily. This was also the convenience of the training ground. This place contained almost all the spiritual power mediums that they could use for training. Moreover, they could freely define these spiritual power mediums. They could have as many as they wanted. This also allowed them to continuously launch the most extreme attack. Boom! A fist afterimage flashed past and directly hit a dummy. The instant the fist hit, the second fist immediately attacked. Every time Yefeng circulated his magic power, there would be countless amounts of magic power condensed into his fist. Every time he swung his fist, it would be accompanied by a series of low roars. This was Yefeng's current physical strength. This was not even under the condition of using his ability, but he was able to achieve such an astonishing physical quality. If it was combined with the ability he released, then his strength would be extremely terrifying. Under the enchantment of the magic power, every punch that was thrown out carried an incomparably powerful attack power. Moreover, under the enchantment of the magic power, it could also give Yefeng enhanced attack power. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the surrounding staff members all subconsciously looked toward Yefeng's side. Those in the training were also attracted by Yefeng's stance and stopped one after another. This was because those in the training hall were basically people like them who had come to participate in the entrance examination. Therefore, almost all of them cultivated normally and paid attention to the abilities of others. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy is invincible. They also carried out this concept in this way. But when they saw Yefeng, their expressions became unsightly. This guy had such a powerful attack. If they were hit by a punch, wouldn't they go home to see their mother? Everyone frowned and stared at Yefeng. Who is this guy? I haven't seen him in the training hall before. Is he new? Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing on the control panel, was also attracted to Yefeng when she saw such a big move. Senior Xiaoyu, he's a newcomer who came to participate in the entrance exam this year. He just entered the training hall to train. The male student next to her also reported the information he knew to the senior named Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and looked at Yefeng on the monitor. What a loud sound! This guy's foundation isn't bad. Such a powerful attack. A normal person wouldn't be able to sustain more than a few punches and would be able to deflect the force from their entire body. This kid is actually able to throw more than 10 punches consecutively. Could it be that there was such a newcomer? The school belle was naturally very appreciative of him. His spiritual power is too strong. Almost every punch contains a huge amount of spiritual power. His basic strength isn't bad. He should be good at close combat, right? When the man by the side heard Lin Xiaoyu's evaluation, his eyes revealed a look of envy. Lin Xiaoyu was the person in charge of this West Mountain training ground. She was also the second-year school belle of Cloud Mist Academy. Her strength was also not bad in all aspects. In the entire second-year ranking, her combat strength was also the number one existence. Therefore, to receive such a high evaluation from her, it also meant that this man was very impressive. The entire training ground was very huge. The training ground alone could accommodate as many as 50 people. But her gaze was more focused on Yefeng's side. After all, the surprise that Yefeng brought had already made her very curious. Even without comparing herself to others, Lin Xiaoyu subconsciously looked at Yefeng's side. Lin Xiaoyu's intuition told her that this guy's strength was definitely far beyond the present. In the current battle, how could anyone only focus on cultivating their own physical body? What about Yefeng's symbiotic body? Lin Xiaoyu was also curious, wanting to know what Yefeng was doing. You stay here and keep an eye on him. If there's an emergency, call me. I'll go and meet this kid. After Lin Xiaoyu gave her instructions, she left. Lin Xiaoyu was also very curious about such a shocking newcomer. Perhaps it was because she was bored and couldn't wait to get to know him. 03 Training Ground. Yefeng still used all the spiritual power in his body and kept swinging his fist. With a rumbling explosion, he threw out a punch with a tremendous power pressure. This power was so strong that even when he pulled back his fist, it was accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. But Yefeng knew that no matter how strong his fist was, it was impossible for it to be stronger than the current slime's ability. The reason why he came to cultivate his physical body was naturally to conceal his true strength. Until the entrance examination, Yefeng did not want to expose his true strength. The greater destructive power of Ye Feng's fist lay in the strength of his spirit energy. And the most direct source of spirit energy strength was the slime's ability bonus. If he really restrained the slime completely, then Ye Feng's punch would probably not cause any harm. Even if there was damage, it would only be superficial. Ye Feng knew this very well, so when he used his physical body to attack, he was also very cautious. But he still did not need to worry too much. After all, if one could see that most of his energy was circulated based on the slime, then that person's strength and cultivation would definitely not be too weak. In front of a strong person, no matter how well Ye Feng hid, he would still be exposed. Therefore, Ye Feng did not want to completely hide himself. The people he really wanted to hide from were the competitors who participated in the entrance exam. At least to them, they could not see Ye Feng's true strength at all. Boom! Another punch was thrown out, carrying a huge amount of spiritual energy, and it attacked toward a dummy. That dummy received Ye Feng's punch. It was instantly dismembered. Its body fragments were scattered everywhere. Ye Feng was also very surprised. These dummies' cultivation levels were set to E grade by him. Setting them to this level also allowed them to be more resistant to hammers. But Ye Feng also did not expect this. Even if it was an E-grade cultivation level, it would not be able to withstand his punch. This destructive power was indeed strong enough. After the dummy was fatally damaged, it was directly reset in the next second. Those fragments were all gathered in a beam of strong light. When the strong light dissipated, the dummy returned to its original appearance. The spiritual energy gathered again. Just as Ye Feng was about to throw another punch, a girl's voice interrupted his gathering of strength. "Are you ready to participate in the entrance exam?" Ye Feng stopped his attack, withdrew his spiritual energy, and looked back. A very bold figure was displayed. That incomparably exquisite face, coupled with that figure, was simply a killing move. Ye Feng nodded and looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who was walking over, with confusion. He didn't seem to know this person either. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Ye Feng replied in confusion. "I'm the person in charge here. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I saw that your spiritual energy fluctuation was very high, so I was a little curious and wanted to come over to understand." "Hello, my name is Ye Feng. There's one thing that I'm particularly shocked about. Every time you swing your fist, it can form an extremely strong spiritual energy convergence. Just based on this point alone, you're already ahead of many classmates." Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me." In his heart, he thought that if it was because of this matter, then there was no need for it to be too big. Even though he thought so, Ye Feng still had to respond with a smile. After all, there was a big sister beauty standing in front of him, but she was the person in charge here. If he had a good relationship with her, he might be able to come over for free to train. Ye Feng had a little plan in his heart. As he thought this, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. "Yo! This person looks very familiar." Chapter 49, The Power of a Slap. 200,000 yuan for nothing. Ye Feng. "Haha, it's really you. I saw a familiar figure at the door just now. I was wondering who it was, but I didn't expect it to be you." Lei Jia's appearance made the atmosphere on the field very awkward. Moreover, he spoke in a certain way. What he said just now was clearly heard by Ye Feng. "However, I've never seen you use your fists and feet in the train. Where did you run off to at that time? Ha ha ha, could it be that you were scared and hid?" At this time, the other people on the field also heard the smell of gunpowder in his words and all looked over. "If he all hid, I think none of you would be able to fight." Seeing Lei Jia throwing a tantrum as soon as he came over, Lin Xiaoyu's expression was the same as usual as she spoke coldly. "Haha! Senior sister, you can't believe that this trash is really that strong, right? Actually, I'm telling you. Stop, I don't want to hear it. If you think you're strong, then you should use 3 high-end dummies to train. Instead of wandering around here when you can't even defeat a mid-level dummy. Besides, you haven't passed the entrance exam yet. Shouldn't you think more about your admission situation? Lin Xiaoyu also directly interrupted Lei Jie. Her cold and aloof senior image carried a sense of dignity as she spoke coldly. Lei Jie was rendered speechless by Lin Xiaoyu's rebuke. After a long time, his face suddenly darkened and he glared at Ye Feng. There was a reason why he was like a resentful wife. He had already noticed Lin Xiaoyu when he was at the registration counter. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu had also received instructions from the school's teacher to act as a student representative to welcome the newcomers who had come to participate in the assessment. Lei Jie had a physiological reaction the moment he saw her. Such a face also refreshed Lei Jie's upper limit on a woman's appearance. If he saw something good-looking, he had to chase after her. If he got her, he would play with her until he was tired of her. Moreover, Lei Jie relied on his large family background, power and influence to play with countless girls. He thought that he could easily get Lin Xiaoyu with money. But he didn't expect that Lin Xiaoyu didn't like him at all. After being rejected repeatedly, Lei Jie became even more serious. After knowing that Lin Xiaoyu was the person in charge of the West Mountain Training Hall. Thus, in the past 2 days, whenever he had free time, he would bring his 2 underlings here to train. He even deliberately showed his perfect body in front of her. But to his surprise, Lin Xiaoyu didn't even give him a glance. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was still a frosty beauty who couldn't be conquered, Lei Jie originally planned to use a long line to catch a big fish. Since he couldn't capture her in a short period of time, then as time went on, once Lin Xiaoyu understood the power of his family, she would definitely change her mind and might even pursue him instead. But seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was chatting and laughing with Ye Feng, Lei Jie completely broke through his defense, and his anger immediately burned. Thinking of Ye Feng's performance on the train before, it was just so-so. Moreover, he had gone through so much training and competition training. His strength in all aspects would definitely soar. Even under the nourishment of his family's resources, his cultivation realm had directly reached E grade. This was a realm that many rookies couldn't reach. But he could easily break through. If this wasn't talent, then what was it? Facing a mere Ye Feng, he would definitely win, alright. TCH, what's the point of playing with a bunch of dummies? Lei Jie's eyes turned red as he snorted coldly. How could he, who was extremely proud of himself, make a fool of himself in front of his goddess? Moreover, it was in comparison to Ye Feng. Lei Jie could not bear this anger no matter what. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lei Jie directly came in front of Ye Feng. If you have the ability, come and spar with me in person. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Lei Jie was extremely arrogant, and his tone was filled with disdain. I don't have time. I want to continue practicing with the dummies. Ye Feng waved his hand and ignored him. Seeing that Ye Feng was dressed plainly, Lei Jie guessed that Ye Feng might not be rich, so he directly said, how about this? Let's make a bet. Regardless of whether you win or lose, I'll give you 10,000. Ye Feng could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, 10,000? Was he sending a beggar away? What are you laughing at? Don't think that I don't know that your family is poor. You're just pretending. You think the money is too little? 20,000. How about it? 50,000. Ye Feng ignored him and felt a little annoyed. Seeing Lei Jie's arrogant expression, he felt that it was impossible for him to train in peace. Since it was impossible for him to train in peace, Ye Feng packed his things and prepared to leave. Seeing that Ye Feng was about to leave, Lei Jie directly blocked the entrance of the training ground. Don't leave, I'll raise it to 100,000 for you. 100,000, this amount of money isn't a small amount to you, right? As long as you fight with me, it's fine. Regardless of whether you win or lose, I'll give you 100,000. And I'll bear all the medical expenses. As he said that, Lei Jie took out a 200,000 card. He waved it in front of Ye Feng, and then directly threw it at him. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment. He was really convinced. What era was it now, and there was actually such a fool? Was it because there was so much money that there was nowhere to spend it? There was actually someone who wanted to spend money to fight. Ye Feng smiled coldly and said, I've really never seen such a strange request. Since you want to spar with me wholeheartedly, then I'll agree to it. Seeing that Ye Feng finally nodded, Lei Jie let out a long sigh of relief and then revealed a very wretched and evil smile. All right, do you really think that I'm giving you money for free? Next, there will be times when you will beg for mercy. Then let's set some rules. Lei Jie had yet to finish his sentence when in the next second, a slap was sent out. The other party did not even have the time to react. He was directly sent flying with a slap. He was sent flying for dozens of meters before finally landing heavily on the ground. The power of this slap contained the 4th level of Starfire meditation. Ye Feng even went easy on him. After all, they were classmates. In a few days, the entrance examination would be held again. It would not be very good to go too hard on him. Lei Jie was badly mutilated. His face was covered in blood, and he staggered to his feet with a bloody nose and swollen face. Ye Feng only took a glance, and his entire body's pressure overflowed into the sky. Skill, leader's oppression, was released at once. Lei Jie, who could barely hold on, received this endless pressure that directly destroyed the last line of his mental defense. His entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. Just now, did he say something? Ye Feng scratched his head and looked at Lin Xiaoyu who was grinning at the side. Indeed, his speed was too fast. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu pretending not to know, he shook his head. Ye Feng looked at Lei Jie who fell to the ground again and shouted, Hey, did you say something about the rules just now? As he said that, Ye Feng walked over indifferently. Seeing Ye Feng getting closer and closer, Lei Jie was instantly scared silly. He cried and kept struggling to retreat. Don't come over, brother. I didn't say anything. Please, let me go. Brother Feng, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it in the future. I really know I'm wrong. Ye Feng looked at Lei Jie who was lying weakly on the ground and said indifferently, Do you still want to continue? No, no, no. I don't dare. Please let me go. You won. This card is for you. Please let me go, I beg you. Seeing the other party begging for mercy, Ye Feng did not press on. He directly picked up the 200,000 bank card on the ground. He packed his things and left without looking back. It was not until Ye Feng walked out of the training hall that a series of F***ck sounds came from behind. F***ck. F***ck. An E-grade grizzly symbiote was actually defeated by a single slap. Just what kind of existence is this guy? He was actually able to unleash the power of desolation with a single slap. Isn't he too powerful? After a short period of silence, waves after waves of excitement suddenly erupted on the field. Chapter 50, The Academy's Trading Hall. Ye Feng was sweeping the goods. Ye Feng naturally did not turn his head and directly left this place. To him, this place was just a piece of cake. Moreover, there were too many ears and eyes obstructing him here, so it was not very suitable for him to concentrate on cultivating. In addition, he had just finished cultivating a little more, so he had a further understanding of his own strength. He had walked the path of a magister. This was the core power of his origin symbiote. Although he had previously exposed his symbiotic body's power, that was only in the early stages. Now, he had evolved into a deeper power system. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, his strength naturally could not be exposed too quickly. If his strength was known by others, then it would be even more disadvantageous to him. Most importantly, such a stunning almighty had appeared 100 years ago. Whether it was cultivation time, all kinds of good fortune, or all kinds of advancement, they were all very smooth, and the speed was a lot faster than the same realm. It was this kind of genius almighty that when everyone thought that he could smoothly advance to the A-grade realm and become the world's attention-grabbing almighty transcendent, a disaster happened. That B-grade genius actually died mysteriously in his own home. One had to know that he was a B-grade expert. He actually died so easily. Needless to say, Ye Feng naturally knew that this was caused by the envy of the forces in the dark, causing him to directly die. This accident had already happened 100 years ago, but all the way to the world that Ye Feng was currently in, all sorts of versions were still being spread everywhere. No matter how ridiculous the situation was, this incident had truly happened. This was also the most terrifying thing. Ye Feng shook his head. After this, no matter what, I have to try my best to hide my strength. Of course, it's only to hide the true strength of the symbiotic body. As for what is exposed to the outside world, that can only be the strength of the physical body. Ye Feng walked out and obtained 200,000 yuan. This sum was already quite a lot. Holding the money in his hands naturally had no value. Ye Feng planned to spend it. I heard that other than Cloud Mist Academy's online shopping mall, there is also a particularly famous flea market. Ye Feng took out his phone, searched the map, and walked in a certain direction. This school was really too big. Moreover, his perception coverage was also limited. In this school full of experts, Ye Feng did not dare to release his perception so brazenly. After all, his perception ability was not so strong that no one could sense it. If he was discovered and mistakenly thought that an external force was spying on them with ill intentions, then he would not be able to explain himself. Thinking up to this point, Ye Feng still obediently took out his phone and looked at the map. After entering Cloud Mist Academy, it was naturally linked to the signal here and was also connected to all the networks here. Everything related to the Academy's infrastructure, as well as the routes, all sorts of cloud platforms, and the integration of big data, were all loaded into his phone in an instant. Therefore, Ye Feng was also able to quickly find a certain building or a certain facility within the school. This greatly benefited the students who lived in such a vast school. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng finally arrived at a relatively dark place. This was a relatively retro building. The entire building was decorated in ancient China style. There were stone lions on each side of the entrance. This is the Academy's trading hall, right? Ye Feng looked at his phone and confirmed the entire place. Inside the huge entrance, he saw all kinds of shops and most of the roadside stalls. This place was separated from the teaching area and the cultivation area, forming a rare and beautiful scenery. However, there were quite a few people here. Ye Feng glanced at the things inside. There was almost everything. However, there was almost nothing particularly good here. It was more like some relatively rare cultivation pills or medicines that could stabilize one's origin. Of course, there were also things like spirit energy fruits. However, the price was high, and not many people could afford them. There were obviously more supplementary ones. But there was no harm. After all, the current Ye Feng could only purchase goods here. As for the Academy's points store, that was not something that Ye Feng could trade. After all, he was still not considered a new student. At the very most, he could only be considered a quasi-new student. A quasi-new student did not have any points, so all quasi-new students had given up on the idea of purchasing items in the points store. Moreover, even the students of Cloud Mist Academy did not have the qualifications to purchase items from the points store. After all, points were not something that could be found on the streets. Every point was obtained with great difficulty and was extremely challenging. Hence, the trading hall of the Academy took on more of the trading platforms of Cloud Mist Academy offline. Moreover, the trading hall of the academy was also the only place where one could use money to trade. It could also be understood in this way. The entire trading hall was actually more prepared for prospective freshmen like Ye Feng. This was because after the start of the semester, every student would receive credits, which were also known as points. Cloud Mist Academy was more of a points shopping system. This was because the things inside the points mall were simply thousands of times better than here. Ye Feng walked in and strolled around. When he arrived at a place, Ye Feng was attracted by the items on it. There's actually a strengthening and stabilizing mixture here. And the price is only 20,000. Ye Feng was shocked. One had to know that this strengthening and stabilizing mixture cost his family almost 200,000. They had to use all sorts of connections to buy it. But here, it was only 20,000? Thinking of this, Ye Feng had a myriad of thoughts. As expected, the school background is big. Even this elementary strengthening and stabilizing mixture is so cheap. Although this agent is only suitable for people who have just fused with the symbiotic body, it is also a very good sedative. Since it is so cheap, I might as well buy them using all of this 200,000 yuan. The reason why Ye Feng said this was because he realized that every time he evolved, there would be a small surge in the symbiote. In fact, Ye Feng could completely ignore this surge, but the higher the level, the more obvious this surge would become. According to Ye Feng's judgment, this was an opportunity for him to advance greatly. Every time the symbiote resonated, it seemed as if it was about to break through something. This could also indicate that there seemed to be a force in Ye Feng's body that was about to break through the limit. Ye Feng's current level had reached D+. He was just short of finding an opportunity to enter C grade. Moreover, this strengthening and stabilizing mixture could bring more stabilizing effects when he cultivated. Thinking of this, Ye Feng directly bought a total of 10 bottles of the strengthening and stabilizing mixture. A box full of medicine. If it was before, Ye Feng wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, it was different. This money of his was given away for free, so he wouldn't feel bad even if he spent it. I'm done buying things. I'll go back and cultivate. I'll see if I can break through again before the test. Ye Feng thought, opened the phone to look at the navigation.